easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's Cross Climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin Cross Climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
During the Jeep Drive-In to Fall event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months with $2,249 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-Jeep for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 11/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
I'm back on a Friday night, soon to be a Saturday morning. Let's get a 3-hour KM to AM in to run through the tape and close the week. It's the most wonderful time. The sports are sportsing. Dial 888-808-1019. You give me your thoughts, your questions, your takes. I'll give you mine. We got the World Series on right in front of me, and I want to turn it off, but I can't. The Knicks already got their win. The Nets got their moral victory. The Devils go from 6 to 7 wins in a row. And of course, it's week 8 in the NFL. We got to talk about the Giants versus the Eagles, the Jets versus the Bengals. Who's playing quarterback for the Jets? I don't want to tell you. So, quick open here, because any minute now we'll hit the break and the update. I think order of operations, we start with the New York Knicks. It's another good win for your New York Knicks. This new look New York Knicks, I'm calling them a super team. And not a super team like LeBron, Bosh, Wade. I'm talking about a super team, a super deep team. A team that I think on any given night is going to find a way to win because they have so many guys. Josh Hart, welcome back. A team that is trying to find their new identity, but they still have so much of their old identity. It's nothing for Jalen Brunson to just go out there and cook and do what he does. Karl Anthony Towns to beat Karl Anthony Towns. A Celtics team without Tatum, without Porzingis, without Horford, without Cornette. Like, they don't have as many big bodies out there. The Knicks were up 20 at half. Then you get the usual lull from the Knicks coming out in the third quarter at halftime, and then they closed the door on them and did enough to win in the fourth quarter. 105-95, 10-point win at home to start off 2-0. The Brooklyn Nets are finding their way, and I think you're seeing some good things. You know, it's good to see your first-round draft pick, Yegor Demon, shoot the ball and respond in some big moments. They're trying to figure it out with Cam Thomas and Michael Porter Jr. Those guys are going to be their leading scorers. They turned it on tonight as compared to the other night. You know, they both had over 30. But ultimately, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who took an L to the Knicks and hung out in the city for a couple days, led by former Nets coach Kenny Atkinson, they weren't going to lose that game. Spider Mitchell, 35 points. Jared Allen, 22. Sam Merrill, 22. And Craig Porter Jr., 14 off the bench. The Nets fans that showed up for opening night, salute to you. They did rally at the end. They did make it a close game at the end, but ultimately they lose 131-124 to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And the Nets are 0-2 on the way towards the tank and winning, 20 games maybe. That's the basketball. When we come back, I will hit you with my thoughts quickly on the Devils win, and then World Series, Game 1, Chris Bassett, former Met, on the mound right now. Bo Bichette playing in this game. The Dodgers got out to an early lead, but couldn't hold it. It's 11-4 Toronto over Los Angeles right now. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 2 a.m. Start hitting the line now. I will be right back.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Connor Green, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Knicks continue their hot start to the Mike Brown era.
Halfway down and out. Offensive rebound. McBride can't hit the three. Another offensive board for Hart. The drive and deuce. It's Jalen Brunson.
The Knicks took down the Celtics 105-95 at the Garden. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 31 points. Big contribution from Karl Anthony Towns as well. He had a double-double with 26 points and 13 rebounds. Next up for the Knicks, a meeting with the Heat on Sunday. Game 1 of the World Series underway in Toronto. LA took an early 2-0 lead, but the Blue Jays tied the score on a 2-run homer from Dalton Varsho and blew it open on a pinch-hit grand slam for Madison Barger in the 6th inning. The Blue Jays on top 11-4 in the 7th. To the NFL, it's already been a long year for the Jets, and there continues to be uncertainty at the quarterback position. Earlier today, Aaron Glenn wouldn't share who his starting quarterback would be against the Bengals.
I cannot tell you that because I don't want to. I'm saying it because I don't want to. I don't know how many times I got to answer you that. It's not going to change.
Do the players know who the quarterback is?
That's going to be between me and the players.
The Jets enter Sunday winless at 0-7, and whether it's Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor at quarterback, they'll look to finally get their first win in Cincinnati against the 3-4 Bengals. In Brooklyn, the Nets fell to the Cavs 131-124, and on the ice, the Devils topped the Sharks 3-1. They're now 7-1 on the year. It's 53 degrees with clear skies in Central Park. I'm Connor Green.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's close the week, start the weekend. A 3-hour KM to AM on the Fan, 888-808-1019. I already started talking about the Knicks and the Nets. I'll add a little bit more there. For the Knicks, when you watch the Knicks play in the Garden, again, I know a lot of people are going to make a lot about how many guys played. Josh Hart is back. You got to see a rotation, or you got to see 10 different guys, multiple rotations tonight. You got to see a little bit of a different look from some different guys tonight, but ultimately I just think this is a strong group. I think there's going to be complete buy-in. You get all 5 starters in double digits. You get a team that is, like I said, figuring out this new system, figuring out the rotations, but they have star players, they have role players, they have new players that are getting an opportunity. 53 rebounds compared to the Celtics 37. Again, tip your cap to Josh Hart. I don't know how he does it. This guy, he couldn't play a couple nights ago with the back spasms. When they introduced him, he didn't have a smile on his face. Probably didn't want to miss opening night, but he had 14 rebounds in 19 minutes. Beast. Not the biggest guy on the floor, but he's the guy that sees it the best and probably hustles the hardest. I hope OG Anunoby is good. I think when I last looked, Ian Begley wrote, OG Anunoby would have been able to go back in the game if needed. Mike Brown said he just had a cramp and left the floor in the fourth quarter. So I think he is straight. And when you have this many bodies, when you have this many guys, it kind of gives you the luxury to not press. It gives you the luxury to not force Josh Hart in opening night, or, not send OG Anunoby back in. We got it, boss. OG Anunoby plays 29 minutes. He ends up with 10 points. Mikal Bridges plays 36 minutes, the Iron Man, plus 15 on the night, 12 points, 6 rebounds, couple assists, couple steals, and a block. How about Deuce McBride? I feel like Deuce McBride is a guy, Miles McBride, he started tonight, and he's a guy that I feel like when he hits some threes in that building, even going back to the first night, he's just like the guy to stop a run. He's the guy to kind of, calm everybody down, hit a big three, and keep it moving. Now, there also are some negatives that you see, whether it's the turnovers, whether you see it's the missed shots. Their field goal percentage tonight was 38.4. In the beginning of the game, they were missing a lot of shots, but I think that is just part of the natural growing pains, trying to develop chemistry, getting this season started with some new bodies, a new head coach, and a new system. But they're able to overcome it. Points in the paint, a little different than the first night. 30 points in the paint to the Celtics 36. Largest lead was 24 points. I don't know. After the first half, my Amazon Prime stream started twitching a little bit, and I was like, whatever, they're good. And then I checked back, and I see that, after they had a 42-14 second quarter, the Celtics do come out and beat them in the third, 21-18. Sam Hauser with a logo 3 trying to make a run, but ultimately, when you're that deep and you have that many guys, they're able to withstand a Boston Celtics team that doesn't have Jason Tatum, a Cavaliers team that doesn't have Darius Garland. I think if you're a Knicks fan who had any, thoughts or trepidation about this switch in head coach, this change in philosophy, early returns are pretty good. And, now the Knicks will head out and leave their building and face the Miami Heat, the Bucks, the Bulls, and we'll see how they fare on the road. David is in Syosset on the Fan. What's up, David?
What's up, Keith? AM to AM. I love it.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling.
Of course. I want to talk about, obviously, Cat's double-double was huge. And I think that, there's a few things to discuss. Obviously, great start to the season, but more particularly, I think that the one thing that I noticed tonight was, as opposed to last season, they weren't trailing like they were last year, right? Like every single game that I remember watching last year, they were always trying to claw back into the game. Jalen trying to put the team on his back. And I think this year, at least what I've seen in the first two games, it might be too early to tell, is that they've just had the lead and learning how to use the bench and use their role players to kind of keep that lead, maintain that lead, and just dominate the game. I think that's kind of the the dynamic or just the storyline that they're going in and playing games with. And I think that's an important thing to look at going forward.
Thanks for the call, David. You're breaking up a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, you look at the Boston Celtics and you think back to last year in the playoffs in the second round, they would go down 20 points, and then it's like, got you right where I want you. Obviously, this is a different-looking Celtics team. Anthony Simon's out there with them. Obviously, they don't have, Drew Holiday, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, Jason Tatum. But there's no reason to go down. The largest lead for the Celtics was single digits. I got to go to the box score, 8 points. Again, this is a deep team led by your stars. Karl Anthony Towns, like you mentioned, he goes out there tonight, and Karl Anthony Towns was doubtful a couple days ago. A quad injury. He was fine. 26 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists. And then how about the big man shooting the three? There was a part early in the game where, Stan Van Gundy's like, oh, he's making me look good right now, saying the guy's the best big man shooter of all time. Bang, he's hitting his 3-point shots. That's what he wants to do. So he knocked down 4 out of 6 from deep. And, it's funny, he was talking about the pace at halftime with Cassidy Hubbard, and he was kind of huffing and puffing a little bit. And he's like, let me stand up as I'm talking about, pace, and I'm looking like I'm out of shape. But no, they're fine. It's the early part of the season, man, and I think the early returns are very good for your New York Knicks, who I'm calling a super team. Knock on wood, stay healthy, pray for health. But, when you look at this starting five and how battle-tested they are, when you look at the depth now and some of the experience, like Gershon Yabusele, like Jordan Clarkson, like Josh Hart coming off the bench, Landry Shamet, a journeyman, you've got experienced guys coming off the bench that you could count on. Like the last caller said, you don't have to have all of your stars in the game to keep a lead. You don't have to worry so much about losing a lead because Cat is out, because Brunson is out. But those guys still get their minutes, 35 minutes for Brunson tonight, 33 for Cat tonight, and they do their thing. Brunson was cooking. 31. He had 3 out of 7 from deep, hit almost all his free throws, 8 out of 9, and he was in his regular bag. Didn't really have to do too much. The tale of 2 games, but 2 good games, two good wins to start the season for the Knicks against 2 opponents that in the past have been playoff opponents, playoff caliber, and I don't know, we will see who's in this East, but looking at the complexion of the East right now, the Knicks are about to be the beast of the East. If they stay healthy, who is checking them? Who is rocking with them? I don't try and sell me on Orlando just yet. I don't know, Giannis and the Bucks. I don't see it. Long way to go, but they are the favorites. They are expected to come out of the East, and with this change in philosophy, this change in their roster, their depth, this change in the head coach, I don't think anybody's complaining yet. 888-808-1019. Let me get to some other things. I mean, with the Brooklyn Nets, there's not much to speak on. I already mentioned Michael Porter Jr. getting it going, Cam Thomas getting it going. Both of those guys having 30 points, but it's in a loss. Zaire Williams off the bench, 25 points, great. You know, the Nets being able to shoot the ball, the Nets being able to go on a run late in that game to make it competitive, to put up a fight for the hometown crowd. That's about all I can give you. They were like the last thing I was watching tonight. I had the Knicks on my MacBook, and that's another thing. I was even saying this to my wife. I'm like, I got to watch all of these games, and I got to be the first one in the city to get on the mic and talk to everybody about all these different games, which is a blessing and fun. And this is what I would be doing anyway. If I didn't come to work, I would have, I'd be up watching the World Series right now, waiting for SportsCenter. But I would like to have everything on one screen. Shout out to Fubo TV and the Fubo fan. I'm a Fubo fan, free ad. I used to work there. Like, I'll always use Fubo because they have every channel. Now they have to get Amazon Prime. Now they have to strike a deal with Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime's not making any deals with anybody. But, like, I am able to get the Nets game on Yes, the Devils game on MSG, and the World Series on Fox, all on one screen, picture-in-picture, multi-view. Watch all three at once. But then I got to set up my MacBook or my iPad to go to Amazon. And like I said, my stream was messing up. Sometimes you can go on there and it's like watch live or resume. And I kept having to refresh to get it to where I wanted it. So it's just like, I get it that we're in the future. I get it that, these streaming services, Peacock, Amazon Prime now, Apple TV, they've all bidded for these sports, but I wonder how much they're losing people versus gaining the casuals or people that are stumbling upon it. Because if you're on Amazon tonight, you just want to click on an icon that says Celtics versus Knicks. Like, the diehards are either going to the game, going to the bar, or finding a way to watch that game on whatever device. But I don't know, just a little thought that I had as I'm trying to, do my little homework before I come in. But again, the Nets were on the side corner. I don't think I had the audio on for more than maybe a couple seconds. They interviewed Coda the friend who performed at halftime, and now I was like, who's this guy? And that was probably the only time that I had the audio on for the Nets. Like I said, it's quiet for the Nets right now. In your building opening night, you're not able to get that one, but it's a moral victory because they did fight harder than they did against the Hornets. And you did see their two scorers, Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Thomas, go for 30, but ultimately it is not enough. I don't think I'm going to get too many calls on the Nets. Let's move it along. If you're on hold to talk World Series, I will get to you. But we're in the bottom of the eighth here, one out, assuming that the Toronto Blue Jays are not going to bat in the ninth. As soon as that game ends, that's when I'd like to hit the World Series conversation, with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. I tweeted out jokingly after the Grand Slam, I think I'm done with baseball. And I'll plant a seed for you because we'll get to it. I'm watching what Toronto is, their style of play, how they wear teams down, how they can pitch a 22-year-old rookie in Trey Savage, how John Snyder knows when to go get guys, how to use his bullpen, how John Snyder knows who to pinch hit, who to put in the game where. Yeah, they use analytics too, but they're better at it. Yeah, they hit home runs too. I mean, look at this game right now. As much as we talked about the Yankees hitting the most home runs, and everything doesn't have to be about the Yankees. We're talking baseball in general. The Blue Jays are winning this game against the Dodgers because they hit the ball out of the ballpark. They also attacked the Dodgers' one weakness. What is the Dodgers' one weakness, folks? That bullpen. In the last series, you get Snell and Yamamoto and Ohtani and these guys, they're pitching damn near the whole game. The bullpen wasn't exposed. Very early on in this World Series, game one, the Dodgers bullpen gets exposed and they get rocked. And I'm not even looking at the box score right now, but I can pull it up. I'm sure most of this damage is from, Snell gave up, one run? No, let me see here. I'll get to it in a second. I'm watching the game now, end of the eighth, and in my order of operations, I'm planting that seed, but I'm not taking the calls until the game is final. Knicks fans, feel free to chime in. Let's get the Knicks calls in, any Nets calls in, and now I'd like to speak on the Devils. Coming off of the San Jose Sharks losing or beating the Rangers last night, I knew the Devils weren't losing to them in any way. And even though the Devils started off kind of slow tonight, back in their building on a Friday night, I would have loved to be over there, but I was on daddy duty fighting with my son. Man, it is rocking right now for the Devils and the Devils fans. 7 wins in a row, certified wagon, woo, 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 and the woo crew. Gotta love it. Dougie Hamilton scored twice. And I was just talking the other night about how, this team is deep, and they've got a lot of dudes, dogs, and they're doing damage, like Tommy Lugauer says. And 2 nights ago, it wasn't the usual suspects that were doing all the scoring. Shout out to Connor Brown. Connor Brown is on this team. Nico Hischier doing his thing. And Jake Allen, one time for Jake Allen, filling in, back in the net. And, after the San Jose Sharks scored that first goal, which they're good for, the Devils bounced back with 2 in the second period, and then the empty net dagger in the third period to close it out. And it just seems like they are skating with confidence, defending with confidence, passing the puck around, and whoever is the guy to shoot it, whoever is the guy to put it in the net, it doesn't matter. Anybody can get it done, and they've got a deep team that you've got to be excited about if you're a Devils fan, watching how they, dropped the first game of the season, and they haven't lost since. Shout out to Donnie Pucks, Don LaGreca, who can boast that he's 7-0 calling Devils games because the first game was nationally televised. He didn't call that game, but every single game after, he's been on the call. And the first night the Devils won, he came out with put a pitchfork in them, and the Devils have been putting a pitchfork in them every single game. 7-1, 4-0 at home, and the Devils faithful are loud and proud and excited about what the Devils can be in this Eastern Conference and this season. Again, you got to pray for health. NHL Public Relations put out, the New Jersey Devils are searching to become just the 6th franchise in the NHL history to win 7 or more consecutive games after losing the first game of the season. The Devils held the opposition without a shot on goal during an entire period for the 4th time in franchise history. So they're doing what they got to do, and I can't leave out Sheldon Keefe. Love seeing his post-game conversations. Love the identity that this team has formed around him and his guidance. And I'm excited that I even care about hockey and have a hockey team to root for and a place to go to over there in good old Newark. Would love to be there right now. I'm sure it is lit at the bars right outside Prudential Center. 888-808-1019 as we are unpacking all of the local teams and games and whatnot that went on. We've already talked on the Knicks. We've already talked on the Nets. We've already talked about the Devils. It is a football Friday. We do have to talk NFL. You've heard some of the cuts from Aaron Glenn. I'm sure I'll play some of them. And you obviously know about the injuries with the Giants and the Eagles. So I'm going there next because A.J. Brown is out. And I think you feel a little bit good about that, right, if you're a Giants fan, because Paulson Adebo is out. So, again, you're going to be relying on some guys that in your secondary have been a little shaky. But, the Eagles are without their top wide receiver. I think they're going to try and really get Saquon going this time. Devontae Smith is active. Dallas Goedert is another threat. And, of course, Jalen Hurts with his arm and his legs. I just feel like the Eagles are ready. I feel like coming off that Vikings victory, which how good are the Vikings after we saw the Chargers kick their ass last night? But I just feel like the Eagles are ready. I don't know if they're beating the Giants by 7.5, but in their building, a 1 o'clock game where their fans are probably already lined up for the tailgate drinking now. It's going to be a hostile environment. They're looking for some get back, and the Giants haven't swept the Eagles since 2007. It's going to take a lot for the Giants to complete this victory on the road there. Don't you know, Graham Gano is back in action. I had said all week that I think Graham Gano probably feels the worst about that loss in Denver because if he was able to go, which I'm sure he was hurt, but even hurt, he probably could have kicked those extra points. So if he was able to go, maybe they win that game. He's probably feeling that. Other news around the Giants, big fine came in from Thursday Night Football the last time they faced the Eagles. They hit the Giants with $200,000 fine. They hit Brian Dable with $100,000 fine. And even the rookie Cam Scatterbo, who ain't making that much money, $15,000. But Cam said, whatever, he doesn't care. It's over with. It's in the past. He's just glad Jackson Dart is all right. And all eyes on Jackson Dart versus Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter was not on the field the first time. I repeat, Jalen Carter was not there. Quinyon Mitchell, Quinyamamo Bay. Strapping up your best receiver. Darius Slayton is back. It is going to be a challenge for Jackson Dart to create, to make plays, and I'm excited to see it because if he does it down there, if he goes into that building and silences those fans, if he has an opening drive for a touchdown and beats the Eagles, like I'm not expecting 34 points again, but I am expecting a dogfight and a battle and a close one. I just think the Eagles are going to be better suited for it this time around. They're also going to have Landon Dickerson back, and I believe Brandon Graham, who unretired, is going to be active. I don't know how much of a threat he's going to be or how much he's going to play, but he's unretired and he's available, I believe. So here we go with the Giants versus Eagles down at the Link at 1 p.m. Jets-Bengals. The Jets aren't going to beat the Bengals. They're just not going to be able to stop a rested Bengals team in their building with a former quarterback that they could have probably had right now, that they used to have, Joe Flacco, who's just going to throw the ball to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins 50 times and then hand it off to Chase Brown. I just don't see it. I think the Bengals made the move to get Flacco knowing that they needed to win in this part of their schedule. And I really think all the shenanigans from Aaron Glenn this week, Woody Johnson first and foremost, and then Aaron Glenn, doesn't help the team. And the biggest thing is that the two guys that they gave the biggest contracts to, Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson, they're unavailable. So you're down, arguably, your two best players, definitely your best offensive threat, and then arguably your best player on defense, best player in your secondary, and you're going up against the Triple Crown winner, the best receiver in football. You need Sauce Gardner in a game like that to try to shut down as much as you can Jamar Chase. So I just think it's going to be a long day for them. I think they're going to be throwing the ball on them. And you know they can't score. I hope they can score a touchdown. But I really don't know. Is Tyrod starting? You guys get the idea that Tyrod Taylor's getting a start? He's day-to-day with the knee. But there's a part of me that's like, okay, because Woody threw Justin Fields under the bus, maybe Aaron Glenn wants to start Justin Fields because that's his guy. And you know, he's such a big man. Like, does he want to send a message that he makes the calls? I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's Tyrod or if it's Justin Fields. Their offense is nada. So, not too excited for that one. Once you go 0-8, it's like, bro, you're starting to reach historic territory. You're starting to reach tank for Tua, suck for luck. You know, we were taking some calls last night on the season's over for Mendoza. Don't score for Dante Moore. Like, that's where we're at with the New York Jets. 888-808-1019. Sean is in New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Sean?
Hey, Keith. How's it going, man? Great
It's going. Unpacking the whole suitcase of local sports and topics and whatnot.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, I've been to the last 3 Devils home games. I was also there at opening night, and I don't know, man. This time around, I know they have a lot of similar roster, not a lot of turnover from last season, but this team feels different. They're playing with a lot of confidence, even with their injured goalie right now. Jake Allen's been stepping up, and quite frankly, they just feel like they have a lot more experience. They're playing with a lot of confidence, and I don't know, man. Hey, listen, 7-game heater. They got a tough game against the Avalanche on Sunday, but I'm excited to see what this team does, and certainly the least talked about New York sports team right now that's trying to make some noise in their sport.
Not on my show. Every time I'm on, I mention them. I literally wore Devils gear this whole week just to kind of like, you know, make sure they see me on Instagram and Twitter. I was at opening night. Opening night was a lot of fun. And yeah, with Jacob Markstrom down, but the Devils did tweet out like a picture of Markey that like soon, like he's coming back soon. I don't know when, but it was only supposed to be a couple weeks, so he's on the mend. Cody Glass goes down, but these guys don't miss a beat. And if you're a Devils fan, which you are, and I am, and I have friends that are Devils fans, it's just this good feeling because of the way that last year ended. Obviously, with Jack being hurt and the team not making the playoffs, Sheldon Keefe's first year, it seems like I said, it's starting to take now. His identity, his message, his coaching, how he wants his team to play, and then obviously the continuity of having a lot of the same guys for years that know each other. They're looking like a wagon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like Jack and Nico maybe put a little weight on in the offseason. They're playing a little bit of a heavier game. They signed that Russian kid, Arseny Gritsyuk, young, 24 years old. He's been making an impact early on.
How about Luke tonight? How about Luke bugging out tonight, breaking his...
Luke has been looking pretty good. I know a lot of fans wanted Dougie Hamilton maybe traded in the offseason.
No.
He pulls through tonight. He's been carrying his weight of the load. And I don't know, there's just a little bit of click to this team. I feel like Carolina maybe presents some challenges for us still, but a lot of the other teams in the league right now, got to give a little bit of respect to the Devils as what the other team across the river likes to call the younger brother. They're certainly not playing like it right now. They got a lot of confidence on their team, man. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Yeah, whatever. There's a rivalry between the Rangers and the Devils, but the Rangers don't have a leg to stand on. The Devils owe the Rangers. I'd love to see the Devils sweep the Rangers this year. Little get back, little return serve, a little payback. 888-808-1019. And the game has gone final. So Lou, Chris, people that are trying to call in and talk about the World Series, Game 1 goes to Toronto. Game 1 is taken by the Blue Jays in dominant fashion. And they flashed this. Teams that swept the LCS have an 0-5 record. LCS sweep versus 7 games. So, wow. I did see that stat. So what they're saying is teams like the Dodgers, who swept their opponent in the championship series, they don't go on to win. But teams that have met them and have gone 7 games with less of a layoff, high-intensity matchups, it bodes well for them in the World Series. So here we go. The Blue Jays lead 1-0 in the 2025 World Series after defeating the Dodgers 11-4 in their building. And we got to take a break, but we will go right into the calls on baseball, Major League Baseball, World Series, Dodgers, and Blue Jays. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 2 a.m. Call me up. I'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia. Movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by.
We all must do our part to keep our roadways safe. When driving, look out for pedestrians. Slow down and keep a 4-foot distance while passing. Let's look out for each other. Safety is a shared responsibility. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Find excellence in every detail in a new Volvo. From Volvo Cars Ramsey. Now find excellent offers with your first lease payment waived. Lease a new 2025 Volvo XC60 B5 Plus all-wheel drive, $497 per month for 36 months at Volvo Cars Ramsey, where it's all about you. Call 833-853-2975 for lease details. MSRP $55,540. VIN S1015920. Loaner vehicle 5,193 miles, $3,700 down payment. Tax title registration extra 0 security deposit. Ends 10/31/25.
Michelin Winter Tires offer confidence in all types of winter conditions, and Town Fair Tire offers every long-lasting, fuel-efficient Michelin tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Michelin Winter Tires to keep you going for years to come. For the guaranteed best deal on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
It's football season. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Cars for Kids. The easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
Hey, it's Al Licata. Get your game on at Wing Creek Bethlehem. Play the hottest slots and table games, or go big in the poker room. Feel the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming. Try axe throwing or virtual golf. Dine at their classic steakhouse, chop house, or enjoy contemporary urban cuisine at Urban Table. Cap it off with cocktails and a stay at Wing Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wing Creek Casino-verse. Learn more at wingcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Man, oh man, what are you going to do if the Blue Jays win the World Series? Right back at it on the Fan in New York. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, talking about sports. 888-808-1019. Lou is in Astoria, first up on the Fan.
Keith, how are you? How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for calling.
Keith, in the World Series, I really don't really care who wins. But after seeing Guerrero Jr., even though I'm Dominican, and making fun of the Yankees with that, they're young, and John Sterling, the Yankees lose, I wanted the Dodgers just to beat the hell out of them for that reason only, okay? But other than that...
Found myself rooting for the Dodgers tonight, too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just want to see a good game, close game, every game. So you know what? Because my son is not watching because he's a Yankee fan, but I love baseball. I want to see great game going on. Another thought, if you don't mind, you don't have to elaborate on this. Today's topic on WFAN was about gambling, okay? And I just want to mention this, but you don't have to say anything because I don't know why the reason this thing was never mentioned. Michael Jordan is known for being a big-time gambler, okay? He even was in Atlanta City when we were playing our Knicks. And he broke night, okay? And then all of a sudden... Okay, you don't have to say anything. Like I said, nobody has taken the guts to say anything about this. His father gets killed, okay? Now, I'm not insinuating that there's something weird here where his father was gambling for the man, but why did he have to go play baseball, okay, when the commissioner of the NBA, Stern, did that? Is that a cover-up? Why would we never find out who killed his father? That was a high-profile case. You take care. You don't have to say anything about it.
Thanks for the call, Lou. I got to put my thinking cap on for that one. I'm not young anymore, but I was way too young to really know what was going on with all that. I've watched all the documentaries. I've read some books. I don't have to say anything, but I'm not going down that lane of the conspiracy theory with all of that. I'm picking up what you're putting down, though. I get it. I thought you were going to talk about Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups, and of course the theme today on WFAN would be gambling because that story broke yesterday, and we've got all of this information rolling out now, and all the hosts had to react to it. I reacted to it last night, but I kept it brief. This is nothing new. This is going on forever. And I know people want to try and connect dots to us all having gambling apps in our phone. It's different if you are a professional athlete, former athlete, coach, and you're doing these things. And these are separate things. You know, if you want to talk about the card game stuff with Chauncey Billups, whatever. I mean, if he was in on it, he's going to do some time. He's going to pay for the crime and piss his coaching career away, whatever. These guys are gamblers. They risk their careers taking this kind of risk. I don't feel sorry for them at all. They knew what they were doing. Dumb if they thought they weren't going to get caught. Terry Rozier, another one. He got flagged last year. Dumb if you think. I remember saying to people around 2017, 2018, with the advancements in technology, how we all have these phones, you don't really even know how much is recorded, watched, documented. You can't lie about anything. You can't sneak anything. You can't get away with anything now. Not in modern day time. It's not the 60s, 70s. Bro, what? They know everything, and they can trace everything. So do right. 888-808-1019. But what you were saying about the World Series, after that first inning or that second inning where the Dodgers scored, I was like, all right, let's go. And I'm like, what am I doing? And then even when, Snell had some guys on base and then worked out of a jam, I found myself rooting for the Dodgers. And I'm like, I guess that settles it, huh? The lesser of two evils for me, and I am a Yankee fan, clearly, if you've ever heard me, if you know anything about me, I'm a Yankee fan. I'm a Yankee fan, not of a certain age to have ever seen a Don Mattingly at bat. So Don Mattingly winning a ring for me does nothing. I won't, there's no warmth in my heart. There's no closure for me if Don Mattingly, the bench coach, he's not playing first base, wins a ring with Toronto. He's 3 wins away. But for me, right, the lesser of two evils here is also, it came down to the future versus the past. And follow me here. There is a future that we will have to live with as Yankee fans if our division rival, who had the tiebreaker against us that won them the division this year, right? And who knows if the Yankees would have won one more game, but they weren't so cavalier and arrogant all year, as they always are, with doing things like playing a hurt Anthony Volpe, playing DJ LeMahieu just to squeeze out a little return on investment, putting Devin Williams out there to blow 9 games. If they just did things a little differently, if they had more urgency in the summer during their June Boone swoon, which carried on into July, then maybe we don't live in this future that we're walking into where the Dodgers do what the Yankees couldn't do last year, which is or the Blue Jays, do what the Yankees couldn't do last year, which is go and beat the Dodgers. Because Yankee fans will tell you, the run differential last year, we could have beat the Dodgers. But you know what? It also goes back to the little stupid decisions that the Yankees made and the scouting report on this Yankees team from last year. Like, I'd rather root for the Dodgers to go back-to-back and be the first team to go back-to-back since the Yankees did it in 99, 2000, and start to erase some of that history, which actually can't be erased because they three-peated. So if we would go into next year and saying, the Dodgers got a three-peat to match that. I'd rather see the Dodgers win it again. I already dealt with that from last year to this year, than to live in the reality of the Toronto Blue Jays winning the World Series, finishing the job that the Yankees couldn't do in a year where they smacked the Yankees, and the Yankees should have won the division, had the same amount of wins as them, but were so cavalier throughout the season. Like, this is how modern-day baseball unfolds. 888-808-1019. You win. You have the best record. You get that bye. It helps. I mean, for all we know, the Blue Jays could have stubbed their toe against Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox. You know? The Yankees, cavalier again, lit 2 games on fire in the DS. We don't need them. You need one. You got to go into their building and take one of those games. After you didn't care about the first one, you got to have a little bit more care with the second one. So, listen, folks, like, it's not all about the Yankees, but it is if you're a Yankee fan and you wear Yankee glasses like I do. I wouldn't be a baseball fan if I wasn't a Yankee fan. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know how to root for the Mets or for the General League. Like, I don't care. I'm not like that. Like, I don't know how people I love baseball. I'll just watch anybody. Like, I'm a Yankee fan. I see the league through that lens. And your division rival going on to win the World Series and knock off the team that you couldn't beat, like, having to live with that. You go to Toronto next year and there's a 2026 World Series champion banner. When you think about your drought and you think about their drought and them actually spending the money and fielding a team and putting a team together to actually go and win a chip and have a parade in Toronto before you can. Ew. Let's go to Somerville and talk to Chris on the Fan next. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Keith, what's going on? I'm with my buddy, Bourbon Legend here. And I'm just wondering, as a lifelong Yankees fan, I know you kind of referenced Don Mattingly earlier. How do you reconcile being a lifelong Yankees fan with Don Mattingly being my boyhood idol and not wanting the Blue Jays to win, but not exactly wanting the Dodgers to win either? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I met Donnie. I was starstruck when I met him, and I'm not really that starstruck when I meet these players, but that was the first time I ever saw him. I wear his jersey, and he is the player that I always say out of all these players, like,
I'm not ever thinking about watching, Mickey Mantle. I'm not ever thinking about watching Joe DiMaggio, but I just miss Donnie. So he's like that one player that I was like, I wish I was a little bit older to have seen, the end of his career and how he went out. So there's no reconciling for me. I'm just being honest. And there are a lot of younger Yankee fans than me that they don't care about Donnie getting a ring. They're not thinking about that at all. They're thinking about the Toronto Blue Jays are our division rival. They mocked us. They're Buck Martinez, their TV announcer, said we're not a good team. They called the Yankees out for, stealing signs. George Springer already, with the Astros, cheated the Yankees out of one. And if he wins one again, that looms larger than this one's for Don.
But, the Dodgers did the same thing at the end of the World Series last year. They mocked us the same way that the Blue Jays did this year. What's the difference?
The difference is they spend all the money. They are the modern-day evil empire. I'd rather see them go back-to-back and all of baseball cry about it than this nice little story that, Don Mattingly, gets to ride off into the sunset and good for Toronto and the Blue Jays. It's been since 92, 93, since they went back-to-back. I'm not rooting for Toronto at all. I don't know how anybody roots for their division rivals for any reason. And shout out to Bourbon Legend. Appreciate you guys for calling. 888-808-1019. And hey, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm giving you my take. I'm giving you my thoughts. I'm giving you my opinion. I've never rooted for the Toronto Blue Jays. I never will. I don't care if Don Mattingly is. That doesn't do anything for me. Somebody said online, "You're not rooting for Donnie." I said, "When does he hit? He's got an at bat coming up. Let me know when he steps in the batter's box, bro. He's a coach on the team." I'm not rooting for anybody as a coach. I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I'd much rather see the Dodgers go back to back and just ruin baseball. I'd rather see the Dodgers be the World Series champions back to back years because I've already been living in that. I'd rather see the Dodgers knock off the Blue Jays because the Blue Jays have gone out of their way for years to talk about the Yankees. Blue Jays fans, they don't hate the Red Sox as much as they hate the Yankees or the Orioles. It's always focused on the Yankees. So the Yankees are in a 16-year drought, and during that drought, you've seen the Red Sox get it done. You've seen Tampa get there but not get it done. If Toronto is there now, if Toronto wins it, that sucks. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow. That hangs over the Yankees' head. Will it make the Yankees move differently? Will it make the Yankees front office wake up? Will it make Brian Cashman lose any sleep? No, because they think they're the smartest guys in the room anyway, and they'll chalk it up to, hey, well, last year we were knocked out by the Dodgers. They won it. This year we were knocked out by the eventual champs. The Blue Jays, they won it. Moose is in Jamaica on the fan. Go for it, Moose.
Yeah, Keith, what it do?
Here.
Not trolling you, but I'm going to try to do this after every World Series game and quote the beef in question. I was running through the six with my woes, but
Drake was there. I saw Drake post his nice chain and big sixer. It was Drake's birthday, October's very own.
Yes,
Drake was there.
Yes. So that being said, I have only one rooting interest in this World Series, and it's not what you think. I'm rooting for whatever team who wins this matchup to settle the beef between Drake and Kendrick. That's my only rooting interest.
Oh, it's a forever beef. You'll never see them do anything together. It's a forever beef.
On the real, like talking sports and not entertainment. Blue Jays, they battled not the best Dodgers starter, obviously. Or I guess he's been consistent, and he's a very good postseason pitcher, Blake Snell.
Yeah, I mean, to win Game 1 with who they threw, Trey Yesavage, a 22-year-old who started in A-ball this year, and win that game 11-4, that Blake Snell pitch, they're feeling pretty good about that.
And what did everybody say on the broadcast, and everybody knew coming in? Get to the Dodgers' pen.
Yep, that's their Achilles heel. If they have one, it's the bullpen.
On fire, Keith. They set it on fire and let that bleeping burn. Crazy. Thanks for taking my call.
Moose, you're a Yankee fan, and you sound too enthused by what you saw the Blue Jays do to the Dodgers. I don't get it. I don't get it now. That's crazy. You guys would not be rooting for the Red Sox like this. I would hope. Now we have Yankee fans coping. And the way that they're coping is by saying, this one's for Don Mattingly. All right. The way they're coping is, the Dodgers beat us and mocked us last year. I want to see them go down. To the Seattle Mariners, yeah, that'd be fine. Steve is in Valley Stream on the Fan. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's up, Keith, man? First, I called you when you just came on, man, and I'm always listening to you, bro.
Thank you.
But check it out, man. This is one little point I got, one little bit about the gambling stuff, man. I with that guy who called about Michael Jordan a little bit because people may want to make it look, this been going on for a while. But back to my Yankees right now, right? I don't know if I can root for even these guys troll us, bro. When they beat us, man, they troll us.
They pop champagne in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah,
the first song they hit was Frank Sinatra. They say the Yankees lose on national television. They do mock us and troll us. I can't root for that.
I can't even root for the Blue Jays either that way. I rather, because Danny, you said about Danny baseball, right? I rather see Danny win something, man. Still, because I have no dog in the fight here. I can't even watch the games, bro. I love baseball. I'm a Yankee fan, like I said. I'm a lifer, Yankee. But I can't even watch. I didn't even watch a game tonight, man.
Yeah, because it makes you sick. It's two teams that you don't want to see prosper. One of them is gonna win it all, though. Thanks for the call, Steve. Appreciate you calling into my show. And the whole Jordan thing. I don't know, man. I just think that's kind of erroneous. I don't really have any comments on that. Shout out to Jordan, though, jumping on the Peacock NBC broadcast, getting back into the television screens. It's already 12. I have to take a break. 888-808-1019. The Knicks are on the table. The Nets are on the table. The Devils are on the table. Of course, now we're talking about the World Series, Blue Jays versus Dodgers, and it's a football Saturday when we come back. Don't go anywhere. BRB.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
When it comes down to finding the lowest price on Michelin winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tires' guaranteed lowest price. And when it comes to free services, nobody gives you more free services on your Michelin winter tires than Town Fair Tire. So why look for Michelin winter tires anywhere but Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed best deals? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabinet Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Huddle up with BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this college football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, live betting, or bet on new markets thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of college football offers found nowhere else. And keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. When it comes to college football, never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Promotions may vary by market. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at midnight. I'm Connor Green, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. It's also brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. The Knicks beat the Celtics in last year's Eastern Conference semifinals, and things were no different last night with new head coach Mike Brown at the helm.
White defending Brunson, screen from Towns. Knicks using clock, 9 to shoot. Into the trusted hands of Brunson. Switch over Hauser. He's got it.
Iron Eagle on the call on Amazon Prime. The Knicks topped the Celtics 105-95 at the Garden. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 31 points. Great night from Karl Anthony Towns as well. He had a double-double with 26 points and 13 rebounds. The Knicks now off to a 2-0 start to the year. Next up, a meeting with the Heat on Sunday. Over to the World Series, the Dodgers took an early 2-0 lead. The Blue Jays tied it on a 2-run homer from Dalton Varsho. And then Addison Barger broke it open and made history in the process.
Swing and a high fly ball, right center field. Hernandez back on the track. Gone! A grand slam! Addison Barger!
Audio courtesy of the Blue Jays Radio Network. Addison Barger with the first pinch hit grand slam in World Series history. The Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 11-4 in Game 1. To football, Jets head coach Aaron Glenn still is not named a starting quarterback for Sunday's game as they try for their first win against the Bengals. Giants head coach Brian Dable was fined $100,000 for conduct detrimental to the league after violating concussion protocol 2 weeks ago against the Eagles. Running back Cam Scatterby was also fined $15,000 after entering the medical tent while Jackson Dart was being evaluated. In Brooklyn, the Nets fell to the Cavs 131-124, and on the ice, the Devils topped the Sharks 3-1. They're now 7-1 on the year. It's 53 degrees with clear skies in Central Park. I'm Connor Green.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Good morning, good morning. We're in there. It's Saturday, October 25th. This month is almost over. We're about to be at Halloween, and then next thing you know, it's Thanksgiving, then it's Christmas, and then it's New Year's, and then we're into 2026, man. Keith McPherson on the Fan, talking sports. Watching the post game on Fox with Derek Jeter, A-Rod, Big Sloppy. And yeah, they're just putting up all the stats. Like the winner of game 1 has a 63% chance of winning. They already put up the stat about teams that sweep in the championship series versus teams that go 7 games. The team that goes 7 games always wins. I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Dodgers got to bounce back tomorrow. Let's see if the Dodgers are so cavalier in game 2 in the Rogers Center like your New York Yankees were. I bet you they're not. I bet you they come out with a little bit more urgency. I bet you they come out with a little more fight after spending the night, thinking about this one. After spending the night in Canada thinking about, wow, we didn't have enough. It's Yoshinobu Yamamoto versus Kevin Gossman, 8 p.m. tonight on Fox. Anyway, Knicks fans are calling the line. I don't think I've taken one Nets call, and you don't have to call. I understand if you're a Nets fan, you're probably already in bed. You watch them try and fight and come back, and whatever, they lost. I do want to get the conversation rolling around the NFL. I think what we'll do after the next break, we'll play my Week 8 wrap, and then I'll give you my thoughts on the Jets and the Giants, and then I'll also look at the Week 8 slate. There are some good games, some good matchups, and now we're in the thick of it. For your fantasy team, for your parlays, for your playoff hopes. Not here in New York. Neither team are going to playoffs, but, 888-808-1019. Before we get to the Knicks calls, I saw that the Knicks are giving out to their player of the game or their defensive player of the game a hard hat and Tim's. Like, this New York Knicks team, they are leaning in to New York and the culture. Yeah, so if you look at the Strickland on Twitter, the Strickland has a picture of OG Anunoby and Jordan Clarkson in the locker room. Or no, it's not OG. Who is this? Maybe that's Yabusele. I don't know who the hell that is underneath the hard hat and the Timbs. But yes. Yeah, no, it was OG. So it's two pictures. OG got the award on Wednesday. Clarkson got the award last night. So the defensive player of the game gets a hard hat and a pair of Timbs as their locker room celebration. You can see Mitchell Robinson in the back, all smiles. I'm telling you, man, this Knicks team, they are deep. They are buying in. They are gelling. They are going to get better. And they are going to be hard for anybody in the East to stop. It's going to be interesting to see when they go out west and match up with some of those teams out west. But if you're a Knicks fan, so far, so good to kick off this dream season that you're hoping ends with the trip to the NBA Finals. Evan out on Long Island, you're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Keith? Thanks for taking my call. Big fan of the show. Lifetime Knicks fan. Diehard Knicks fan. I am psyched about this season so far. I know we're only 2 games in. Not trying to get ahead of myself, but I'm just loving what I'm seeing so far. You know, this bench rotation, the minutes distribution. It just seems like everyone's getting in, getting their hands on the ball. Everything's not falling on the starters like last year. They're not getting run into the ground. It's just, I feel just different so far. So I'm just want to get your thoughts on what you're seeing, and I'll hang up and let you respond.
Thanks for the call, Evan. Yeah, don't let anybody tell you either, because there was a lot of that too, and I hate this, man. I mean, hosts do it here, but people love to do it. They just want to counter everything. They just try so hard to go against. Oh, it's not different. No, it is different. Oh, what are you getting all excited about? It's 1 game. What are you getting all excited about? It's 2 games. What? It's coming off of the last 2-3 years. Every year they took a step forward. Every year they changed the team. Now this is the most drastic change because you have changed the head coach and you have completely changed the bench. 888-808-1019. Still taking calls on the Knicks. If you ask me, I think they're equipped. But it's a long journey. It's a long road. It's October 25th. We will check back when it's December 25th, right? Everybody always says Christmas is when you really, start the NBA season. But if they stay healthy, they have a ton of experience, a ton of talent, and a team that should be able to match up with anybody. And they don't have to match up with the entire West. They just got to get through the East, and the East is down this year. It's like the stars have aligned for the New York Knicks. They're playing with pace. They're trying to figure out, they're turning the ball over, yeah. They're missing a lot of shots, yeah, but they're still winning the game by 10. They're still having a quarter where they absolutely outplay the Celtics. They put the clamps on them defensively. They win the second quarter 42-14. So, against 2 rivals, against 2 teams that last year were, expected to be better than the Knicks, the last team standing, right? The Cavaliers and the Celtics. I know neither one is what they were, but to get a win against them, to get on the floor and see how your new scheme, your new system looks against them, all good. Very good. I was just talking to Connor, I forget when it was, maybe 2 or 3 shows ago. I had a caller, was a diehard Nets fan, I guess trying to get me to die harder on the Nets. I'm a Nets fan. They had some good runs. Good, not great. But not right now. Now is not the time, yo. And what I was saying to Connor is some Nets fans I talk to, they're like, oh, you gotta be our representation on the fan. No, I don't. I got to keep it a bean. I got to keep it a buck. I got to tell the truth. This mic tells the truth. I don't have any shtick. I don't make stuff up. I don't lie. Right now, it is quiet season for the Brooklyn Nets. Right now, it's extremely loud for the New York Knicks. The Nets had their time, right? About 2019 to 2022. They had their opportunity. They had the clean sweep, right? They got KD, they got Kyrie, they got DeAndre Jordan. But then after that, they got Harden. And they added like LaMarcus Aldridge and Blake Griffin and Paul Millsap. They had their opportunity to run the city, to run the table, to get to the championship. They came up short. The Bucks won the championship that year. And then they were swept. They were swept out of the playoffs. And then they blew the whole thing up. So now you wait. If you're a Nets fan, lay low. Now you wait. If you're a Nets fan, it's going to take a while, right? They had a little window where if they were able to potentially get to a championship, win a championship, they might have been able to swing the 5-10% of fans in the city to 20. Maybe it'd be 80% to 20 right now. But the Knicks have been here forever. The Nets have moved around from New York to New Jersey to Brooklyn, Long Island, Newark, East Rutherford, Teaneck. Like, it is not healthy for your fans when the organization goes through that much change and turnover. And that's all the Nets do. Even like there's so many different people working for the Nets. There's so many different, they just keep changing the arena. They just keep changing different things. There's no consistency. There's no continuity. So I'm not dying hard on the Nets. And I also said to Connor, back when I was doing Talking Nets under John Boy, and I was really trying to fire up some Nets fans and going to games and watching with the Block and the Brooklyn Brigade, like we were building. They destroyed everything that fans were building. There ain't no money to get with content creators doing Nets podcasts, doing Nets vlogs, Nets content now. All that money's going to the Knicks. All the influencer marketing dollars, all the advertisers, they want the Knicks fans to go. They're putting Knicks fans in the building. It's quiet for the Nets, bro. I'm telling you the truth. Maybe they win their 20 games to hit the over this year. Maybe they don't. But there's a lot of Nets fans leaning on the tankathon. We're going to tank. We're going to tank again. Okay, how'd that work out last year? One, do you trust the Brooklyn Nets wherever they're picking to make the right pick? I don't know, based off this year. Don't get me wrong, though. Yegor Demon, I like the way he shoots the ball. I think you can work with that kid. I think he's going to be something. But I don't trust the Brooklyn Nets to tank properly. I don't trust the Brooklyn Nets to rebuild properly. I think they are going to be a bottom feeder team for the next few years. It's going to be a long time until the Barclays Center is rocking. That building belongs to your New York Liberty. 888-808-1019. I'm glad I have the Devils. Back when I was doing the podcast, we started Talking Nets at John Boy 2019. I remember Kyrie came out, had that like ridiculous opening night. Was that against the Timberwolves? KD wasn't playing yet. And when you think about all the nonsense that went on from COVID and the vaccination and James Harden, forced his way here, but then didn't want to play. And, KD so soft. As soon as things went left, he signed his extension, but he had to get out of Dodge too. Oh, I don't know who my teammates are going to be. Bro, you're KD. You're the most important teammate. It doesn't matter who's around you. Yeah, back then I wasn't watching hockey. I wasn't going to Prudential Center. I didn't have any Devils gear. Now I do. So it's a quick switcheroo. It's not hard for me to just switch my winter team or like the pecking order of, I'm a Nets fan, but like I didn't go to opening night tonight. I was at opening night for the Devils last week. Anywho, people want to talk World Series. People want to talk baseball. When do they not? This is the fan in New York. In the chat, I was like, you notice there hasn't been any Mets talk for real for weeks on the fan. But because it's the Dodgers versus the Blue Jays, there's a direct correlation to the Yankees. The Dodgers did knock off the Mets last year. But unfortunately, right, the Mets went out and got Juan Soto and thought that they would be, able to go see the Dodgers, compete with the Dodgers. They didn't even get into the dance. It's easier to look at this World Series and the matchup and draw correlations to the New York Yankees. Connect the dots to, hey, well, this is the team that the Yankees lost to in the World Series last year. Also, this modern-day Dodgers team gets talked about with what the Yankees were in the late 90s, early 2000s all the time. And then the Blue Jays, of course, division rival that for years was telling us, hey, this is just the movie or this is just the trailer. You wait for the movie. Well, they finally got to the movie. And if you ask me, I think they were aided by the Yankees' own lack of urgency, their country club mentality, laissez-faire, the culture that they established for these guys. Oh, it's okay, Judgy. It's okay, Wellesley. It's okay. It's okay. We'll get them next time. It's all right in front of us. Don't worry about it, guys. Can get swept by the Miami Marlins. Joel is in California on the fan. What's up, man?
What's up, Keith? Much love. Wanted to thank you for last season when you were answering my texts on Instagram about them Dodgers going over to Yankee Stadium. I was actually there at the game. Just wanted to weigh in on that. Right here in California, I'm sure there's a million Yankee fans out here, and we don't want the Dodgers to win. I know the Blue Jays knocked us out, but I prefer to see them win this year than the Dodgers.
Because of the pain of last year? Because that hurt last year? There's no, I don't know. I mean, I guess because I guess you guys on the West Side, you don't want to live in that Dodgers parade and merch and back-to-back years. Yeah, I can understand that. My guy Jonathan calls from Los Angeles all the time, and like his kids got to go to school as a Yankees fan with a bunch of Dodgers fans. Like, you know, that's another long-ass year, back-to-back 2 years if the Dodgers win. That parade is probably even crazier if the Dodgers win. Definitely now that they went down one, like if they rip off 3 wins in a row here, doubtful. But no, I hear you. Everybody's got their own reasoning. Everybody's got their own thoughts and feelings towards this. I can only share mine and listen to you guys. Thanks for the call, man. And yeah, I don't remember the DM, but I'm about to close my DMs, bro. The DMs, like I had my DMs closed for years. I opened them up, and then there's just some people that they don't get the hint. They just send a DM every hour. So my like Instagram DMs is like quicksand. I'm like, I can't. I end up deleting them all. Email me. Like, send me an email if you really want to get to me, man. The DMs is OD, bro. Like, my own wife doesn't hit me up as much as some people do on the internet, you know? Like, my own wife, I work nights, so I don't see her as much. But she just knows what time it is. I know where you are. I know what you're doing. I see you when I see you. We are 2 ships passing in the night. Like, my wife will get up in the morning, I'm sleeping. But then my son will start tweaking, so I'll get out of bed to wrestle him, put him in a headlock. Hey, you be good to your mother. And then I'll go lay back down. My wife will go to work all day. My wife will never text me during her work day because she's got to grind. I'll check in on her. But if I check my DM, there's a random dude that sent me 5 different memes. John is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, John?
It's Positive Johnny.
Positive Johnny. We got to bang the drum of positivity.
You get that right, brother. I hate the Dodgers with a passion.
Don't we all?
I'm from Brooklyn, man.
Oh, take it back to the history. They left.
Yeah, you got that right.
For greener pastures.
Yeah, screw that, man. They should have stayed here. They wanted to build a stadium for them in Queens, and O'Malley said, Queens ain't Brooklyn.
Correct.
Brooklyn had a million places they could have put a baseball stadium.
For sure. Back then, definitely.
I hate them with a passion. I'm a Mets fan. I hate that we lost to them in that 7-game series when Doc Gooden bit the bit. And, I really, really despise the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, then you had to have some fun tonight watching them lose.
I don't like the Yankees either, of course.
They're probably the 2 most hated teams in baseball, Yankees and Dodgers.
What's that?
Probably
the most hated.
The 2 most hated teams in baseball. Thanks for the call, John. Yeah, if you go back in history, right? Yankees and New York Yankees versus Brooklyn Dodgers. Can't root for the Dodgers. No, can't root for the Blue Jays, bro. The team that you face all the time. Can't root for the Blue Jays, bro. The team that is about to attempt to do what you couldn't. Yankees could have taken Game 1 of the World Series last year. Oh, we opening up old wounds. Let's go to Chris in Freeport on the fan next. What's up, Chris?
Keith, my man, I love your show.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, brother. So last week I was the biggest Mariners fan in the world. As
so
a
was I.
fan.
I was wearing anything I had that was like teal, or I even went out there for All-Star, so I was rocking that stuff.
This week I would have been if they could have pulled it out, but my dad always my whole life he said, you got to root for the team that beat you because then you got beat by the best.
and I never understood it until they faced the Dodgers. And now I'm rooting for I want to get beat by the best in this scenario because the Dodgers, man.
Understood.
I feel like the only difference between, the Yankees, they say, we bought all the stars and years and years and years. There was no deferred money. There was no loopholes and all this. If there was ever an evil empire, I think it's the Dodgers.
By far. Thanks for the call, Chris. It's different. It's just like evil empire. Like they are not able to do what they're doing without so many factors that only apply to them. Ohtani chose them. Like Ohtani was with the Angels first, and he got a front row seat for 6 years at the better organization. So once he recognized the errors in his ways, he decided, okay, I'm going to go to you guys. You guys win, and I want to win. I'm 2 players in one. My contract hitting free agency is ridiculous. You know it, I know it. Let's defer 80% of it. And then once I do that, as the best player in the game, the unicorn in the game, a DH and an ace, that will set the precedent for others to come here and take less money. Or at least take less money up front, defer it. And you know what? These players are already rich. They already have millions at this point, right? They're deferring that money for their kids. They're deferring that money for when they're old men. It's actually not a bad idea. Step in the Guggenheim partners, private equity firms, banking, business, investments. They know exactly what to do. Let us set you up, Blake Snell, right this way. Wouldn't you like to live in sunny California? I love LA. Yeah, like they can do this in a different kind of way than anybody else. Oh, here comes Yamamoto after the World Baseball Classic following Ohtani. And then the next year, Roki Sasaki. It's a pipeline. The best Japanese players going right to the Dodgers. Oh, the Atlanta Braves want to mess around with Freddie Freeman? You don't want to pay that man his money after he wins the World Series? One of the best hitters in the game? One of the best first basemen in the game? Dodgers will scoop him up. Dodgers scoop everybody up. Before that, Mookie Betts. Red Sox, silly rabbits. Win a World Series with Mookie Betts? You don't want to pay that man? Chaim Bloom getting too creative? We'll take him. Win a couple World Series with him? Not a problem. No problem. Teoscar Hernandez, former Blue Jay, former Mariner, floated around. Teoscar the Grouch, when he plays against the Yankees. Yeah, they took a one-year flyer on him. Nobody wanted the guy, huh? He balled out for them last year. He's with them now. Oh, Kike Hernandez. Kike Hernandez, who's, he drove in the first couple runs, I believe. At least the first run, I think. Postseason proven. They keep him around, They go get Tyler Glass now. They go get, I know Blake Trinan and Tanner Scott and some of the other guys in their bullpen aren't really as heralded as they once were, but they have a ton of talent, man. Tommy Edman, they go trade for. He defers money. Tommy Edman doesn't need any deferrals in his contract. Pay that man all of his money right now. Yeah, they're a deep team, and they've got the game figured out, but now they're in a hole, and now they've got to wake up and be the almighty Dodgers. And there are a lot of folks rooting against them because they look at them as the modern-day evil empire. They're ruining baseball, and so they want to see Toronto win as if Toronto's some poverty franchise. They're not. I think they have the 5th highest payroll. The Mets are 1. The Dodgers are 2. The Yankees are 3. Phillies 4. Toronto is 5. They offered more money to Juan Soto than anyone, so we've heard. They were the only one with interest in Pete Alonso because they have money to blow. They've been trying to get people to take that money forever. They signed Anthony Santander. They signed Chris Bassett. They signed Max Scherzer because they have money to light on fire. And then he comes up big for them in the ALCS. So I don't know, man. I don't want to live in this world where the Blue Jays get it done and figure it out before the Yankees, and we go into next season, and it's like now that's hanging over the Yankees' head as well. 888-808-1019. But I might be done. I might be done with baseball. I think I'm just gonna be a hockey guy.
I'm just going to really start to dive into puck. I've been following more accounts. I found some guys on YouTube. There's like hockey's a sport where there are a lot of like smart hockey guys that teach it. There are a lot of guys that break it down. And I'm like, well, damn, like in the last couple of years, I'm really learning the ins and outs. I'm intrigued. Would have never saw this coming. I didn't grow up watching hockey, but now the Yankees going to suck and the Yankees going to be in a drought, the longest drought in franchise history. If the Brooklyn Nets are going to rebuild and probably be in that long of a drought, they've never won anything, but they might be rebuilding until the Yankees win their next World Series. You can find me at The Rock with the New Jersey Devils. Woo! Harold is in the Bronx with us on the Fan next. What's up, Harold?
What's up, Keith?
What up?
Yeah, I'm Nets fan number 8 out of 20.
Okay, I forget what number they stamp me with, but it ain't many of us.
I wish you were a Jets fan because I'm a Yankees, Nets, and Jets fan. We would be identical.
I used to go to Jets games, bro, because they used to the tickets used to be so cheap. Like I remember going to a Monday night game, Jets hosting the Dolphins when Geno Smith was the quarterback. It was like a rainy night, and the tickets were like $18, and we were at 100 level.
That's crazy.
But I couldn't root for them. I'm glad I didn't make that mistake. I quit on the Dallas Cowboys. I would have quit on the Jets years ago.
Yeah, I'm an anomaly, as they say. No, man, I was just going to talk about the Nets. You pretty much touched a lot of the points because you were just talking about the Nets that whole segment.
Yeah.
But I was just going to ask you what you think about Jordy trying to bring some positivity. I know we're not going to be good for a little bit, but
I think we have a coach. I will say that.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, after we lost Kenny Atkinson, I was a Kenny guy. And, like, look at Kenny now with the Cavs. Like, I thought Kenny was a good coach. It's funny. Kenny was talking about how ass Joey Buckets was when he came in. He was saying, like, is this guy going to be able to play in the league? And, like, he worked with a lot of those guys. He developed those guys. Look at Jared Allen tonight. Like, Jared Allen he worked with, and now Jared Allen is with him in Cleveland. But then they went from him to Steve Nash, and I knew at the time, okay, it's a splash hire. Now what is Steve Nash doing? If you watch the Knicks game tonight, when the game ends, he's on the panel with Blake Griffin. He's an analyst. This guy was coaching the Brooklyn Nets when they had their best players. Mistake. Jacques Vaughn. Mistake. You know, they were supposed to have Ime Udoka. Ime was on the bench for the Nets for years. Never happened with him. Yeah. So now at least I'll say that, Harold. I do like Jordy. I think he's got the right headset, like the right mindset, the right, he knows. He knows where we're at. He knows what needs to happen. He's going to coach these guys up, but he can only work with what he has. And in this NBA, you need star players, not half stars, not young guys, not role, not all a bunch of role players and developmental guys. Like, you can't compete in this league unless you have 2 stars for real. So until they have those 2 stars and the supporting cast around them, it's going to be a while. And most likely, they're not going to blow this thing up like they did in the past because they've learned from it, right? They're not going to mortgage their future again to trade for an aging star. They have to draft the next superstar. And I guess if they're tanking this year, let's hope it's 2026. Let's hope it's in June of 2026.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go Nets always, though.
No, let's go Nets always. Thanks for the call. And let me say this before we go to break. Nets fans, when we did have our little bit of motion, were always punching up against the Knicks. Even when the Nets ripped off 8 wins in a row, even when Cam Thomas was killing the Knicks in the Garden, even when, KD was, basically saying the Knicks are lame, nobody want to be a Knick, and Brooklyn, and then he even started calling Barclays Center the Clays, and kind of like a play off the Garden. It never felt like it was long-lasting, Like, to me, at least, I knew it was short-lived. You feel me? I'm like, I had a take a while ago where I was telling y'all that the Nets are partly responsible for the Knicks that you see now. Because the existence of the Brooklyn Nets in this city going to the playoffs, the Knicks being bums and not making the playoffs, and even if it's just a round, having a team in town that is hosting a round of the NBA playoffs, like, people were going there. That's money. That's revenue. That's eyes. That's ears. That's attention. But not enough to trump, 100 years of fandom that's passed down through families in all 5 boroughs and beyond. So, like, the Nets, we were always, as fans, punching up. I mean, we used to run y'all when we were in Jersey, but that, that's another thing. They took the team out of Jersey. They lost a ton of fans that are across the Hudson River that aren't going to Barclays Center. So right now is the Knicks' time. It might not be forever, but I got kind of a feeling that, like, it will be because James Dolan, Leon Rose, however long these guys are alive, like, it's a lot better, more lucrative, more profitable when the team is good, right? And I feel like the Nets kind of pose like a small threat for a while where it's like, okay, yeah, you need to field a better team, and they have. And I don't think they're going anywhere for a little while. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 2 a.m. When we come back, I will play my Week 8 NFL wrap, and I will start looking at the Week 8 slate, and we'll get into Jackson Dart versus Jalen Carter. We'll get into Tyrod Taylor versus Trey Erickson. I don't know. KM to AM returns right after this.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lenseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
94.7 The Block and our sister station 101.9 WFAN present the quickest New York football preview with WFAN weekday evening host Keith McPherson.
Okay, it's week 8. Be great or be 8. I-95 down the Philadelphia freeway. Rematch. Giants versus Eagles this time down in PA. The champs are looking for revenge. BTA. Can Jackson Dart do it again like a replay? Scatterboo. Gotta move. Whoever's in D-Way. Jalen Carter's back looking for the SACK. Take Philly at home to come out balling like VJ. The first win for the Jets is on a delay. The Bengals just got some extra rest for like 3 days. Now Woody Johnson made Aaron Glenn's job harder. He says he hugs him every day like a good father. I think the owner's saying less would be a lot smarter. We don't know which QB is gonna be the starter. And it doesn't matter. Going 0-8 with way too much chatter. This franchise couldn't be any sadder. Joe Flacco beats his former team. What a disaster. Now on to the Commanders. DC fans better lower their standards. Monday night will be a movie. Mahomes the main actor. Another loss without Jaden Daniels, the main factor. Bam, 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 bam. Perfect. Another one. I don't know. That's just something I do on Friday morning. I wake up. I got to write a rap. Got to record a rap about football and send it to Skip over at 94.7 The Block. I've been doing this now for a season and a half. I think I'm getting the hang of it. 888-808-1019. That's how we'll open our football conversation for week 8. And I'll take from some of the things that I rapped about, you know. This rematch in Philadelphia is going to look different. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news. When the Giants caught the Eagles the first time around, the Eagles were coming off of that loss to the Broncos. And not for nothing, you know, a short week after taking your first L, and like, if you were paying attention to the Eagles, man, the Eagles had like they had that win against the Rams was like a miracle win. They had a close win against the Chiefs. Like, they had some quality wins. But then they lose to the Broncos after they thought they had the game in the bag. They were up in their own building 17-3, and they lost that game. Now, that's another thing. They haven't been that great in their building. When you go back and look at the Cowboys, who I believe could have beat them if it wasn't for the weather delay and some other factors, the Cowboys moved the ball on them. But I just feel like Thursday night football, short week, always benefits the home team, even if it is the Eagles just driving up the turnpike. And Jalen Carter was out. Quinyon Mitchell was out. I've been saying this all week. Those are two of their best young players on defense. Like, top draft picks that make a huge difference. Jalen Carter cannot be stopped in the middle of the field on the line of scrimmage. And Quinyon Mitchell can strap up anybody out there as the corner. And I'm trying to think about there's no Malik Neighbors. So he's taking somebody away, whether it's, you know, Slayton or Bo Collins or Lil Jordan Humphrey. I don't think he's going to be on Wandell. Wandell will be in the slot. But, like, as much as we hear everybody singing the praise of Jackson Dart and kind of leaving out all of the bad. Like, this is a spot where, like, if he's not perfect, like, some of the bad will show. And I feel like there's a battery in the back of Philadelphia to get right. I feel like they don't want to be swept by the Giants. When the Giants beat them on Thursday Night Football, I follow a lot of content creators, and Philly has a lot of people. They were disgusted. It also was coupled with the same night that the Dodgers beat the Phillies. And, it was just a bad night for Philly. Opening night for the Flyers, they lost. Like, they looked at it as a fluke. They looked at it as, like, the Giants don't belong on the same field as us. But this was the first time we really got to see Jackson Dart, Cam Scattaboo. And Saquon said it himself when he was interviewed. He said, a team that plays with that fire and that intensity, like, you can get your ass handed to you if you don't come out and play. So you can bet that they're going to be ready. You can bet that they're going to be fired up. They are coming off of beating the Vikings, and not for nothing, the Vikings are not good. But they went on the road and beat them, and they got their passing game going. I know they'll be without A.J. Brown, but they've won so many games where he was a non-factor. It's not like they'll miss him. Might be better. Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, those will probably be their main two receivers. And then Saquon Barkley is due for a big game. I know he's been a little banged up. I know he hasn't really gone off like we've expected him to. If there's any team that he's going to be motivated to go off against, it's going to be the Giants in that building. Their fans are going to be into it. It's a 7.5-point spread. I think the Giants could cover because they are going to score points. I also said, Graham Gano is back, so you should be able to get 3. You should be able to get all those extra points as well. But I expect it to look different. It is not going to be that 34-17 ass kicking that we saw where they just completely caught them off guard and Jalen Hurts turned the ball over and they couldn't get anything really going offensively. I just think that the Eagles are prepared this time for some get back. And last thing before we start taking football calls, and obviously I'll keep taking calls on the Knicks and the World Series as well. This is a spot for the Eagles where they know they have to win because then they go and play the Packers, the Lions, and the Cowboys. So they're circling this one like they circled the last two. Vikings, Giants, got to be wins. And it was just 2 weeks ago that you guys saw each other. So it's very familiar, but I think that the advantage goes to the Eagles for who they're getting back and it being in their building and them now seeing Jackson Dart and having some film on him and obviously seeing him live. 888-808-1019. Russell is in Old Bridge on the Fan. What's up, Russ?
Keith, first off, love that freestyle, man. It was awesome.
Thanks.
So just a thought on the Giants fine that happened this morning. I think it's just a little excessive, and I'm trying to struggle with the fact that they were fined for so much to begin with. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand that it's a rule, like only medical personnel and the injured person, the player, is allowed to be in there, but you're finding
it's Goodell making an example out of them.
$100,000.
And again, because that was on Thursday Night Football, I was at the game, and where our suite was, I had a direct view of the tent. I was filming the whole thing, and it's not that big of a deal that they entered and that Dart came out. He was clear to the concussion protocol, but what they're trying to do is send a message to the entire league that when a player goes into that blue tent with doctors, that's off limits to you. Players can't go in there. Coaches can't go in there. You can't rush that process. We take concussions seriously. We're the NFL.
Yeah, I totally understand that, but I just think the overall amount is just
$315,000. Yeah, that's crazy.
That was crazy to me. And you're fining the organization itself $200,000 when the only person from that organization to go in the tent was the ball and one of the players. I don't understand.
Yeah,
that
it's crazy. It is, but it's crazy because when we all see it and we see those numbers, us as regular people, I'm like, oh, like Cam Scattaboo, I feel bad for him having to pay a $15,000 fine. Like,
it's insane. like you have people getting fined for less money for doing like unnecessary like bad conduct, like during sellies and all that, and you have Tam Scadaboo just going to check on his teammate. Boom, you find more money than people that were.
And he was in and out of there. As I'm saying, I filmed it. He walked in. They pushed him back out within 3 seconds. I don't even know if he got 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi before they pushed him back out.
That's ridiculous.
And that cost him $15,000 of his $5 million 4-year rookie contract.
Insane to me. Hopefully they take that mojo into Sunday. But I don't have high hopes considering it's in Philly. But A.J. Brown's out, so that gives me somewhat of help. And then Brian Burns is questionable, so it's like canceling factors at this point.
Brian Burns is going to play. He is up for Defensive Player of the Year. He's not going to miss time. But I think it is a huge canceling out that the Giants won't have Paulson Adebo and the Eagles won't have A.J. Brown. Like, I think you can feel better about that because you're missing a starting corner and they're resting one of their starting receivers. But I also think, like, they're resting him. I know he didn't practice all week, and I don't know if they're resting him / like he's being a diva prima donna because, like, he finished the game against the Vikings. He had 2 touchdowns against the Vikings. Like, how hurt could your hamstring have been? Or are you trying to send a message? Because, like, he said something about, like, they're using me without using me because he only had 4 catches, but 2 went for touchdowns and 121 yards. I don't know. I don't know if he's trying to get out of there or what. But whatever, it's good for the Giants. That's one less weapon to have to worry about.
All I know is if I see one more offsides on the Eagles during a tush push, I'm throwing my phone at the TV. There's no more TV.
Thanks for the call, Russ. That's something I saw live, too, and I'm like, damn, this whole tush push thing is even cornier in person when there isn't any commentary, and you're just waiting for them to run a play, and they line up and do it again, and then it's a penalty, and then again, and it's like, oh, my, please run a real play. You're wasting all of our time with this tush push. But that's their signature thing. That's what they do. That's I don't know what to tell you. They're going to do it this week. They're going to run it against the Giants effectively. But, yeah, Paulson Adebo being down, and it kind of cancels out with A.J. Brown not going. But I think it's still advantage Eagles. I think you caught the Eagles at a right time. And you know what? Like that first drive, Jackson, like him skating like he did on Zach Bond, where he just kind of stepped up in the pocket, pump faked him, and then took off. Like, it's just like, damn, it just punched him in the mouth really quick. But, like, you got to flat out come out and beat this team, and they're healthier now, and it's later in the season now, and I think they want their get back. They want their lick back. They're looking at the Giants like, okay, you got us in your building on a short week. You won't catch us off guard now. So much of the NFL is like catching teams off guard. You heard the Broncos talk about Jackson Dart and saying, hey, he's faster than we thought. He's better than he made more plays. We had a plan for him, and he still wiggled out of it. Like, he's better than we actually expected. So, yeah, Brian Burns is a DNP, but I think he's going to play unless he gets ruled out. Like I said, he's a guy that's going for Defensive Player of the Year. Javon Holland banged up. But, like, if you're not ruled out, they're probably going to go. Like Javon Holland's doubtful, so, like, he's probably not going to go. And he didn't finish the last game. But questionable, Brian Burns, he's going to go. Graham Gano is questionable. He's going to go. 888-808-1019. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. What's up, Ross?
Keith, what's up, man?
Hanging out on a Friday. Well, now it's Saturday morning.
Hey, heard those bars before. It's good to hear Freestyle Friday back. I
consistently, yep.
Have you been doing them every week? I saw the week 1 one.
So the thing is, I used to like randomly kick raps on the Fan where I just like rap about myself, and then I was like, yeah. Like, and I mean, not for nothing. Last year, the good folks at 94.7 The Block were like, hey, we like Keith. We like his, we like his show. We like his style. Can he read picks for us every week? Like, make a weekly pick segment. And I'm like, this is an old school hip hop station. Now's my chance. I'm like, I can rap. Like, am I allowed to rap the picks? And I think at first everybody was kind of like, maybe don't, but I've been pretty good at it. So, like, now it's a thing.
Well,
I
saw the Jalen Carter Hawk Tua one, and I hadn't seen one since. I was like,
yeah, so that's the thing. I don't always have the time to make the social media clips, but they're always on the radio. I love when people send me from their car, like, yo, I just heard you rapping on the block. I heard your football rap. But, like, I've only put out 2 videos on social media of the raps. It's just a lot of time.
Yeah,
It takes me like 2-3 hours to sit down and pick a beat. Like I picked the Freeway beat because they're playing in Philly. And then I got to like from scratch write the lyrics. And then the hardest part is the cadence and like saying everything, in rhythm and on time. But yeah, I get paid for it. So it's fun.
No, definitely, man. Good work for sure. Baseball, first off, bro, like, I'm looking at this lineup, and you're seeing these names like Ernie Clement, Nathan Lucas, Addison Barger, who was, a top prospect at one point. I think I even brought up, you go back to when this core was coming up, right? Vladdy and Bo, and you had Kevin Biggio was kind of like the long-lost one of the three, and it almost feels like Addison Barger makes up for it. He started the year in Buffalo, and now you see him make a name for himself. He had a great season. Now he's got a
Ernie Clement, Dalton Varsho. Those 3 guys have become household names this year that nobody was really talking about. We started to see Ernie Clement.
IKF.
Yeah, IKF. I mean, IKF got in this game, but how about Bo Bichette? Bo Bichette is banged up, but he, the Blue Jays make it to the World Series. He's ready to go.
And
he's able to play second base.
Lineup. He's playing second. He's batting cleanup. I'll tell you, bro, I would kill for him to be in the Mets lineup, but even if they're off this let alone, bro, I don't know how they don't bring him back. It's crazy. You look at, they have Jimenez, Ernie Clement, there's another one in the lineup, and then they got Shane Bieber, too. Oh, Miles Straw, Spider-Man.
Miles Straw.
They got 4 former Cleveland Indians/Guardians in that lineup. And then you had Naylor in the ALCS, too. It's kind of like full circle, for Cleveland fans, and to have the fact that they were in this spot just last year, some of those guys being on that team last year, Naylor, Jimenez, but you see this Toronto team, man, and it's just kind of like, I was just on Twitter. I don't know if you remember Chris Calabello from the mid-2010s. We're kind of talking about Twitter right now. But I was, we were just going back and forth. Like, baseball, more than any other sport, it's almost like, you obviously need the talent on paper, but it's more so, and it's kind of like the age-old cliche of it's just who gets hot at the right time.
Yep.
The Toronto team was dead last in the AL East last year, one of the biggest jokes of the American League, and people were finally starting to sour on the Vladdy Bo era. They got swept the back-to-back years in the wild card rounds. They snapped everybody loves to dog on the Twins of this town. That was the first series the Twins ever won in like 2 decades was against this Toronto team, and then they flat out missed the postseason the year after. And now look at them. And now you look at a team like Texas a couple years ago, what they had done the years prior to that, and the 2 years following it, they've done basically nothing. But they just came up to the surface, got a ring out of it, and even kind of like Arizona too. And it's crazy. You see Toronto's kind of like Exhibit A of it this year, man. And everybody talking about Davey versus Goliath. They're, I hate to say it, but they did something that you guys could do last year. And at the end of the day, if we're going to play, I heard you talking to Little Devils. I remember my Rangers had two 5-0 blowouts, went up 2-0 against you guys, and it wound up being a 5-game series from that point forward, and we got embarrassed. So it's far from over, man, but that lineup is lethal, bro. They just got to go pedal to the metal.
Yeah, it is far from over. I mean, the Mariners won the first 2 games of the ALCS. And I had said something that Sunday night after the Yankees lost the second game in Toronto. I said, I knew, I didn't want to say it, but I was like, okay, now the Yankees got to beat Toronto 3 games in a row. I don't think anyone in baseball can beat this team 3 games in a row. The Dodgers have to win the second game. I don't see them ripping off 3 wins in a row against this Toronto team. They're too good. They have too many hitters. They have enough pitching. Yeah, I don't see, like, they have to split. They have to get this next game. They have to have urgency. And luckily, when you have a team of stars and you have Yamamoto on the mound who could pitch the whole game, I think they have a shot to even it up for sure.
No, definitely. I mean, you look at that roster, and even at the end of the day, you look at last year, they don't win that. Obviously Freddie was World Series MVP, but it's not like Ohtani was a big help. Mookie was all right. They don't win that ring without the Tommy Edmonds of the world. And even years upon years, Kike Hernandez is probably the biggest postseason riser in any sport. The Big Four, I genuinely can't think of another name that rises to the occasion more like Kike Hernandez. And they even brought him back. You remember he had to spend the 2 years at Boston?
Yeah.
And then he went somewhere else. So it's kind of like
the Yankees were interested in him. Too much Dodgers in his blood to come over to the Yankees, especially after he was trolling Fat Joe.
But I mean, But you look at like these bottom of the lineups, man. Even like we were talking about before, the Ernie Clements and Andres Jimenez of the world.
And the bottom of the lineup for the Yankees is Anthony Volpe, Austin Wells, and then you got Trent Grisham as the leadoff hitter.
we get Jared Young and Ronnie Mauricio, who leaves the bat on his shoulders on 2 strikeouts, bases loaded.
It's not gonna get it done. Thanks for the call, Ross. 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time. I've got less than an hour left. I do have to play the Aaron Glenn audio from today. We've been doing this all week. I thought Aaron Rodgers was the song that doesn't end. Aaron Glenn is the song that doesn't end. So when we come back, we'll talk Jets. We have to. And I'll play what Aaron Glenn had to say to the media, and I'll tell you what I think about their chances to get their first win against Cincinnati. You heard my rep. I don't think they have a chance. I think they're just a laughing stock. I think that this is a lot of talk for a team that's about to go 0-8, and it is same old Jets, but maybe even worse this year. Like somehow they found a way to set the franchise back another 5 years after what they just had with Saleh and Douglas and Zach Wilson to Aaron Rodgers. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019 if you want to talk about the World Series, if you want to talk about the Knicks, the Nets, the Devils, the Giants, or the Jets. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
If Jackson Dart doesn't score on that running play, that he ends up reaching the ball out, and it was a great, tough play by that kid. If they don't score there, that clock may continue to run all the way down. And then they have one play to end up scoring to take the lead and walk off the field winners. You know what I mean?
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When the job gets tough, tradespeople get tougher, and Supply House is built to back them up. Supply House stocks over 250,000 products from hundreds of the top brands in plumbing, HVAC, and electrical. Whether you need an industrial boiler or a $2 coupling, they ship it fast and deliver customer support that knows the trades inside and out. Use promo code FAN5 for 5% off your first order. That's supplyhouse.com, promo code FAN5.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Well, think again. Bring in your AT&T and T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where everybody in the family can choose their oin plan and save. So, bring your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on root metrics. Root score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to look out for pedestrians. Safety is a shared responsibility.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Connor Green, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. It's also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. The Knicks continued their hot start to the Mike Brown era.
Halfway down and out. Offensive rebound. McBride can't hit the three. Another offensive board for Hart. The drive and deuce. It's Jalen Brunson.
The Knicks took down the Celtics 105-95 at the Garden. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 31 points. Big contribution from Karl Anthony Towns as well. He had a double-double with 26 points and 13 rebounds. Next up for the Knicks is a meeting with the Heat on Sunday. Over to the World Series, the Dodgers had an early lead. The Blue Jays tied it at 2 on a Dalton Varsho 2-run homer. And Addison Barger broke it open with the first pinch-hit grand slam in World Series history as the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 11-4 in Game 1. To the NFL, it's already been a long year for the Jets, and there continues to be uncertainty at the quarterback position. Yesterday, Aaron Glenn wouldn't share who his starting quarterback would be against the Bengals.
I cannot tell you that because I don't want to. I'm saying it because I don't want to. I don't know how many times I got to answer you that. It's not going to change.
Do the players know who the quarterback is?
That's going to be between me and the players.
The Jets enter Sunday winless at 0-7, and whether it's Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor at quarterback, they'll look to finally get their first win in Cincinnati against the 3-4 Bengals. In Brooklyn, the Nets fell to the Cavs 131-124, and on the ice, the Devils topped the Sharks 3-1. They're now 7-1 on the year. It's 47 degrees with clear skies in Central Park. I'm Connor Green.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
I think a couple nights ago when I was on, I accidentally said the Outkast album, that the song we were rejoining. That's Outkast. That's AT Aliens. But I the shout out to the chat because the chat corrected me. I didn't see it until I got home. But I had said that the song was from, I think we came into So Fresh and So Clean. And I was like, yeah, I love that album. Speaker Box and The Love Below. No, it was the album before that, Stankonia. And the chat corrected me. I forget who it was in the chat. Maybe it was Pedro in the chat. Happy birthday to Pedro Medina in the chat. I know you were asking for the HBD. I hit you in the chat now. I said it on air. You're super lit. Now you can screen record this and send it to whomever. You could post it on your Instagram. I appreciate the chat so much. I'm glad that we're live streaming now. We are on YouTube. WFAN is approaching 90,000 subscribers. Yes, we are 800 away from 90,000. And then when we get to the big 100K, which should be like, I don't know, next month, by Thanksgiving, in a month, can we get WFAN's YouTube channel to 100,000? Our digital team has been grinding on that. No, you guys don't see all the shorts, all the reels that come out, all the segments from our shows that come out. This is the way. The internet. You know, you can put the video of all of our handsome hosts out there, and then that makes people want to listen to the radio all day. So, yeah, shout out to the chat, and I had to clear that up. I had to correct that. I definitely had all those Outkast albums. Wish Outkast stayed together. But anyway, speaking of Outcasts, the Jets are an outcast from the NFL. They're the only team without a win. You heard a little bit from Aaron Glenn, but what I want to do right now is play the longer version, and then we will go back through like this week and what happened this week to get to where we are, and then I'll talk about the actual game. And then Jeff in Fairview, you are the first Jet fan that I'm going to talk to on the fan tonight. Stay where you are. So when Aaron Glenn was asked again about who's going to be the quarterback, it is now Friday, bro. It is now Saturday, but this clip was yesterday, Friday. Here's the full clip of Aaron Glenn talking to the media and saying why he's not going to tell them.
If there was a game today, could Tyrod Taylor physically play?
He is limited, all right, today, and he is questionable, and I like the way those guys are trending.
So are you able to tell us who's going to? Can you tell?
I cannot tell you that.
But is it because you don't want to, or because?
That's exactly it.
But with Tyrod's situation in question, doesn't that play into this potentially?
That's exactly why I'm not telling you, because I don't want to.
No, but I understand that. But I mean, is it partly because of the injury?
That's exactly why I'm saying it, because I don't want to. I don't know how many times I got to answer you that. It's not going to change.
Do the players know who the quarterback is?
That's going to be between me and the players.
Oh, my God, bro. Like, what are we doing here, AG? Like, why do you have to, like, assert your authority? You know what that reminded me of? Like, when you're young and your parents are like, because I told you so, because I said so. But no, give me a good reason for it. Because I'm your mother. That's not a good enough reason. Go to your room. Now you're grounded. Now you can't. Aaron Glenn is acting like that over a quarterback. Come on. I know. Tyrod is day-to-day with the knee. He's going to be the starter, right? We all assume he has to be after what Woody said a few days ago. Oh, yeah, well, any head coach with a quarterback with that rating, what rating? There are a lot of different ratings. What rating? Madden rating? Because we all think that you're going off a Madden rating. PFF, they have a rating for quarterbacks. It's not always accurate. Jackson Dart had a low rating after what he did. QBR, passer rating, they're different. Anyway, Aaron Glenn, I think, is just like, and this is what I was saying before we learned this, that Woody hugs him every day. That's what I said in the rap. What did I say in the rap? Let me go back to my bars. I said, Woody Johnson made Aaron Glenn's job harder. He says he hugs him every day like a good father. I think the owner saying less would be a lot smarter. We don't know which QB is going to be the starter. They make a mess of everything. For what? It's not a competitive disadvantage for a team that's going to blow you out most likely. You're not holding Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Chase Brown to 13 points. You did that back-to-back weeks. I highly doubt you go to their building with Joe Flacco and hold them to 13 points. But I just feel like Aaron Glenn has this battery in his back because every day Woody hugs him and says, keep the faith, man. You're good. We're not firing you. Big ships turn slow. Everybody wants instant coffee. Come on. Like it's becoming so like I liked AG. I wanted to believe in AG. I thought he had the right stuff. We're the freaking New York Jets and we're built for it. But this whole game, when you don't have one single win, it's hollow. We don't believe you. Like, you know what I'm saying? We don't believe you're a good coach. And this is all like shenanigans for what? Why like you can't beat an NFL team. You're not going to beat the media. So, like, taking this approach with the media and playing, because I don't want to. That's exactly why I'm not telling you, because I don't want to. It's so corny. So, like, I don't know. We'll see. But, like, that negative energy is not going to help the Jets win on Sunday. And you know who's going to be embarrassed after the game when he gets on the podium in front of the same media members, and whether he starts Tyrod Taylor or Justin Fields, if they're, not productive, they're not scoring touchdowns again. They haven't scored in 2 weeks. Like, the questions are going to come right back at you. The eyes and the attention is going to come right back at you, coach. So the power that you think you have You'll be powerless when you're the only 0-8 team. You'll be powerless when your offense doesn't respond, your players don't respond. You're without Garrett Wilson. You're without Sauce Gardner this week. And remind everyone, I remind everyone, even in my rap, I said it, like, they got an extra 3 days of rest. They got the mini bye. We watched Joe Flacco go out there and target Jamar Chase. Didn't he set some kind of record? I think I was reading before Jamar Chase. Yeah. Jamar Chase set a franchise record with 16 catches in last week's win over Pittsburgh. They're going to go right back to the well. It was also his 9th career game with at least 150 receiving yards. Anything that's thrown in his vicinity, he catches. And now you don't have Sauce Gardner. It's a mess. It's a mess. And like, you would get more bees with honey than vinegar. I think my grandmother used to say something like that. Like, you're in a bad spot being the only defeated coach. Be a little nicer. Be a little friendlier. Have a little better bedside manner. Jeff is in Fairview on the Fan. Thanks for holding, Jeff.
Thank you for taking my call. I'll get to Aaron Glenn, but let me see. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's starting, but I'll tell you what I want to happen. I want to see Justin Fields play to start because the owner kicked him in the pants. I want to see how Justin Fields responds to criticism. And let's make it clear here, his career is on the line. Put up or shut up. You get rid of the ball in 3 seconds or you're going to lose your job.
Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking about it. I think we might see them both again. Because if Justin Fields struggles and is ineffective, he gets benched for Tyrod Taylor. If Tyrod Taylor starts and takes a couple tackles, sacks, and that knee is swelling, that knee is throbbing, and he's hobbled, Justin Fields goes in the game.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, I would like to see, and like, this is the NFL script and plot twist. Maybe I'll bet some money on Justin Fields if he does end up being the starter and his unders, like, or his totals are low as far as yardage, touchdowns. Maybe I'll sprinkle something on him because that's the plot twist in the NFL. The owner comes out and says that he can't complete a pass. The owner comes out and throws him under the bus, blames it all on him, and then he comes out and plays the best game of the season.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. Now, the offensive coordinator, he's got to do better, too. He's got to get the ball to Taylor more, Breece Hall out of the backfield. You know, the offensive coordinator has to do a better job also.
Yeah, he's shown us that he is a first-time play caller. He's shown us that this is his first time doing the big boy job, and he kind of gets stumped and stuck, and it's hard. It's hard to call plays and be effective when you don't just have playmakers and talent. It's easy to call plays when you got guys that break tackles and catch passes and scramble and make throws. And
yeah, you never heard the Jets are rebuilding, but you never heard the word rebuilder from Aaron Glenn or Woody or anybody.
No, because of the roster they inherited, because of the talent on the roster, people assume that they'd be able to compete. Because Rob Saleh won 6-7 games.
Yeah.
They might win a game.
On Aaron Glenn here, he's going to soft Fields because he wants to soft Fields, I think. This is just my opinion. Because he wants to show everybody that he's calling the shot.
That is it. Thanks for the call, Jeff. I think so, too. Right? Tyrod Taylor's day-to-day. He's limited. Both are taking reps. But Aaron Glenn, Darren Muji, Tanner Engstrand, they decided that they didn't want Aaron Rodgers here, and the apple of their eye was Justin Fields. That's also why I was sold on Justin Fields. I'm like, they have a plan for him. Clearly not. And maybe they had a plan for him. It's not being executed. So there is a part of me, especially with AG being such a hard ass in the media, that thinks he's going to say, Justin Fields is starting. Right? And then even earlier in the week, did Woody say that? What did Woody say it makes you think he doesn't like the quarterback? Everything. So AG might just kind of try to buck I don't know. It's so stupid. I feel bad for Jet fans that, like, you even have to deal with this. You even have to watch and listen to, like this franchise, they can never figure it out. This franchise is so sad. They're so dumb in so many ways. And they create their own issues. They create their own problems. You had Aaron Rodgers. You're paying Aaron Rodgers right now. You could have went any direction to get another quarterback instead of Justin Fields. And if you get Justin Fields, and we all knew the issues with Justin Fields, you don't have packages of plays to exploit his strengths? You're trying to drop him back? You're trying to have this guy do 3-step drop? You guys got him under center? It's just dumb. It's dumb. Carlos is in Clifton, New Jersey with us next. What's up, Los?
Hey, Keith, what's up, my brother? You know it's all love, but did they sign you to Cap-A-Lot Records? You know the G-Men are winning, right?
I don't know.
Like their rap, but...
Explain to me why the Giants are definitely beating the Eagles. They beat them once. They haven't beat them twice since 2007.
That's why. I'm not definite, but I'm a Giants fan, so I gotta
you should believe. Your Giants fans should go in believing you're going to compete, and if you kick the ball through the uprights and Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo do what they've been doing, that you could win. But I think the Eagles, they are the defending champs, bro. Like they're going to want their get back.
Now, Keith, on the Aaron Glenn thing, have you ever heard in any sport any coach talk the way he talked? Like,
no, not with nothing, not with no resume, not with 0 wins, not with not a leg to stand on, to be so pompous, to be so arrogant towards the media. But like that's why I said that's Woody telling him, you're good, you're safe. Screw them.
But not only that, in this day of TikTok and Facebook,
where you know
media,
all this is going to travel.
Right.
It's insane.
It's crazy. How do you treat the media? You need them on your side, especially you're 0-7. You want to get them on your side, so anything that good happens, they can spin it for you. That's not going to happen. Even if you win, they're going to be like, "Oh, he got lucky."
He's making his job harder. That's what I said in the rap. Woody and Aaron Glenn are making his job harder. It's hard enough for them to coach the Jets and make them competent on the field. It's even harder for them when they want to go at the media.
I thought this guy was Bill Parcells when he was talking. Like, you haven't won anything. This guy's... Have a good one, Keith. Thanks, man.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. He's just setting a bad precedent. He's digging himself deeper and deeper in the hole. The first couple weeks, it was like, the facade wore off. You fooled us. You're not what we thought you were. Now we're so deep in this. We're like, this coach is learning on the job, and he thinks that it's like him versus the media. And the media's out to get it. It's always this with the Jets. That's what it was last year. I think Woody sets that precedent in there, right? I heard Rob Saleh mention like, the Giants get better coverage than we do. The Giants have their own reporters. There's obviously some overlap, but like there's a reason why the Giants are covered better than the Jets. They're better than the Jets. Even in a season like this where we're thinking that they have the toughest strength of schedule, they're not going to win many games. But the Jets are going to win more games than the Giants for sure. Nope. Just like you just don't have to be, it's just so like nasty almost. Like, for what, bro? You're in a bad spot. You should you're not afforded any grace because of this. Limo driver Ed, where you been? You're in Asbury Park? That's my stomping grounds. That's where I'm from.
I know, brother. No, I'm heading down there now. My wife and my daughters, because, my wife's got a house down
there. You told me that.
Right off of Lake Ave. So I'm on my way down there, and then we got to do a few things tomorrow. But, me as a diehard fan, I gave my tickets in last year. I'm done. I'm done with the organization.
You.
I'm done getting – I can't – listen. Since 1969, bro. I put something out there on Twitter, and I was thanking Joe Namath for what he has done. I'm 61 years old. This organization is trash. It's no good. And like I tell people, even me doing a limo, Woody ain't getting rid of the team. He got too many businesses in New Jersey and all the surrounding areas. Mm-hmm. He's never going to sell a team. It'll go to the kids. It'll go to everybody else. But the organization is just terrible. And I just think, I don't know, man. I think it's just a curse. It's got to be something that's on us. It's just that we can't, no matter, we look good on paper for years. Our defense look good. Offense, it's one thing after another with this organization. Like it is. And you know what? They're not going to win the game. Because right now, the players ain't playing hard. You can see that now. They done tuned Aaron Glenn out, bro. They ain't paying word he's saying.
But if you listen to Woody says if he was a player, he would listen to him. He would get up for him because he says Aaron Glenn tells you the truth.
Right, but guess what? He had a lot of other coaches too, Woody, and ain't nobody paying nobody attention. And that's the reason why it's like the way it is. That's it. I'm telling you, man. This organization is terrible. We have became the organization like Cleveland Browns and everybody else. We just can't. And you pay these guys all this money, sauce, and all this.
And that's what I said too. They're out this week. Your two guys and Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner. You don't have either one of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
So as the injuries pile up and you get deeper in the season and you're still fighting for your first win and fighting against the media, it's all bad.
Yeah. But what he knows for the fact is you're still going to pack the stadium. Everybody still want to go there and tailgate and spend all that money, and they're going to keep feeding to the organization, and the organization ain't going to be giving them nothing back. And the players won't. What I wrote was, I didn't mean to say it, but I was just frustrated. I called the New York Jets not the 53-man roster, the 53 ladies roster. So
thanks for the call, Ed. We can't do that anymore. You got to be. You can't do that. It's like when I used to be a Dallas fan and people would troll me like, "You're a Cowgirls fan." I'm like, can't say that. That's not you. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say girls are lesser than men? What planet are you from? Milton is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Milton?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I mean, listen, the bottom line is this. This owner is a wussy because he cannot handle hiring a man, a grown, confident, I'm going to take over, move to the side, Woody, give me the keys, and I'm going to run this organization. He wants, like every time, a first-time defensive. How many times are you going to hire a first-time coach and think it's going to work? I mean, on what planet does the definition of insanity is repeating it over and over again, and he keeps doing it. When is he going to hire someone who has experience and can run a whole organization?
He doesn't want anyone bringing in their experience from elsewhere into his building and telling him what to do.
Yeah, and then the bottom line, the NFL should just step in and force him to sell the team because he's doing a disservice to these fans that are spending money because he's not bringing in – that's almost like your kids go to school and they don't want to hire teachers that had education. They want to hire young people who are cheaper and are going to listen to you, but they're not going to really help your kids grow. So he's just doing this so he could be in control all the time. He's a control freak. And listen, they have bad luck. We all know that. Listen, it's embarrassing. They don't have their own stadium. I mean, how pathetic is that you can have an opportunity to make your own stadium, you don't do that. You want to be in Manhattan. You want to be all this and that. You couldn't just make a stadium. You couldn't have your own identity. Nope. You got to share a stadium with the Giants.
Yeah.
And
be second fiddle. Be second-class citizens to the Giants.
It's just, and then and listen, the bottom, listen, when you get these defensive players and they play hard, these guys they played the last couple of games, but you get discouraged. When you're in the fourth quarter and your team can't even get a field goal, I mean, he's not even kicking this. How do you not take a 3-0 lead? It's almost, and he's smiling after every loss. It almost seems like.
He's a rookie coach. He doesn't know.
Exactly.
You can't get points. And you know what, Milton? They have nothing to lose. They should be going for everything. They should be going for it on fourth down. They should. When they ran that fake punt in London, I'm like, good. Like, you have nothing to lose. Go for everything you could possibly take.
They don't want to. Yeah. The only thing I can think is maybe it's a conspiracy. Maybe they already let's just tank. And the thing is, the funny thing about the Jets, they're going to get the number one pick, and there's literally going to be nobody that is a clear-cut number one. They're so foolish. Like, you do this when you got a LeBron James, when you got a clear-cut, Barry Sanders. I'm just saying, giving you an example of like a superstar, like a Peyton Manning. It's worth
it. That's why I say they set the franchise back because they're going to lose out. They're going to get the top pick. Let's say they draft Fernando Mendoza. They're not going to be able to properly develop him. They're going to just start him right away. He's going to be ruined, probably not make it through, and then they got to do the whole thing over again in 3-4 years.
Yep, and then Justin Fields. He was playing great. I like the Pittsburgh game. I like his – you know what? He could run. He's not a great thrower, but he got hurt.
He's athletic. Yeah, he can make plays, but they don't scheme him right. They don't game plan right around him.
What team – Keith, it's the only team in the NFL for years. They don't use a tight end. Everybody uses their tight end. We neber use a tight end. What do we got tight ends for? They don't throw the ball.
Mason Taylor's a rookie. They try. They don't really throw to Jeremy Rucker.
And they run on Keith, first down run play, second down run play. It's 3rd down and 8, and what do the Jets do? They do a 5-yard pass. It's just mind-boggling. Like, who? I mean, what? How is it possible that every coordinator you get offensively does the same thing? Like, I don't care if you don't trust him. You're 0-7. Just let it loose. Throw a bomb once in a while. You got Smith. Oh, the speed. Superstar speed. Meanwhile, he was drafted way too high. Yep. But if you're going to draft him that high, why don't you use him then?
I was saying, I guess he's going to be the gadget guy or like the Jamison Williams.
Well, what gadgets?
Yeah, they don't run enough. They don't run jet sweep, reverse. They don't run the tunnel screen with that kid. I don't know.
Nothing. No screen plays. You know, if your quarterback. All right, listen. Your quarterback can't throw the ball, right? He only has a certain amount of time to throw the ball, and he doesn't want to throw it. Throw a quick screen. Where's that? You watch the Kansas City Chiefs. You watch all these other teams. What do? Hike, quick screen to the wide receiver, and he get. And block, and as you keep drafting offensive linemen for what? Why don't you draft playmakers? Where's the wide receivers that can help Wilson?
Because that's the safe bet, right? They don't want to screw up, so they say let's take tackles back-to-back years, and then that doesn't help you. Tyler Warren was there. If you've seen Tyler Warren with Daniel Jones and the Colts, it's like, how do you not draft Tyler Warren?
All right, let me tell you what I wanted him. I wanted Tyler Warren. Listen, and I can tell you something right now. Jet fans know this is true. If the Jets made a trade and somehow got the first 4 picks in the draft, pick 1, 2, 3, and 4 of this draft, I guarantee you the 5th pick will be a Hall of Famer. I mean, that's how bad they draft. They could get the first 4 picks, and the 5th guy will be a Hall of Famer. They don't know how to scout. Who's scouting for them? I want new scouts.
They have different scouts all the time. This is a new regime now. And I hope that they hire somebody. I don't know. I was saying go get Chad Pennington because he's been with the organization. I don't know. Vinny Testaverde. They need a quarterback guy to identify the quarterback that they need to draft. Because it's going to be a tall task for anybody to come in here and take over the Jets franchise at quarterback and lead them, to the promised land. It's going to take a special kid.
You can't bring in a rookie, Keith. You can't start. Look at Sam Darnold. You can't just have these guys just come in and run this back. The reason why you're picking high in the draft is because you suck. So you cannot have a rookie quarterback on a team that sucks. So you let him sit for a year. You get a veteran quarterback like, whoever, even Flacco, even though when he played with us he sucked, but you get a guy who could teach him and play for 1 yeyear, and maybe you could bring him in game 8, game 9, or maybe the following year.
They're about to have Russell Wilson next year.
Oh my God, Keith! Listen, it's just pathetic. Being a Jet fan, and that kid on the video, it's true. Listen, I apologize to my kids and all my family members that I made Jet fans, but at the same time, we don't give up. We don't, you don't push them to the side because we're loyal. So it sucks, but. I just want to let everybody know that one day before I die, Keith. I hope it happens.
Thanks for the call, Milton, that's my dog. That's the cowbell, man. Bleacher Creatures. He was trying to pull me into the Jets fandom. I knew better. And I'm not making a move. I'm a free agent. I'm going to be an NFL fan free agent for the next few years. It is freeing. It is bliss on Sunday. And even going out. You know what I'm about to do next? I'm going to do some content with Mr. Throwback. I know if you're in New York, you guys know Mr. Throwback. He's mad cool. I'm taking all my old Cowboys jerseys to Mr. Throwback, and I'm going to do a little exchange program and get like 4 or 5 new, like any team, any player. I'd like them to be legends, but I need some new jerseys because like the only other alternative jerseys I have in my closet are Michael Vick and Kenny Pickett. So I'm like, I need to go take I got a Troy Aikman. I have a Darryl Johnson. I have a Dak. I have a Micah Parsons. I have a Dez Bryant. I'm like, I need to take those to Mr. Throwback and see what I can get. See if I can get a Barry Sanders or a Jerry Rice or something just to rock on Sundays. So when I go out to the bar, I'm incognito, man. It's such a good feeling going to the bar now. And not wearing a Dallas jersey. I had these guys roll up on me, and I'm wearing a Falcons jersey. And they're like, yo, what time the Falcons play? And I knew, this was last week. I'm like, they play the 49ers tonight. And he's like, how long you been a Falcons fan? I'm like, I'm not. I'm like, I like it down there. I've been in their stadium. They're cool, whatever. I don't have a problem with them. I'm just wearing the jersey. Look at the back. The back is a Vic jersey. And this guy was, I guess, Modelo or something. They had like a beer competition or some beer brand. So he had that on, but his boy had on a Dallas Cowboys Roy Williams jersey, and they're like, oh, we're Dallas fans. And I didn't have to say I used to be a Dallas fan. I didn't have to commiserate with them. You know what I told them? You don't have to be. And they're like, yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. But, Dallas beat the Commanders last week. So Dallas fans do what they do every year. Yeah, look at us, 40 points against the Commanders. Let's see what the Dallas Cowboys look like against the Denver Broncos. When we come back, we'll take a look at the Week 8 slate. We'll take a look at the other games that are scheduled in the NFL. I'll give you my thoughts and opinions on them. I don't really give out picks. You guys know I'm not like that. Like, I didn't give you my NBA, like, who's going to go to final. I always think that's stupid, man. We don't win anything if we're right. And I don't think my opinion is holier than thou, where it's like, here's what I see, here's my forecast, and you're never going to be right. I just talk about everything in right now. So when we come back, we'll talk about the Week 8 slate and what I'm expecting. Keith McPherson on the Fan, dial 888-808-1019. I see there's a World Series call, a Jets call, Knicks, whatever. It's the last 24 minutes I've got. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming back.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN.
Cuts it up along the numbers and waltzes into the end zone.
The Steelers meet up with the Packers in Pittsburgh, 8:20 tomorrow night.
It is right down the middle and good.
Sunday Night Football is on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. And ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Yeah. All right, this is my last little run of the week. Another strong week. I have fun. Like, when there are this many games and all the leagues are going, like, this is easy. There's just so much to talk about. Like, 888-808-1019. When you have the NFL season halfway through, when you're starting the NBA season, there's scandal. When, hockey is cooking now, we're, 8 games in. We're in the World Series. Like, I don't know, if you're into sports like I am, there are things to clip and news and notes and stuff to add. And I don't even think I got to everything tonight that I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to focus on the main things and what, you guys were calling in on. So, and then obviously me being a nighttime guy, like, I'm the first one that gets to speak on the World Series. So that is fun. That is cool. Let's look at Week 8, the Week 8 slate here. And there's injuries all around. You got to know who's playing and who's not. Like, Brock Purdy is still out. Ricky Pearsall got ruled out. They're expecting DeAndre Swift to play. Some guys are limited where you won't obviously know until Sunday. Kareem Hunt limited. Terry McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, they had full practices. They will be Monday night. The Commanders versus Chiefs, but they got Marcus Mariota as their starting quarterback. Chiefs are going to roll. A.J. Brown, is out. You obviously know Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson are out. Paulson Adebo is out. I'm trying to see who else is on the injury report is already out. It doesn't matter. Let's go to the games. So, Week 8. And depending on where you are in your fantasy league, depending on how many hundreds or thousands of dollars you're down in FanDuel, this could be a big week for you. So we'll start with our local teams. I don't think the Jets have been able to hold the Carolina Panthers and the Denver Broncos to 13 points, but they couldn't score touchdowns. They lose. Holding teams to 13 points in the NFL, you should win those games. I don't think a rested Cincinnati Bengals team with that much firepower and an experienced quarterback like Joe Flacco, I don't think that they're going to hold them to 13 points. They're banged up. Stupid week for the Jets with all that talk. And after all is said and done, more is said than done. So I think the Jets lose, and Cincinnati, you probably tease that 6.5 spread up. Cincinnati definitely covers. Like, they've been trying to get right. I think this is a get-right spot for them and their fans. Back-to-back games in their building after they just beat Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. I don't know if the Eagles will cover that 7.5, but I'm taking the Eagles to win. I just think the Giants can score points and move the ball, and so that makes them a threat. But I can't get the thought out of my mind that like the Eagles haven't been swept by the Giants since 2007. 2007, I was sophomore in college. Like, this has been a long time, bro. It's hard to sweep a team. It's hard to sweep the defending champs. I think the Eagles find a way to win, and I just know with Landon Dickerson back, Jalen Carter back, Quinyon Mitchell back, and if Brandon Graham somehow comes out of retirement and plays, that's a different looking team than you saw the first time on a short week. So give me the Eagles money line there, but I think the Giants could cover that 7.5. You know, they covered the 7.5 last week against Denver. The Dallas Cowboys go to Denver. Denver is 3.5-point favorites. Now, if Jackson Dart could do what he did to that Denver defense, you can bet that Dak Prescott and Schottenheimer and those guys are looking at that tape saying, we can throw on them too. But you got to block them. You got to block them up front. I like Dallas to go in there and get the upset. I think it was just such a big week for Denver to pull that game out last week against the Giants. I don't know if they can do it back-to-back weeks. I think the Cowboys coming off of putting up 40 against DC, I think the Cowboys go in there and they find a way to win. I just think they're going to score enough points, and I don't know if Bo Nix and that offense is going to be able to do the same. We'll see with the altitude, but I just think, you know, Dak and CD being back and George Pickens and, don't forget about Javonte Williams. Revenge game for him going back to Denver. So I like the Cowboys to find a way to win that game. The Dolphins and the Falcons. The Dolphins are dog water. The Falcons aren't that great, but in their building, they're a 7.5-point favorite. That's a lot of points. I think the Falcons find a way to win. Jeff Ulbrich versus that Dolphins Mike McDaniel and that Dolphins offense, Jeff Ulbrich being the defensive coordinator down there. He's obviously very familiar with them from his time with the Jets, and they obviously can get Bijan and Drake London going. The Browns at the Patriots. The Patriots are definitely going to win this game. Dylan Gabriel's not going to have an easy time going to Foxborough and operating up there, but I do like that Browns defense. Let's see what they do against Drake May. I just think ultimately the Patriots they're quickly back to being the Patriots, and I think they'll win that game. The Bills and the Panthers. Andy Dalton, no shot. Buffalo Bills 7.5-point favorites going to North Carolina to face them, and I think the Bills roll them. The Bears and the Ravens. Lamar's not ready to play, right? Lamar was limited. They didn't rule him out, I don't think, but I don't think they expect him to play. He practiced, but he's questionable. Full practice, but questionable. Some people are saying they think he's ready to go. I don't know. I wouldn't play him. But if he does play, that changes a lot. Look for that line to change too. Baltimore is now 7.5-point favorites against the Bears, and I just think that's too much, assuming that Lamar is coming back and they're just going to start cooking his first week back. Maybe the Ravens win with Lamar, but take the Bears to cover there. The 49ers still do not have Brock Purdy. They're going to play a Texans team, but the Texans aren't good. The Texans are only a 1.5 favorite at home. 49ers can beat them. Not for nothing. The 49ers are 5-2. They have the better coaches. They do have Christian McCaffrey. Him alone could be enough. Kittle is back. Jennings, Bourne. Yeah, I'm taking the 49ers to beat the Texans. The Texans have been a disappointment. The Buccaneers versus the Saints. Of course, Baker Mayfield rights the ship and gets back right in another indoor game. He lost indoors to the Lions and only put up 9 points. They're going to have a big game. They're going to have a bounce back. 46 points expected in that game. Tampa's minus 3.5. I'm taking the Buccaneers definitely to cover and maybe even the over. The Titans versus the Colts. Yeah, the Colts are 14.5-point favorites. They are going to smack the Titans in their building. This is our Colts. This is our team. Like, that is one of those games that the Colts are going to run away with. And you can look for Daniel Jones to pad his stats and continue on as the MVP. MVP. Ooh, Packers versus Steelers on Sunday night. Aaron Rodgers got no ill will, but the Packers should have some. The Packers should go in there trying to beat the Steelers. They should be going to try and, that defense should be trying to fold up Aaron Rodgers. I think the Packers can go in there and beat the Steelers for sure. So, Green Bay is 2.5-point favorites, but that should be a good matchup. It's probably going to be a close game. I'm taking the Packers there. And last but not least, the Commanders and Chiefs. The Commanders will not stand a chance in Arrowhead. The only game on Monday night. Patrick Mahomes got his full complement of receivers back. They're going to light it up. They're 11.5-point favorites. They probably cover that. All right, 888-808-1019. Let's take these calls. Robbie and Lennox is on the fan. Robbie, I saw you in the chat. I didn't get to you there, but thanks for calling in.
Oh, that's funny. I got to laugh. So I fell asleep around 9:30 because I was working all day, and get home to see they're down 2-0, and then I wake up and then 1-11 to 4. I was happy the Jays won. I hate the Dodgers. I go all the way back to the 70s hating the Dodgers. So when Reggie with the 3 home runs, and so I go way back. But I have to talk about the Jets because the Aaron Glenn thing is cracking me up. I mean, I'm sorry, but this guy he's clueless. He's absolutely clueless. He really is. And I can't believe that they hired another defensive guy, an assistant coach. The Jets are so stupid. I mean, at least the Giants, as a fan, at least we got our quarterback, and at least we got some young talent. Now, the interesting thing, Keith, is that people keep saying, well, the Giants have these easy games on their schedule and they can compete every week. Well, you know what? That's great, but they're not going to win. You know why? Because Brian Dable is not a good head coach. Can we show all the close games that Brian Dable has lost over the last few years? Can you see his record? Let's be honest. He's not a good head coach. Some people are coordinators, and some people look at Norv Turner with the Dallas Cowboys. One of them is terrible.
They're just not buttoned up enough. There's always something that the cracks in their armor always show, and then they find ways to lose.
The Jets are just a joke. I mean, the interesting thing is, my family goes way back with the Jets. I mean, my dad's friend was a dentist for the Jets. I had dinner with Pat Leahy, Chuck Ramsey. I met a ton of Jets. I scrimmaged with Klecko and Fields and Buttle and Bruce Harper and, Burgess Owens. So the Jets have been part of my family for years. And my brother's a Jets fan, my nephews, my family. And I think it's embarrassing. And obviously it starts at the top with Woody Johnson. But Aaron Glenn, I really thought he was going to bring something to the table. He's like Ray Handley. He's clueless. And he keeps saying he's going to ask everybody. It's ask, okay, Glenn? All right, what are you, Lizzie Borden, for crying out loud? I mean, I'm not to try to make fun, but I am. It's like, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to ask you, and ask you.
That's got to be the Texas. That's Southern. I'm going to ask.
The Jets chainsaw massacre. That's what it's going to be, Keith. Anyway, play. Let's get to the rest of the calls. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Maybe we can run to the Yankee Stadium next year. It was funny. I was at the Boston game, and the night they gave up 11. The night Boston scored 11. The night you weren't there. That was the Sunday night game. But my girlfriend and I drove down and got home at 2:30 in the morning because they had to change the ESPN game. So, anyway, man, love to have. Hopefully, Ralphie and I will be back on the air next month, and I'll be on sometime, buddy.
Let me know, Robbie. Thanks for the call, man. 888-808-1019. Yeah, Aaron Glenn got a little bit of a Texas Southern draw. You just got to say less, bro. Like, that's why Belichick was good. He didn't give you anything, and he won everything. He had a bunch of rings and gave the media nothing. Nothing to play with, nothing to run with. This whole Jets season has been all talk and commentary. Talk is cheap. There's nothing on the field we're talking about. Everything we're talking about with the Jets is now Woody Johnson, Aaron Glenn. It sucks. It sucks for the fans. It's like this is the guy that was hired to lead the Jets into some type of no, he doesn't have a clue. I saw Poly Market Football made a post with Aaron Glenn, and it took off. Top 3 ways to get fired in the NFL. 1, have an affair with a staff member. 2, lose a lot. 3, be a D. They're saying Aaron Glenn is 2 out of 3, and it's only week 8. It's like this guy is losing and being a hard ass. It's not very becoming. It doesn't look good. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe they beat the Bengals. Doubt it. I think Boomer is out there. I think Boomer's out there in Cincinnati for their Ring of Honor stuff. I think they're putting some people in the Ring of Honor. So Boomer is back as one of the greatest Bengals of all time and a former Jet. So why not? Come back when the Jets are in town to play the Bengals. But man, they need a win bad. I don't think they've got the bodies. I don't think they've got it to stop Jamar Chase and that offense. And we're gonna be talking about the tankathon. We're gonna be talking about 0-8. Who you guys want? Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore, Tyler Simpson, and I would not it's a revolving, vicious a revolving door of nonsense and a vicious cycle. I don't think anyone thinks that Aaron Glenn and Tanner Engstrand should get a rookie quarterback. If this is the quarterback in Justin Fields that they went out to get, and this is what they've put on the field with him, then I don't think that they should get a rookie quarterback and be trusted to develop that young man and turn him into the franchise. Timber Tony in Montreal. Canada is alive and well in the World Series. They're celebrating tonight.
Yes, they are. And one of the guys that was not poo-pooing the Blue Jays, a guy by the name of Keith McPherson, calling out the Blue Jays for being a demolition crew of small ball hitters, guys that get on base. And tonight, did they ever blow up the big, bad L.A. $700 million Dodgers? And you know what, Keith? It just goes to prove you that you can be a 25 million or 100 million or 700 million. It doesn't matter. When it comes time to produce, you got to produce under pressure. And look at what Varsho did tonight. Look at what Barger did tonight. First time pinch hit home run in the World Series ever. And you know what? That's a team. They're like sharks. They smell blood and they keep going and they don't stop. And they got a great leader. He is by far, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is the best 26-year-old baseball player on the planet today. That doesn't mean he's the best baseball player, period. I think Freddie Freeman is an amazing baseball player. You know what I think of Judge.
Yeah, but he's definitely better than Juan Soto because Juan Soto is also 26. I see what you're getting at.
Okay, so you know what I'm saying. So-so is so-so. Anyway, all I'm going to say is this, okay, that the Blue Jays deserve tonight. They are the David Goliath. And you know what? In Montreal, everybody is saying the following, that the Blue Jays are going to get smashed. You know, of course, it's Montreal and, you know, Toronto rivalry.
Sure.
But you got to give kudos. You got to give kudos to, like, great athletes. Like, come on. You know, when I see the Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I see the Expos through his dad in the 94 team that was like 52-14 and they declared a strike, right? So, you know what? When Vlad Jr. is praying up to the sky, I think he's saying, Dad, I'm doing this for you.
Yeah, and
you got to love a guy like that.
His dad is there with his mom. They got good camera time, and Vladdy Jr. has been quoted saying he wants to win a World Series to give that ring to his dad to, like, you know.
I think he does. But you got to love that, Keith. You got to love that. You're an athlete, right?
And I also am a father, and I cannot imagine my son being like, I'm going to follow in your footsteps and finish the job. Like, that's amazing. So, like, you know.
Well, just understand that my dad was a professional boxer, okay? And he taught me toughness, okay, and how to play on the field and to play for a team. But when you play for a team like that, and you know you've played football, that's a team-oriented sport. You got to play for the entire unit. And if there's one guy that loves himself too much, it destroys the chemistry. We got one massive Blue Jay. And you know what? This series, L.A. and Toronto, is a microcosm of just a baseball game, but it's a macrocosm of what happened between the United States and Canada in the Four Nations Cup. And it's going to happen again because now you got 40 million Canadians going, we want to support this. And, Keith, I don't want to get into politics, but when you say we're going to take over your country and you're going to be the 51st, you got almost 40 million Canadians going, you know what? We're going to show them exactly what we did. And remember one thing, the Toronto Blue Jays are an amalgamation of Americans, Canadians, because Vlad's a Canadian, Dominicans, Venezuelans, and, you know, Japanese. We have a whole, but they are adopted
IKF,
Canadian
Hawaiian,
team. Right? And you know what? Another thing that you're saying about football, okay? Any coach, I've been through NCAA hockey, okay? Our coaches were people that were communicators, like you are a communicator. That's why the people in Toronto love you, because they say you can communicate, you're a host, but you're also entertainment. And this guy, he's 7-0, and he's kicking your behinds in New York, and he's nobody. And you know what? He's getting away with it because he thinks he's going to last. He won't last another season. Because if Keith McPherson, you don't like him, that means he has not passed the test. And that guy is not going to last.
And
when you tell people, I'm not going to listen to you guys, and I'm not going to tell you who I'm starting, is that childish or not?
Yeah.
You're getting, what, $1 million a year?
It's so disappointing. Thanks for the call, Tony. I just got to get the last word in before they hit the back music on me. I am disappointed in Aaron Glenn. I thought it was going to work. I thought he knew the market. I thought because he was here, he wouldn't take this approach. I thought because he played, because he helped rebuild Detroit, he had the blueprint on how to do it for the Jets. Silly me. Woody Johnson exists. And the Jets are going to continue to be the Jets. But, yeah, being 0-7, please be humble or continue to be humbled. All right. That's my show. That's all I've got, man. I mean, I got to go home and go to bed and then wake up and then drive into the city. If you have a little guy and you're awake right now, you're probably not going to go. But I'm reading to some young kids. I've got a book reading at Bang and Aleufsen, 540 Madison Ave. So I've got to go home, go to bed, and my son doesn't care. He'll be screaming at 7 a.m. So I'll try and get like 4 hours of sleep, and then I got to go give back and read to the kids. Thanks for listening to my show. Hoff is coming up next. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
There's been coaches in the city where the run is neglected. Well, all right, you're not the offensive coordinator, but it's your team. Walk down and say, run the damn ball. Same thing with Dable. He saw this happen against Dallas. Walk down, say, what are you doing? Stop dropping 8 guys back.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Association on Aging in New York is celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, which funds vital programs for millions of older adults. Services include meals, transportation, home care, Medicare counseling, case management, and caregiver support. Today, people are uncertain whether some programs remain available. We can help. To learn more about these essential programs and how to keep them, visit our website at agingny.org. Sponsored by the Association on Aging in New York.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24, and ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law Bite Back.
Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Connor Green, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. The Knicks beat the Celtics in last year's Eastern Conference semifinals, and things were no different last night with new head coach Mike Brown at the helm.
White defending Brunson, screen from Towns. Knicks using clock, 9 to shoot. Into the trusted hands of Brunson. Switch over Hauser. He's got it.
Iron Eagle on the call on Amazon Prime. The Knicks topped the Celtics 105-95 at the Garden. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 31 points. Great night from Karl Anthony Towns as well. He had a double-double with 26 points and 13 rebounds. The Knicks now off to a 2-0 start to the year. Next up, a meeting with the Heat on Sunday. Over to the World Series, the Dodgers took an early 2-0 lead. The Blue Jays tied it on a 2-run homer from Dalton Varsho. And then Addison Barger broke it open and made history in the process.
Swing and a high fly ball, right center field. Hernandez back on the track, gone! A grand slam, Addison Barger.
Audio courtesy of the Blue Jays Radio Network. Addison Barger with the first pinch hit grand slam in World Series history as the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 11-4 in Game 1. So football, Jets head coach Aaron Glenn still has not named a starting quarterback for Sunday's game as they try for their first win against the Bengals. And Giants head coach Brian Daboll was fined $100,000 after violating concussion protocol 2 weeks ago against the Eagles. Running back Cam Scatterbo was also fined $15,000 after entering the medical tent while Jackson Dart was being evaluated. In Brooklyn, the Nets fell to the Cavs 131-124, and on the ice, the Devils topped the Sharks 3-1. They're now 7-1 on the year. It's 47 degrees with clear skies in Central Park. I'm Connor Green.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, the Fan, WFAN.
Week 8 of the NFL season, and the Giants are headed to Philadelphia to take on those Eagles. And I got to tell you something. The optimism for this Giant team day in and day out, week in and week out, is starting to build. It doesn't make a difference how bad the loss was last week in the fourth quarter. Again, if you go through the first 3 quarters of that game, the Broncos were being shut out at home. This New York Giants team gives you a chance to win every single week. That is something that we have not spoken about in years. It's the actual truth. And it may stink because, they're not winning. They're 2-5. But the fact is that you can go into a game against the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday morning or Sunday at 1 o'clock, and you can actually think the Giants have a chance to win, which is something that they haven't done in Philadelphia since 2016. Or is it 2013? Or maybe 2014. Either way, it's been 10 years since the Giants have won a game in Philadelphia. And they have a chance to sweep. Now listen, if you want to break this down and talk about, let's take it 1 week at a time, the NFL season is not very long. It flies by. So let's just take things week to week and slow things down. You individualize this game. How much does it mean for the Giants to win? Just for respect, just to have a game where they can go to Philadelphia and kind of right the wrongs throughout all these previous years. It's a big deal. To sweep a series this year would make it a bigger deal because, A, the divisional record. Now you got 2 wins in the division. You'd be 3-5, and you're kind of back in the mix because no matter what you want to say about the NFC East, that the Eagles are the defending champions, the Dallas offense looks pretty ridiculous. We don't really know about the Commanders because they're so up and down, which is kind of what we expected with the Jaden Daniels sophomore slump type of thing potentially happening. Either way, the Giants would be thrown back in the mix. And the last time the Giants were thrown back in the mix to maybe win a division, and we're not talking about winning a division just yet, but if they beat the Eagles on Sunday, that's all up for grabs. And we look at this, the last time the Giants were up for it for a divisional win or divisional, to win the divisional, the East, wasn't since that season where I think the Commanders maybe won it with a 7-win season. Maybe it was 6 wins. That's what we're talking about. I think it was a Joe Judge season where the NFC East was just so putrid. That being said, it's a huge game tomorrow because it really gives you a stamp of how legitimate are Jackson Dart, Brian Daboll, and the New York Giants. How much can they recover? How good is this locker room? How good is this franchise after losing a crushing game the way they lost to the Broncos? We saw that against New Orleans, right? New Orleans, people say, they really shouldn't have won that game because 5 turnovers, that's on the Giants. So they really weren't supposed to win that game. I look at the other way, I say, they should never have given up 5 turnovers. 5 straight turnovers, that should never have been the case. I mean, they basically handed the game over to the Saints. That is a game that if they clean up and don't, and limit the damage and, prevent 2 of those 5 turnovers, they probably win the game, right? So that's the way I'm looking at it. That being said, the New York Giants, if they recover off of such a bad loss and can find a way to be victorious in Philadelphia, that just backs Brian Daboll and crew that much more. The fact that Brian Daboll, listen, you can say what you want about this team. 2-5, the record is what the record is. Bad teams find ways to lose. They're not a bad team anymore. They're just not. They are actually a good, entertaining team, and the NFL is a crapshoot. A bad team is what we see with the green and white every week. That's a bad team. What the Giants have been doing every week, they've been in every game. Maybe the Commanders game, the first game of the season, you could sit there and say, that game was a little different. That game, they didn't feel like they had chances, they had opportunities, they had dropped balls, they had a lot of things, but that was a little different. This is now putting them on a different pedestal. Like, you look at the Baltimore Ravens, who have been an awful team this year, mostly because Lamar Jackson has been hurt. But do we think that the Baltimore Ravens are a terrible team? Do we think that the Baltimore Ravens have an opportunity to make the playoffs? I think most people, even though Baltimore is terrible right now record-wise, I think that most people still sit there and say, you know what, I'm not going to count the Ravens out. I'm not going to count the Ravens out at 1-5, which is ridiculous. 1-5 is terrible. The Ravens have a better chance of making the playoffs than the Browns do. The Browns are 2-5, the Ravens are 1-5. I think that could be said about the Giants, too, at this point in time. That I can't count the Giants out for anything because that's how good they've played. But it's a litmus test tomorrow in Philadelphia. That's for sure. And if they can find a way to win in Philadelphia, the game has now changed. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN, on social media. You can always check out the Odyssey app. You could always go there and hit the rewind button if you miss something. If you go, what did he just say? They're 2-5, but you give them a good chance. Listen, this is and this is not just we haven't seen good football by the local teams in a long time, so we don't even know what good football looks like anyway. It's bigger than that. It's definitely bigger than that. And the mistakes that have been made and the reasons why the Giants have lost this year, and it's been like this for a little bit. I mean, you could pinpoint the kicker issue. You could pinpoint offsides. You go back to that Bronco game, which was excruciating the way they lost. They did make a ton of mistakes. They made a ton of mistakes. But all it took was one of those mistakes not to happen, and they win the game. You can go back to a missed extra point. You can go back to Kayvon Thibodeau going offside. You can go back to whether it's, Brian Daboll call a timeout for Brian Burns as he's not getting back in time. You can go back to the Dart interception. I mean, there are so many plays in that game that could have changed the way things ended for the Giants. They were so close. And again, domination for 3 quarters. I know that's not good enough because in the NFL, you've got to win games. You got to go out there and win a game. You only got 17 of them, so you have to go and win every game possible. But as I look at this team going, they're in every game. They can win any game they play. And this schedule has been brutal. If I told you, because right now, think about this. They beat the Chargers.
and they beat the Eagles. Those are the 2 wins at home. Okay. Chargers have a really good, legitimate chance to getting to the AFC Championship game. They're one of a few teams that can get there. But they're up there. They're a good, quality team. The Giants gave them an L this year. The Giants gave them the first L of the season. But they're 5-3 right now. They're a top team in the AFC. There's just no doubt about it. And the Giants beat them. And they beat them soundly. The Eagles came to town. And the defending Super Bowl champions came to town. And the Giants made them look silly. The Giants not only won, but beat them down. Cam Scadaboo said, Saquon Barkley, who? It was a total and utter beatdown. And now this week, the Eagles can return the favor. It's a possibility. We do know the Eagles are still talented. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think that every week, the Giants are going to be in tight games. Do they have enough to win? That is the question. 888-808-1019. I think they do. I think they have enough in the tank to make this competitive, to make it dirty, to grind it out. And now with A.J. Brown not being active, I think that now you have a situation, too, where the Eagles are going to be focusing in on one wide receiver and one wide receiver only. I know they have other weapons. I'm not going to sit there and say they don't, like Barkley and Goddard and everybody else on their team. They have some players. Hurts is a player himself. But the reality is Smith and Brown, you take away one of them, it's a much easier time to focus on the main wide receiver and not have to split your attention. You know, last week, and I'm not going to sit there and put it all on Deonte Banks, but the game changed when Deonte Banks went in for Javon Holland and Paulson Adebo. Like, that's when things changed in the secondary. That's when Bo Nix was able to open things up. Well, it's going to be opposite. Jalen Hurts has one less wide receiver he's going to be able to focus on. And the Giants can focus on just the one top wide receiver. There's no splitting the ball. There's no, all right, I'm going to try to get, 50-50 here. No, the focus is Devontae Smith. And if you can cut that off, you can win. And I do believe that part of the debacle in the fourth quarter, too, by the way, was the altitude. And I'm not going to make excuses, but let's put it this way. And I'm not telling you that the Broncos were slow playing the Giants for 3 quarters. That's just ridiculous. No, they were getting outplayed. But I will say this. Those first 3 quarters, I can't recall a time that the Giants had been as physical in a decade. The hits that, whether it was Okereke, whether it was Drew Phillips, whether it was Brian Burns, you name it, the hits on defense were explosive. They were, breaking through tackles. They were finding openings and attacking and laying out the Denver Broncos in ways that we haven't seen in a long time. They were explosive. But that kind of, I think, hurt them in the fourth quarter because the altitude, I think, might have got to them. And I think that the Broncos slow played it, and where the Broncos were fully energized in that fourth quarter like it was nothing, Giants had nothing left in the tank. That's going to be different on Sunday. The travel is a 2-hour bus ride, if that, from Jersey to Philly. That's what the travel is. It's not a 4.5 hour plane ride to Denver in high elevation. I walked into Mile High last week, and it told me, everywhere I went, like, hey, elevation sickness is real. That's on every freaking wall. The first thing you do, you see, Mile High, elevation sickness is real. So it's one of those things where, maybe that you have to factor in everything from the game. I think being so close, going against a division rival, I truly think that the New York Giants have a great opportunity to be spoilers again in this division, win another game, put himself that much closer to, and again, it's not about the playoffs, but you could continue your season and have a season, right? 2-5, turning into 3-5 or 2-6. 3-5 sounds way better. You know that. All right, 888-808-1019. We'll get to your phone calls. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. We'll get into a ton. There's a lot of comments from Aaron Glenn this week with the quarterback situation. And, I think I gave my feelings last week strong and hard about how I feel about Aaron Glenn and the New York Jets. But I will make sure that they are known coming up next on the Fan of what the Jets' focus needs to be the rest of this season and next season. Plus, we'll get into some basketball as the Knicks are 2-0 to start the season. They're looking pretty good under the new Mike Brown head coach. And we'll get into the Rangers a little bit too because they suck. You want to talk about a team that sucks? The Rangers, they suck. 888-808-1019 is Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
The Giants and Eagles get ready to face each other for the second time in 3 weeks. This time in Philly.
They bring pressure up the middle. Darts back, fires it over the middle, and it's caught off a deflection.
Will Big Blue quickly forget last week's heartbreaker?
10-5 to the goal line.
Or get back on track in the home of their division rival?
Touchdown Giants!
Find out tomorrow at 1. Here on your home for New York Giants football. 1019 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Looking for the perfect place to catch the game on Long Island? Check out Tap Room, now with 9 locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. Great food, rotating craft beer, and TVs everywhere. Plus Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. It's the best place for sports, food, and friends. Visit taproomofny.com to find your spot.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN on social media. I'm in a bit of a, for some reason, like a late 90s, early 2000s, like new metal kick right now. So I apologize for what we're about to make you suffer through music-wise. I told that to Nico. I apologize in advance. Said this might not be your cup of tea, but I'm in the mood. So, hey, you live once, from what I understand. 888-808-1019. Speaking about living once, I'm pretty sure I made this comment last week, but I'm going to make sure that I make it strong and point it again. Again, it's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Till 5 when Joe Beningo takes over. Always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN. Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji need to be one and done. End of story. And this week is just another reason why I have no trust or faith in Aaron Glenn or Darren Muji. And this is why the Jets continue to fail. They
give the keys to somebody who is in over his head. And I'm not trying to slight Aaron Glenn, and I don't think he's going to be the worst head coach of all time. He may be close to it. He may be the second worst coach of all time in Jets history. But I'll tell you this much. Aaron Glenn has proven nothing to me that he knows how to handle situations in New York. And the more that he shuts down with the New York media, the less likely he has to succeed here. Because we are going to continue to rip him to shreds. There is no good option for Aaron Glenn at quarterback, right? We know that. It's Justin Fields, Tyrod Taylor. There's no gamesmanship here with what he's doing, right? There's no, well, I'm going to trick the Bengals into thinking we're going to start Justin Fields, but then I'm going to throw Tyrod Taylor out there. You're not tricking anybody. Both quarterbacks are inept. I don't think they're going to have, and here's the other thing too. By the way, the Bengals are one of the worst defenses in the league, okay? So the fact that you have Aaron Glenn trying to play coy with the Bengals and trying to play games with them and being all gamesmanship and stuff like that, it's like, hey, the Bengals are terrible. You should have some success against this team, no matter who you throw out there. But the fact that you are sitting there and telling the media, you know what's going on, but I don't want you to know what's going on, and I don't want anybody else to know what's going on, is a joke. Because we all know what's going on. You don't have a quarterback. You had an opportunity to talk to somebody about the quarterback position in Aaron Rodgers, and I'm not totally upset that Aaron Rodgers is not back here. I'm not going to sit here and say I was screaming to all heavens, oh, you got to keep him. Or I was in the camp of get rid of him. His time here is done. You can't allow Aaron Glenn and Aaron Rodgers to coexist. It's not going to happen. If Robert Saleh couldn't last with Aaron Rodgers, you'd think Aaron Glenn is. It's not going to happen, right? But it's how they handled it. It's how that they didn't even talk to him really and interview him and ask for advice on what the hell is going wrong in this building, right? That's more what pissed me off. That being said, you don't have a quarterback on this team. I was all for the Justin Fields move. I found out I made a mistake. I'll be the first one to raise my hand and say, I'm wrong. Justin Fields is not an NFL quarterback. I'm sorry. I thought he was still young enough. I thought he was still getting closer to his prime, that something would be developed. But I'll tell you this much. If there is somebody that's going to develop Justin Fields, it's not going to be Aaron Glenn. It's not going to be the New York Jets. He's got to go somewhere else. He's got to take the Sam Darnold route. He's got to go, San Francisco. He's got to go to Minnesota. He's got to go anywhere else but a bad organization like the Jets. Don't go to the Browns. Don't go to the Jets. Those are two teams you do not want to go to if you are a struggling quarterback who's looking to try to find a way to break through. Don't go to the Jets. Don't go to the Browns. All right? Two of the worst organizations in the history of sports. End of story. But Aaron Glenn isn't fooling anybody. He's not tricking anybody. I mean, the best thing he could do, to be honest with you, is run out Breece Hall as the quarterback. Right? Just run out like options every play. Just run anything else. Direct snapped to freaking Garrett Wilson's probably not playing this week, but I would say direct snap to Garrett Wilson. See what happens there. I made this claim a couple of years ago when Daniel Jones was hurt. And I don't back down from the ridiculousness of it. It was ridiculous. But I'm not going to back down from it. They were playing Mike Glennon, and he was awful. And I was like, you know what? You got Kadarius Toney, who may not be a good quarterback, but at least he has some sort of skill set and can confuse the defense, maybe like some Wildcats, whatever the case is. Give it a different look. I'd prefer to see Kadarius Toney at quarterback than freaking Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor. And that's what I mean right now, too. Like, I'd prefer anybody else on the Jets to give a different look. That's where you got to be creative. That's what you got to do. These quarterbacks are not breaking through. And if they do, it's only because the Bengals defense is terrible. That's it. And in some way, I feel, okay, it'd be really nice for the Jets to win a game. But on the other way, I'm like, you know what? This may be actually the perfect scenario. That you have Glenn and Muji, who built a terrible roster, who does not know how to run a team, a franchise, and they're going to go 0-17 this year. I mean, they really have a good chance of going 0-17. I know a lot of people saying, oh, it's impossible. They're going to win 1-2 games. Really? Because they were supposed to beat the Panthers. That could have been their one win. Give me the other wins they are supposed to have. Are you telling me Miami Dolphins? I don't think so. The New England Patriots? I don't think so. The Buffalo Bills? I don't think so. The Cincinnati Bengals? I kind of don't think so. Give me the team that the Jets are supposed to beat. Let's go. You want to go through the schedule? Let's do it. Let's go through the Jets schedule. I love doing this. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is the one, but no, it's not. I'll tell you why. After this week, they play the Browns at home. I'll tell you why they're going to lose that game. Because at the very least, the Browns' defense is really good. I can't sit there and talk about the Browns' offense, but I can sit there and tell you that the Browns' defense is legitimate. Okay? They've found ways to win. I know it's only 2 games, but that's 2 more than the Jets. Patriots not going to win. Ravens, no chance. Especially if Lamar Jackson's playing, no chance. Falcons, they've been reasonably decent this year. Dolphins, even though they suck and they might not have Mike McDaniel by December 7th, I still think, and I would pick Tua to wipe the floor with the Jets. The Jets have no offense. That's what it comes down to. Even if they can play a close game and the defense play well, they can't score. The Jaguars will beat the Jets. The Saints will beat the Jets. In New Orleans, 100%. And then they finish up the season with the Patriots and the Bills again. I mean, you could sit there and circle the Browns and the Saints as maybe the two games that have an opportunity to win. But that's it. That's all I give them. That's all they have. And they're not going to walk into like, oh, we just kind of found a way. We played really close against the Patriots. No. Patriots are going to wipe the floor with them. The Falcons, the Jaguars are going to wipe the floor with them. It's not going to be relatively close. It's going to be one of the worst seasons in history of the New York Jets. And they've played terrible. They've played some awful football. But it's time to do the right thing. And by do the right thing is let Glenn screw up this entire season and fire him. Fire Muji and then bring in real people that know how to run an organization. And I'm going to say it again, and you may hate it. When Bill Belichick gets tossed from UNC and they work out a buyout, should be the first person that Woody Johnson calls and says, for all the mistakes we've made over the years, let's make this right. Let's do this one thing right. I'll give you the keys. Fix my freaking team. You don't got to be the head coach. You could act as the GM. You could act as whatever you want. Fix this team. Please, you bring in your head coach. You bring in your GM. Fix my team. Fix my organization. And let Woody stay far, far away. That is the one and only thing. Like, they sit there and talk about, oh, they bring in consultants and they bring in people that they trust. I got to be honest with you. I don't trust the people they trust. There's nothing about Woody Johnson that I trust when it comes down to football minds. I don't trust those people. They're the reason why this team continues to stink. 888-808-1019. Let's get these phone calls. Kevin in Milford. What's going on, Kev?
Yo, Hoff, come on, man. You just acted like the Jets are a JV football team by putting in a Brees Hall at quarterback. This is the NFL. This ain't a JV football team in high school. What are you talking about?
Well, Kevin, let me ask you a question. When Justin Fields played against the Broncos in London, how many yards did they throw for?
No, he's terrible.
Right. Negative 10. Negative 10 yards. So you're sitting here telling me that Brees Hall maybe not be more productive?
No, I didn't know it was JV football instead of the NFL.
But this is
what are you talking about?
But this is what the Jets are playing. Kevin, this is what the Jets are playing like, though. They're playing JV. They're playing like a JV squad. They should not be. Kevin, this team should not be playing in the NFL right now. I'm sorry. They have zero talent. And this goes back to Joe Douglas, too, by the way. This is not all on Glenn and Muji. This goes back to Joe Douglas thinking he knows more than everybody else in the world, too.
You just put a running back in like you're going to run something in college. It's pro football.
I understand that. Kevin.
Am I focusing dope? I'm on your side.
Kevin, who else do they have to go to?
No, Tyrod Taylor's a backable service guy. Hey, play defense. Sauce Gardner sucks. All these guys that are heroes are not good.
Right.
They were perked up. So, yeah, but let a serviceable quarterback play, not a running back.
Kevin, Tyrod Taylor may be hurt. He may not be able to play.
Then that's on your GM. Then get a guy to play. What I'm saying is he's better than this slapdick from Chicago. Pardon my friend.
Right, I get it, and I appreciate the phone call there, Kev. And I don't know, we'll just dump that anyway. I'm going to dump that twice just to be safe. I don't know if I think you could say that. I don't know if he could say it, but I think he can. He said something with an SD, but anyway, we did it to be safe. That's fine. And I get Kevin's point. You're 100% right. I'm going above and beyond to be egregious in saying the quarterbacks on this Jets team are not good enough in the NFL. Like, that's what it comes down to. And I like Tyrod Taylor. I loved him as a backup, but he's not a winner. Like, that's the one thing I know. He's not a winner. Like, when he was with the Giants, he's not a winner. He never won them games. Actually, to be honest with you, he lost them more games than they won. Like, they had opportunities to score, and he couldn't put it in the end zone. Like, Tyrod Taylor is a serviceable quarterback, but he's not a winning quarterback. And to go up against the Bengals, you have an opportunity, quote-unquote, to win against a bad Bengals defense. A hurt Tyrod Taylor, Justin Fields, who's proven nothing and shown you nothing, who are you going to go to? And I said this last week, too, when the rumors started to come around of Derek Carr wanting to return to the NFL and declining going to the Bengals. And I say that for a reason. He declined for a good reason. Because if he was able to get the Bengals to any level of capacity to win, guess who's coming back in Week 14? Joe Burrow. And Derek Carr would lose his job. So I'm not saying that Derek Carr is being like selfish, like, oh, no, I can only go to a team that I could start on. But that's what he wants to. If he's going to come play football, he's going to come play football. Why not look into him and see what he's got in the tank? You can give him the reins the rest of the year. Now, the reason why he would probably decline the Jets is because they have no weapons whatsoever. But, again, we're talking about the fact that Justin Fields is not a good quarterback in the NFL. And Tyrod Taylor isn't healthy. So what is the plan? And it may sound JV and it may sound ridiculous, but I'd rather see anybody else on the New York Jets play quarterback than the two guys they currently have right now on that are options for the Jets. 888-808-1019. Roscoe, you're in Brooklyn. What's up, Roscoe?
Hoff. It's 2:43 a.m. in the morning on a Saturday morning. You guys gave $30 million to Justin Fields. So, first of all,
well, I didn't give him. I didn't. Rocco, I didn't give him.
But you're a Jet fan. You're a Jet fan.
No,
you're
I'm not.
Jet fan.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
You're not? No.
You're not.
No.
What team are you? What team do you root for now?
Well, I don't know if you recall, but I quit the Jets this past offseason.
Wait, Hoff. Come on. Don't do that.
Why?
We're not doing all that.
I know, I am doing that. I did that.
Come on.
Roscoe, there's all Roscoe. Well, listen, I'm not. Yes, I'm a leader. I'm a leader.
We're not gonna argue.
I'm a leader. I'm an adult man, and I can do what I want to do.
You're teaching your kids how to quit.
Listen.
You're teaching your kids how to quit, though, Hoff.
Oh, Roscoe, can I tell you something?
Okay, listen.
No. You listen. Roscoe, listen. You listen real quick, and then you can. I'll give you the opportunity to come back. No problem. Okay. Right. We'll have a conversation. Roscoe, I'm an adult male. I'm 40 plus years old. I've rooted for teams my entire life. The Jets I wasn't always fond of. I've had moments. So I'm not going to sit there and say I'm a fake fan, but I rooted for the Jets for the past 20 plus years. Whatever.
You on the wagon.
But I have the Mets are my first and be all end all. There's never going to be a chance to quit.
They're trash.
Hold on. Roscoe. let me finish before you start being a jerk. Okay, I have no problem with you making jerk comments, but just hear me out. Okay. I only have room for one heartbreak a year now, and I can't do it anymore. So the Jets, they continue to play awful and terrible football and make terrible decisions. I've now said they don't care about me. I don't care about them. I'm moving on. It wasn't preseason. It wasn't preseason. I quit before that. Way before that.
You were jumping high over Justin Fields.
Yeah, I was happy about Justin Fields. I was happy that they signed Justin Fields. Yes.
You wanted to get rid of Aaron Rodgers so fast. And what else? What else did Hoff? What else was Hoff's menu for the Jets this year?
Listen, Aaron Rodgers was never going to be able to exist here with Aaron Glenn. Okay, that's a fact. I'm not upset that he's not here.
That was an ego trip, though.
I'm not upset.
Aaron Glenn is going to listen. He'll be gone in 2 years.
No, he should be gone. Roscoe, he should be gone after this year. I never wanted Aaron Glenn.
No, you can't do that.
Yes, you can.
You can't do that.
Why can't you?
In the NFL, you
Roscoe,
can't do that.
That's ridiculous. I've seen plenty. We've seen coaches get fired after 1 year, and the way that Aaron Glenn's coaching, he can be gone after 1 year.
What team has fired a coach after 1 year and then succeeded after? Tell me.
Well. Here's the thing: what coach?
But it doesn't work.
But look at Aaron Glenn right now. But nothing is working with this Jets team.
You got to give Glenn one more year. You got to give Glenn one more year. Listen,
so he can screw it up.
I feel like he gambled with Justin Fields, man, and Justin let him down. So now his back is against the wall. Granted, but you got to give him another year, and you got to let him. You got to get him a quarterback, man. Like, we need a quarterback.
He chose this mess. Think about that.
NFL. Listen, if you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, you're not going to succeed.
I know.
And they should have. Now, real quick. What's the issue with Shakur Sanders? Why didn't we take a chance with him?
We're going to go back to Shador Sanders.
No, don't laugh. Don't laugh, because if that kid comes off the bench for Cleveland, because eventually they're going to lose their quarterback, and they're going to have to play him, and he sparks. Bro, we're going to we even had a chance to get a Jason Dart, and we did, and we folded.
Roscoe, this is the reason what was wrong with Shador Sanders. Shador Sanders is talented, from what I understand, but he does not. I'm not saying his work ethic is terrible. But
we don't know that, though.
No, but they do. That's what they do. That's actually what they said. Like,
he's in Cleveland, dogs. They're not letting him rock.
No,
they got him in the back burner.
Roscoe.
They put Gabriel in front of him.
Right, because he wasn't taking it serious. Because they wasn't taking it serious. That's why. You don't just get handed. Roscoe, you don't just get handed the keys. Roscoe, you don't just get handed the keys.
That can't even throw the ball.
I don't disagree with you, but you don't just get handed the keys. And to be honest with you, Shador Sanders coming to the Jets, you think it's going to be any better? You think that it's good? You think the media is not going to eat him up? You think that the media is not going to eat the Jets up? Like, Glenn and Shador are not. Here's what it comes down to: Glenn needs to be a guy that's going to be in complete control. You think Shador Sanders? Oh, I don't know where Roscoe went. I didn't drop you, but I'm sorry. There's no chance that Shador Sanders is going to come to New York and work with Glenn and go, I'm your quarterback. Teach me the dark side. Let me learn under you. No chance. What's going to happen is Shador Sanders is, I'm Shedeur Sanders. I know what I'm doing. You clearly don't. You're 0-7. I'll come save you. Trust me. It doesn't make a difference how talented the kid is. I don't trust him. You could trade for him. You can give him a shot. Listen, I just said that Breece Hall could be a quarterback for the Jets to run the Wildcat. Like, I'm down to do anything desperate at this point in time because anything else is better than watching Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor. Okay? But at this point in time, I don't know if I'd want to take the risk on Shedeur, but I am open to making moves. I'm open for a lot of things. I just don't think that Glenn is the guy. So I don't have to give him an extra year. Like, that's one thing that you don't understand. I don't have to give Aaron Glenn anything. Aaron Glenn got this opportunity. He's the only one that wanted the job. He said he wanted the job. He acted like he wanted the job. But was he ready for the job? The answer is no. 0-7, going nowhere fast, not having good press conferences with the media. The answer is no, Aaron Glenn isn't ready. Now, does that mean that Aaron Glenn is not going to have success in the NFL as a head coach? That's not what I'm saying at all. Like, if you look at previous head coaches, Todd Bowles, right? Just look at Todd Bowles. He got run out of town so quick, and yet he's having success in Tampa Bay. The Jets are too dysfunctional for these first-time head coaches that are in over their heads that have to figure out how to save the New York Jets. That's the end of the story. You got to bring in somebody who is able to fix this sinking ship. To be honest with you, it's more than that. The ship has sunk. We are sitting at the bottom of the boat of the ocean. How do you bring that ship up? And can you actually do something with it when you do bring it up? When you recover this ship, can you make it workable? That's what it comes down to. I don't think that a first-year coach and Darren Muji, of all people, can figure that out. And I think it's time that the owner looks in the mirror and says, I'm not getting it right. So I need to go somewhere that I've never thought I'd ever go. And that's the people that he has bad relationships with that can actually get this right. 888-808-1019. Peter is in Lawrence. What's up, Peter?
Hi, Hoff. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm hanging in there. It's a Saturday
like you
morning.
Need my medication called Brandy after dealing with Roscoe.
Yeah, listen, that I got to be honest, that wasn't the worst conversation I've ever had with Roscoe, so I'll take that as a win.
Okay. Well, how do you think the chances of the Giants against the Eagles this weekend? And I think the fines were appropriate. What do you think?
Well, let's start with the fines. Okay, I totally get it. You can't interfere with the doctors. They have everything in place for a reason. There's a whole reason for it. But I will tell you this much. Not saying I don't blame Dable, but I can understand where Dable is coming from. Scadaboo's got to stay out of it. Like, it is what it is with Scadaboo. He's dude. Scadaboo is Scadaboo. Cam is just who he is. He's going to be that guy that's going to overstep his boundaries. And at the end of the day, like, whatever. It's just Scat. It's a Scadaboo. As far as Dable, though, goes, he wants to win the game. And I'm not telling you that he was going to go and pull Dart and throw him back on the field. But I do see how he's like, I need to know what's going on here because I have to figure out what we are going to do. And I can't succeed with Russell Wilson, unfortunately. That's not going to work out. And what's the plan? So you can't interfere, but I understand his thinking, hey, at least give me a heads up. Are we close? Are we not close? That's all I want to know. There's got to be a better way to go about it. They maybe have to have a, and I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to having somebody in the tent that's like, all right, we need a couple more minutes, or a clock on there, whatever it is. Not a clock to say, hey, we got to move things faster, but just as a head coach who is desperate to save his job, right? That's the whole thing, Peter. Isn't Brian Daboll desperate to win games or make things competitive and find ways to win games? That's his job.
Yes, he is, and I think it's also time to unload Russell Wilson somewhere and let Jameson Winston be the number one backup.
I'll fight you on that in a second because I want to get to that after the break. But I understand that. I respect where you're coming from. But regardless, the point is this, is that I think I respect Brian Daboll for why he went and did what he did. He's doing his best to win games, and you can't handcuff him. He's got his one guy that actually can move the ball and put the ball in the end zone, and he's not on the field, and he doesn't know what to do. So I get that. Now, as far as, and Peter, thank you so much for a phone call. As far as this week, I kind of said it already. Even though with the picks, with BT and Sal, I want Eagles because, again, I said this. I'm not going to go Giants until they can prove to me that they can win every week. Like, the Eagles right now are the better team. They just are. So I can't pick the Giants to win. I pick the Giants to cover. They're going to make this a close game. There's no doubt about it. I picked them to cover. I didn't pick them to win. Do they have a chance to win? I think they do. I think they very much do, especially with the with A.J. Brown being out. There's no doubt that this is a better situation for the Giants than it's ever been. Better than the first time they played the Eagles at home. And they won that game fair and square, and they beat them up. I think the Giants have another opportunity to do that again, and their defense can be stingy. We've seen that. We've seen the Giants' defense be really, really good. Really, really good. All right. I want to touch on that note that Peter just brought up about why it's time to let go of Russell Wilson and why I will completely and utterly disagree with that for the rest of the season. And we'll talk about that coming up next on The Fan. Because there is one really good reason why Russell Wilson is on this team. And we will get to that coming up next on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Again, it's Pete Hoff with you on The Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN. And if you've been looking for that perfect lightweight jacket for fall, Flag and Anthem's Chaping Quilted Jacket checks every box. Throw it on in the morning when it's chilly out, grabbing coffee, head to the office, or walking the dog. And you end up wearing it all day because it looks that good. Lightweight, but still warm, so you never be too hot, which I love that. I feel like in the wintertime, like I'm always overdressed because I'm like, oh, it's so cold outside. And then like I'm walking around and I would get comfortable and then I'm just too hot. But not with Flag and Anthem. Every single year, this jacket sells out. No joke. So don't wait. Check out the Chaping Quilted Jacket at flagandanthem.com and use code WFAN for 25% off your order. And let me just tell you something, okay? Flag and Anthem, for the guys out there, you're going to love it. It's my favorite clothes to wear. It looks good. It feels good. The women like it too. My wife loves this, and they hooked her up. They did right. Let me tell you something. People over at Flag and Anthem do it right. And they hooked up my wife with some stuff. And I'll just say she was very, very pleased. Very happy. And I mean, and listen, I've gone out of my way to get her stuff in the past too. Of course, because she loves it. She loves their stuff. They nailed it this time. That's all I can tell you. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on The Fan 101.9 FM.
Have to default to what you're supposed to do. And what you're supposed to do is run the clock so that they are forced to use all 3 of their timeouts.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey sports station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Connor Green, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. It's also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamwellPain.com. The Knicks continued their hot start to the Mike Brown era.
Halfway down and out. Offensive rebound. McBride can't hit the three. Another offensive board for Hart. The drive and deuce. It's Jalen Brunson.
The Knicks took down the Celtics 105-95 at the Garden. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 31 points. Big contribution from Karl Anthony Towns as well. He had a double-double with 26 points and 13 rebounds. Next up for the Knicks is a meeting with the Heat on Sunday. Over to the World Series, the Dodgers had an early lead. The Blue Jays tied it on a 2-run homer from Dalton Varsho, and Addison Barger broke it open with the first pinch-hit grand slam in World Series history as the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 11-4 in Game 1. It's already been a long year for the Jets, and there continues to be uncertainty at the quarterback position. Yesterday, Aaron Glenn wouldn't share who his starting quarterback would be against the Bengals.
I cannot tell you that because I don't want to. I'm saying it because I don't want to. I don't know how many times I got to answer you that. It's not going to change.
Do the players know who the quarterback is?
That's completely between me and the players.
The Jets enter Sunday winless at 0-7, and whether it's Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor at quarterback, they'll look to finally get their first win in Cincinnati against the 3-4 Bengals. In Brooklyn, the Nets fell to the Cavs 131-124, and on the ice, the Devils topped the Sharks 3-1. They're now 7-1 on the year. It's 47 degrees with clear skies in Central Park. I'm Connor Green.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Still, the only thing I really know is she got sex appeal.
888-808-1019 is Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. You can always hit me up at Hoff. WFAN on social media. You can watch live now on YouTube. You can do whatever you want. You go to the Odyssey app and listen there. There's so many different ways. You don't have to just do the conventional radio. There's so many opportunities for you to listen to this. You could go back and listen to it later on if you want to catch something. Like, hey, I'm about to talk about Russell Wilson. You could take a break. Go somewhere and return. And it's like, you know what? I did want to hear what he had to say about Russell Wilson. You go to the Odyssey app, you hit the rewind button, and you will find it. Now, this is what I have to say about Russell Wilson. And the last caller, Peter from Lawrence, brought it up about get rid of Russell Wilson, trade him, and make Jameis Winston your backup quarterback. And I understand that philosophy. I do. I respect where people are coming from. Russell Wilson's not the guy that's going to go out there and win games for you. You don't want to see him play anymore. Whatever the case is, maybe he's got value at another team. Look at Joe Flacco. Whatever the case is, I hear all the negative reasons of why it's time to get and move on from Russell Wilson. But think about the positives, okay? Think about the positive of Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston on this team. And you got to think about the big picture here, okay? This is not just, well, if Jackson Dart gets hurt, who's in next? This is the big picture here. He now has at least three, maybe four legitimate coaches on this team working with him. Jackson Dart, that is. You have, obviously, Brian Daboll as the head coach. Mike Kafka, the offensive coordinator. But then you have Russell Wilson on one side, and you got Jameis Winston on the other side. And the one thing I will say about both Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, you may not like this, but the way they go about being the backup quarterback on this team, there is zero disruption. There is zero, it's about me. When do I get my chance? What am I doing here? There is no issue with Russell Wilson since he's been benched. There's been no issue with Jameis Winston not dressing so far this season. And the positives outweigh the negative to me. Because if either Jameis Winston or Russell Wilson at this point go in as a quarterback over Jackson Dart, you probably have problems. But to have them on either side of Jackson Dart, to be an extra voice, to just bounce questions off, to follow technique, follow certain things. Like, there's a skill set that Russell Wilson can't do anymore that Jackson Dart can do, right? We know that he's more mobile, that he's able to get, continue plays with his legs, find holes, all this other stuff. But you're telling me that Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston are not talking to him after drives, after plays, and be like, hey, listen, that was great. You were able to do this. However, on this play, did you see the guy in the flat? Did you look at him at all? Was that the first read? What was your plan here? This was the goal. Look at and go back and look at. And now, listen, you have other coaches for that too. But coaches can only do so much. Jameis and Russ have played in the NFL more recently than Mike Kafka. I'm sorry. It's just true. Brian Daboll never played in the NFL. And that's not a knock on them. That's just saying that Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston are that much closer to a real product of on the field product like Jackson Dart. They have more relatable things to talk about. Because the coach can tell someone to go do something. But then there's questions that maybe you don't feel comfortable asking the coach, or you hear an answer and go, I don't really know if he understands what I'm going through in that scenario. And you bounce it off of Russ, and you bounce it off of Jameis, and they're giving you experience. That's something that Brian Daboll does not have. Experience as a starting quarterback in the NFL. Again, that's not ripping Brian Daboll. That's just reality. That he has no experience of being a quarterback in the NFL. But Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston do. I mean, Russell Wilson has the experience of winning a Super Bowl. Okay? Winning a Super Bowl as a quarterback in the NFL. No one else on that field for the Giants can say that as a quarterback. So when you say get rid of Russell Wilson, when you say make Jameis Winston your backup, I understand there's reasons behind it. You can cut salary, you can cut certain things, but what's the value behind keeping those guys? That's what I want you to think about. And to me, at this stage in his career, to have those guys behind him, they're more of an asset than anything else. Now, listen, next year, do you have to bring both back? No, definitely not. When we used to talk about Mark Sanchez, when he was the quarterback for the Jets, and we used to talk about how there was no real competition for him. When Mark Brunell was there as Mark Sanchez's mentor, I guess you could say, I appreciate that. I love that because you have somebody who you could talk to and say, and ask the right question and get a good response. And he's been through the trenches and he's been through the ups and downs in the NFL. And he can help you understand certain situations and read certain things differently and find a way to, to what you should do instead of what you did. But the criticism started to come in when Sanchez didn't perform the way that we wanted him to, and there was no backup. And that's the same thing with Zach Wilson and a lot of other quarterbacks in the NFL. But just always seems to be with the Jets and the Giants, there was never good enough backup quarterbacks. That's not the case now. We're not looking for a backup quarterback. We don't want a backup quarterback. We have Jackson Dart. Let him play this year. Let him go out there and do his thing. We love to see it. And you have two veterans who are willing to be here, to be that voice to a young kid, and they're not making any gripes, and they're not talking, and they're not frustrated. And we want to trade him? We want to trade Russell Wilson? I think that's pointless. And I knew that from the beginning. A lot of people saying, why have Jameis Winston around here? This is just ridiculous. You don't need him. Well, you kind of do. You're putting yourself in a good situation. I didn't want Jackson Dart to start right away. I really didn't. I didn't want him to be in game one and get crushed and be like, okay, this kid's not going to last much longer. No, I wanted him to ease into it. And they did that. They got him a couple reps here and there, and then they realized, all right, it's not working with Russ. Let's move on to Jackson. He's ready. Let's go. I'm fine with that. I think it was a little quick, but in the end, it wasn't. I mean, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. Jackson Dart is 2-2 right now in the season. Technically, he should be 4-0. But I like what they're doing and how they're approaching the situation. And if you think for a second that the Giants are missing the boat with not trading away Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston or whatever the case is, then you're clearly not paying attention to the reason why this team is headed in the right direction. There are good people in the locker room. That was said from the beginning of the season. This felt different. Russ and Jameis made this locker room feel different. Jackson and Cam Scottaboo made this locker room feel different. Even after last week. Okay, last week it ripped Giants fans' hearts out. You don't think it ripped the players' hearts out? But the one thing they did as a team, everybody spoke. Nobody walked away from the media. No, I mean, I didn't get everybody because I just couldn't. But there was about 15 guys that spoke to the media. I think I got about 12 of them. Everyone was talking, and it wasn't like a putting blame on other people. It was, we got to find ways to win that game. I got to do my job better. It's not putting blame on this person, not putting blame on no one put blame on anybody else. Took ownership. Yeah, they got to win that game. Okay. Good point. They should have. But it's a much better situation than it ever was in the previous years. That's for sure. 888-808-1019. Again, Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's get back to these phone calls. 888-808-1019. Again, you can hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Mike is in Brooklyn. Mike, what's up, buddy?
What's up, brother, man? How's everything going, all right?
You know what? It's okay. It's okay. I see the two things you want to talk about, and it makes me not okay, but it's okay.
Well, first of all, with football, I know, I don't know, because I know you're away every week with the Giants and everything, but if you watch football, the last 2 weekends, I watched a lot of different games. There was a lot of garbage quarterbacks all across the NFL. I can't believe there's 10 quarterbacks that probably should not be quarterbacks in the NFL. It's unbelievable.
The thing about it, there's a lot of injuries right now. I mean, Joe Burrow is out. Lamar Jackson was out. Kyler Murray is out. Spencer Rattler is the quarterback in New Orleans. I mean, you go up and down. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's not a great
the guys like Young. Not Young. What do you call it? Yeah, Bryce Young. Dward. So many garbage guys. I don't know. I can't believe when I'm watching some of this. But all right, to bring up some of my points.
Mike. And then people question why I say, you know what? Give Breece Hall a shot at quarterback. Let him play the Wildcat.
It can't be that much worse.
Right.
Like McCarthy. McCarthy that first week or whatever, then the first 2 weeks, he's complete crap. Right? So
and he's getting benched now too. Now it's not looking too good over there. Carson Wentz is starting. It's just not. It's not what you want, guys.
Garbage too. Yeah. Unbelievable. I don't know, but crazy. And I was thinking before, why don't the Jets call up freaking the Giants and trade and get Winston? Winston would be better than both of the guys that they have right now.
Yeah, but again, I just made the point for Giants why they wouldn't want to give him up right now. I mean, he's more valuable. He's more valuable on the Giants being there for Jackson Dart.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, let's get into some of the messies. Okay, first of all, the Rangers. What the hell is going on? The Rangers remind me of a team very similar to like the Mets. They're going to get rid of the coaches. They're going to get rid of all this other stuff. But when you still have the core that stinks, you still have the same crap team. It's unbelievable to me. And how the hell can they not win at home? Like, what is going on? Like, I don't even blame it on the coach. I just blame it more on, like, the players, the manager.
The players are bad.
And, like, you need new blood in there. And even the drafts. Look at the draft. Look at this guy Schaefer's a complete stud. Look at Hughes on the Devils, complete stud. And we get Kakko and Lafreniere.
Look at look at Macklin Celebrini on the Sharks. By the way,
the stud.
The Sharks beat the Rangers 6-5 in overtime, right? It was nice to see that the Rangers were able to put up 5 goals against the worst goalies in the NHL right now. I think they gave up about 4 goals a game. The Devils played the Sharks last night. They won 3-1, and I'm going to tell you right now, you just talked about the young kids that are stepping up. Macklin Celebrini had going into today, and I think he got an assist on today. So I think now he's got 12 points in 8 games. Yeah. And that's pretty freaking good. More than a point a game for a 19-year-old kid is pretty good. Lafreniere is 24 years old. I think he's got 3 points on the season.
Yeah, it's crazy. And they were almost up 2-1. I was actually watching the game, the Sharks, but they were offsides on the second goal. But, it's crazy. Like, a lot of these younger kids, and they're fast. Like, the Rangers are a slow, older team.
They are. They're slow. They're energetic. They're stale. They look kind of it's almost like and I don't want to say boring hockey, but it looks like they don't know what to do. There's no creativity. You're talking about a team that's putting the puck on net. Okay, fine, but there's nobody banging on for rebounds. There's no deflections. They're just trying to just get opportunities to put it on net, and that's okay. But like, there's got to be something more than that. There's got to be more of a delivery because it's the NHL here. If you're just sitting there and putting a puck on net and you get one shot and you don't get a rebound, that's it. Either you smother the puck and you get a face-off out of it, or you keep the play moving and you go on the other side of the ice. And it's not good hockey right now by the Rangers at all. And you're right, Panarin, Zibanejad, JT Miller even, I'm going to throw in there too. And I've been told over and over and over by, Chris Lepresti, who talks to me all the time and says, you can't move them. You can't move them. They got no trade clauses. I get it. Yeah. But you're telling me that I'm going to be honest with you. I'm more willing to bench those players and cut out their ice time and make them want to leave and waive their no trade clause, then make them play and be awful. I got to be honest.
Okay. And some of these guys go to look at Trouba. Trouba's doing pretty decent, and so was Kreider on the Ducks.
Oh, I know.
Kreider has like 4 or 5 goals.
We saw Kakko when he got traded right away. I mean, he played pretty well with the Anaheim too. I know he's on the IR right now, but yeah, I mean, we've seen other guys go to different places. Now, is that the same thing? Like, say for example, they finally cut ties with Lafreniere and get rid of him. Is he all of a sudden going to turn into a great player? Guess what? I don't care. Because he's not doing it here, and that needs to change.
And it's proven. They have 2-3 years already. And then just the last thing, I'm going to go over the Mets a little bit, but you didn't. I didn't hear you on what do you call it on BT and Sal, the big Met news that we signed Lovelady.
Oh,
what's going? What is? You know what's going to happen here this year? It's going to be the same crap. First of all, if you look at the free agent market on the pitching side, there's not a lot of good guys. And then they're saying the whole thing was trade for Scuba. I'm mixed with that. Do I want to trade for him? Yes. But who do we have, first of all, that they want? I heard Joe. I know you always talk to Joe a couple minutes early in the morning, like when he comes in.
Yeah.
He's like, trade Alvarez, Vientos, Tong, and Sproat for them. Who the hell wants those guys? Do you really want Alvarez and Vientos? Vientos had one decent year, crap year last year, and Alvarez is hurt every time. And then Sproat and Tong, Sproat, okay, but Tong.
Well, it's more about the pitching. Yeah, it's more about the pitching prospects. And let's be honest. And you could sit there and tell me, Mike, that Francisco Alvarez always getting injured. And you know what's he like? He can't catch a lot. I get all that stuff. Like, but here's the thing: is they don't technically need a full-time catcher. They got Dingler right now, who Detroit, for example. You know, that's the trade that we're talking about. They have a catcher, so they have Dingler, who's doing pretty well. Yeah. Alvarez comes in. He doesn't need to play catcher full time. He can play DH. He has been a. If you take away the injuries,
he should be a DH for us. We don't have a freaking DH. It's unbelievable.
Well, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you put Alvarez with the lineup with, with Torkelson, and I'm not sitting there and raving over the paper Tigers that I think they were anyway this year, but if you go through that lineup and you add Alvarez to that team, you go, okay, that's pretty good. When you move Alvarez from catcher to DH, you still have so many holes with this offense with the Mets. You can't, and the other thing is too, I'm not telling you that Detroit is a small market team, but they're not putting a payroll together like the Mets are. When you have a payroll of $300 plus million, you should not have a DH that's making $1 million or $2 million or still in arbitration, and you're not really sure what you're going to get. No, you go out and spend big dollars on that guy. If that's Pete Alonso, if that's Josh Naylor, if that's exactly. It shouldn't be Winker / Marte. No offense, and I like Marte, but Marte's not it. Marte is a poor man's version of Giancarlo Stanton. He's good. He's better than Stanton because his batting average is better, but his speed is not as good as we think. His power is not that of a DH. It's just not.
We haven't had DH since the DH came into the National League. It's unbelievable.
Mike, you talk about a position that was supposed to be the one position the Mets had a surplus of. Yeah. Oh, we can't wait for the DH.
Alonso, remember?
We can't wait for the DH to come to the National League because we have so many. We have too many hitters. Now we don't have enough.
Exactly. And always thanks for the time, brother, man. And listen, it's been almost 2 years already. But after you're done with the Giants, you got to get little Anthony, and I'll get Abby, and we'll go to another Ranger game.
Well, I don't know. He doesn't want to go to a game now. He's a little upset by them.
Yeah, because they suck.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to a Devils game.
Mike, can I tell you something? And this is, I don't even want to say this and admit to it, but he's asking me over and over and over. He's like,
let's go Devils.
No. He wants to be a Nets fan.
Nets?
Yeah. A Nets fan.
I don't blame him.
A Nets fan?
Yeah, you had no expectations. It's actually, I started thinking, I'm like, you know what? As I'm getting older, I'm starting to like two teams in each league. Like I liked last year. I really like in the playoffs and stuff like that. I really got a liking for the Stars. I know you used to like, or you have or sort of like San Jose.
I love San Jose. Yeah, they suck right now, but yeah.
Yeah, but like the Stars, I like the Stars. They had a good team or whatever, good young team, fast, totally different hockey than watching the Rangers. So I don't blame them. I don't blame him. And then what do you call it? You got your buddy. You can go to games with Evan. Take some.
I've been telling him. I'm like, and Evan's trying to Evan's on board with it. I'm like, I don't know, man. This is kind of like not good. Like, I never persuade him to to his moves, but I kind of want to guide him into a better position here. And he's begging for a Nick Claxton jersey. I'm like, are we, Anthony? What is wrong with you?
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Last year, I think it was like February. Abby was off for break. She was home, so she's like, "Oh, let's do something different." So I'm like, "Okay, we'll go to a basketball game." I was by MSG. I went to go look for tickets. Same night, Brooklyn was playing. So I went. It was like $2.50 a seat, garbage seats. I'm like, forget this. So, and neither one of us are crazy about basketball, but at least At least it's, we go do something different. Yeah. So I went to go into the box office right up the block at Barclays. I got two seats, better seats. Like down low, $76 a piece. I'm like, we're going to Brooklyn. It was fun. It was a good time.
Yeah, I have this conversation all the time with Evan too. The Brooklyn Nets. I don't know if it's a packed house every night, but they do really well. The tickets are reasonable, and if you just love basketball, you go there. And listen, I will tell you this much: no matter what you want to say about the product of basketball. there still is, it's a star-driven league. There's usually stars at Barclays Center, at least, every other game or whatever it is. Even if it's not on the Nets, they're still coming to town. So
yeah, we saw Indiana. We saw him play Indiana. We saw Siakam and Halliburton before he got hurt and stuff like that. And it was actually a decent game. It was a close game.
Well, listen, Mike, maybe we'll go to a Nets game together then.
Sounds good, brother, man. Right at the block. All right, I'll talk to you. Always a pleasure, and be safe, and good luck with the Giants this weekend, all right, brother?
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it, brother. Take care. 888-808-1019. Yeah, why not? Nets fan. I mean, I'm like, Ant, I made sure that I didn't torture you by making you a Met fan. I made sure that was a thing. I love you, dude. You're my boy. You're my blood. I don't want you to go through the same mistakes that I've made. You can make your own mistakes. If you ask me, would I prefer him to be a Met fan? Yeah, I'd prefer him to be a Met fan over a Yankee fan. Totally. But, I'm not going to force that on him. Let him make his own mistake. But to be a Net fan right now, oh, my God. To choose that, it's mind-bending. 888-808-1019. We have a lot to get to. I mean, if we want, we'll get more into the Rangers hockey if you want to. We haven't touched the Knicks at all. They're 2-0 to start the season. So let's get into that coming up next on The Fan, because it's only been 2 games, but there has been major changes already. For the better, we'll get into that. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
The Scarlet Knights take on the Purdue Boilermakers. High noon today. The home of Big Ten Rutgers football is WFAN. Powered by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics, and The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Odyssey app.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my guys. 3 double board certified pain specialists at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. They specialize in migraines and nerve pain and will get you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. Join me and thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell for pain relieving solutions. Same-day appointments available with offices in Colonia, Livingston, and Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain like I did for effective pain relieving solutions. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need. Transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
$808-1019. It's the number to call. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan until 5 a.m. You can always hit me up at Hoff, WFAN. Now, we were talking about the Knicks a little bit, about how they're 2-0. They beat the Cavs. They beat the Celtics. I mean, you can't have a better start. I mean, you can have a better start, I guess. You could just completely dominate both teams, which they basically kind of did. They kind of had the, they didn't feel threatened in the first two games at home. But the way that the Knicks started is pretty good with Mike Brown. You can't lie. And what's the first thing that we see differently in the first two games of the season? The rotations are different. The fact that they go deeper, you're not seeing 40 minutes by anybody to start the first two games of the season. That's a step in the right direction. We talk about the efficiency of the Knicks the past couple of years and how the best five were basically on the court for a majority of the game. Every game. And the wear and tear that puts in the players and all this other stuff. And you could sit there and say, well, partly because who else can they go to? Who else is on this team that they can go to? And they never tried. I'm someone who is a Tibbs supporter and said, maybe you should have just forced him to make the move and force him into playing the rotations and getting these other guys involved in the game. Not like, hey, by the way, there's 2 minutes left. It's a blowout. Now you can just totally swap all 5 guys off the bench and put them in. No. You're looking at right now, Tyler Kolek is getting 10-plus minutes a game, basically. You're talking about Landry Shamet, who's getting 14 minutes again versus Celtics. Hart finally was able to play today. He had 19 minutes, which is very small compared to what he normally gets. But then you look at the starters. In game 1, it was OG who had, I think, 37 minutes was the highest minutes played because he was having good moments. Mikal Bridges today, or yesterday I should say, 36 minutes, but 35 for Brunson, 33 for Cat, 32 for McBride. You know, people are seeing different amount of times on the floor, and that's good, and they're still successful. And what I do like is it's not just you're just subbing guys in to sub guys in. There's the different rotations. The fact is you're not seeing everybody on the court. You're not seeing the best 5 on the court at all times. You're seeing people or players that are able to, you know, have different skill sets on the team. Like the fact that Hawk Purdy in game 1, which he wasn't out there yesterday, but the first game of the season was basically starting, maybe not a biggest, offensively talented guy, but made impact with the boards, with the blocks early on, had a huge block on, who was it on? I think it was it, oh, geez, it's the former net that I'm totally blanking on right now. Why am I blanking on it? But good player, regardless. Huge block early in the game, and you're like, wow, that could be a difference maker right there. Jared Allen, thank you. For myself, because Nico just sat there chewing his gum, not giving me the answer. I came up with it. But I would thank Nico anyway, just because he looks handsome. But the point is, like, that was a huge block in the game early on, and it's like you're able to be creative with your lineups and be creative and say, hey, listen, we don't need Bridges, Towns, OG, Brunson, and Hart to all be on the court at the same time. We just don't need to do it. It doesn't have to happen. And we can get Tyler Kolek to see some more minutes. You know? We could see Yabusele out there. Jordan Clarkson, who's been effective the first 2 games of the season. Like, maybe they add a little bit more talent, okay, but like, and that's one thing that we did beg. We did beg the past couple of years is like, can you get more talent on the bench? It seems like they did that, but Mike Brown is also open to the fact of giving more of a rotation. And so far, it's really been effective. Now, who knows how long this is going to last for? Everyone is basically healthy now besides Mitch. He's the only one who hasn't suited yet. But at the moment, you look at this New York Knicks team, and you could see that they are in a better situation than I wanted to give them credit for with Mike Brown after 2 games. Now, how deep can this team go? How good are they? Again, you're facing a Boston team that's missing one of their best players. There are a lot of East teams that are missing top players. And then you look at the West and you go, I feel like everyone's loaded over there. I was watching the Timberwolves-Lakers game, and it was just fast-paced, high-flying, a lot of just a shootout over there in, was it in L.A.? I think it was in L.A. Was it L.A. or was it Minnesota? Where were they? I don't even remember. I just was watching the game. It was very entertaining. It was back and forth. Either way, I think the Lakers ended up blowing them out at the end, up by like 15 or something like that, but it was L.A. But it started off very back and forth, and both teams would, DiVincenzo was shifted to guard. Go figure that one. They shifted him to point guard, and he was playing pretty well. Julius Randle's looking pretty decent, but Anthony Edwards is the man going up against Luka, who I cannot believe that a team traded away Luka Doncic. Now maybe it's just because it's LA and it's different, and he just lost a ton of money because he got more with Dallas, but he looks like he's in good shape, and he's still a freaking baller. When someone's that talented, it's almost like, dude, what are you doing giving him crap? Who cares if he goes out and drinks a little bit? Let him. He's young. He's partying. Is he not going into every game and still being amazing? And that's what Luka Doncic is. He really is freaking amazing. And the Lakers just continue. And they don't have LeBron James yet. By the way, I can tolerate that Lakers team way more when LeBron James isn't on the court. Like, LeBron James just makes things worse for me because I just feel like his personality is so fake and phony. Like, I could tolerate the Lakers as they were last night without LeBron James. And that's why when I heard rumors of maybe LeBron James wants to come to New York, no. Let him go anywhere else. I do not want him coming to the Knicks. I don't want him going to the Brooklyn Nets. I want him nowhere in New York. Let him go to Boston. Let him go back to the Cleveland. Bury him in Charlotte for all I care. Just don't allow him to come here. Not even for a year. I don't want to see LeBron James. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to these phone calls. Let's get to Val in the Bronx. Val, what's going on, bro?
Captain Hoff, welcome back, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate you. What's up? What's good?
I called to talk some Giants, some Jets, and a little bit of World Series with you, but you started that Knicks talk, man. That's not right. And before I even say that...
What do you mean it's not right? What do you mean it's not right?
Because now you distracted me from what I really want to talk about.
Hey, listen, we're talking. This is the best team in New York right now is the New York Knicks. Let's be serious.
It's 2-0. It's early. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
There's not a lot of things to be hopeful about. Come on, at least give us the Knicks.
Before I even say anything about that, dude, I give you credit, man. I thought after last weekend that somebody would have been scraping you up out of the gutter from like outside a bar or dispensary out in Denver last weekend. You know what I mean? That was a rough one. I thought you went on a bender.
Val, can I tell you something? Now, I am a Mets fan, and this is part of the reason why I quit the Jets. I'm a Mets fan who we've all felt, if you're a Mets fan, you've felt all the pain that I felt. So I'm not sitting there being like, I'm the only one. But I am tired because I am very invested in the Mets. I am very tired of feeling pain and then going right into the Jets season because then it's just piling on. It's like there's never a break. So I had to give up on the Jets. And I went to the Giants. I said, I work for the Giants. You know what? Might as well root for them.
I heard you say it last week. I heard you.
Dude.
I heard you say it a couple weeks ago. But I did hear you say that.
But that was maybe the worst loss I've ever felt in my life. Like, I was
when they were shutting them out, bro, I was thinking about you. I was happy for you. I'm like, this dude got a nice little road trip. You know what I mean?
Oh, thank you, Val, for thinking of me. My wife wasn't even thinking of me. But yeah, it was an amazing feel. And then the fourth quarter comes, and as soon as they score a touchdown, I'm like, oh boy. And as that game's going on, I'm just like, as long as they just win the game, that's all it is. I don't care how many points they give up.
Yeah. No.
And they just found a way to blow it, man. And it was even towards
the end. I was telling my wife, because I ended up watching it too. I was telling my wife even towards the end. You know, there was a chance there just before they gave up the lead where I was literally saying to her, you could be good, you could be lucky, but if you're good and lucky, because they're like, what was that? The ball that there was one pass he threw that kind of like bounced off of somebody and something. I think the tight end or somebody else was.
Oh yeah, it bounced off of Wandale Robinson, and amazingly enough, Theo Johnson, who didn't come down. He didn't come down with the ball earlier in the game. That should have been for a touchdown or a big pickup, and he gets that one. It's like, holy crap! And you see all these things going back and forth, and I'm like, wow, the Giants are going to pull it out.
I thought they were going to pull it out. I literally told her, I said, you could be good, you could be lucky. You know what I'm saying? It's either or. But if you're good and lucky, I said they're going to win this game. But it didn't work out. But whatever. You know, it is what it is. I'll get to that with you in a minute. As far as the Knicks is concerned, real quick, all I'm going to say is, you know, the early read right now, it's good to have early success considering what happened in the offseason with the new coach.
Yep.
Because all these things are things that just give reason for buying, not just from the players themselves, but even if you heard how the fans sounded just game one, and I was the one saying, like, it's only game one, early read. I like what I was seeing, but like just the energy that you felt just from, and everybody is the principles that are the reasons why they said they wanted to do that were very, very like in your face in that first win. And it's just good to have those things happen early on because of the change that they made. So hopefully they keep it going. But I called you on some, I want to talk some Giants, some Jets, and like I said, World Series with you. The Giants, man, I'm going to tell you something. We were just talking about it, but, he's been on the road a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? But this is going to be a test for that kid, for Dart. Mm-hmm. Because you got to keep in mind, the Eagles have seen him already now. And not only, I don't worry about the road thing. And I saw things in that Denver game, you know what I mean, where like you saw him because I figured they were going to try to get in his head, especially like he was making adjustments at the line. Every single play, you saw him step back and he's yelling at somebody, like, calling out something and letting them know what's coming. So I felt good about like the way he looked on the road and everything like that. But that Philly stuff is like, it's one thing when the nation knows that Dart and Scatterboo and the Giants, the way they look right now, exist. It's another thing when you've seen them before, been beat by them, and now you're getting to see them again. So that's going to be a good test for him.
Val, that's a very good point because we haven't seen a team face Dart twice, and we're going to see that right now with the Eagles, and we're going to see what's going to happen here. But on the other hand, too, it's like now the disadvantage for the Eagles this time around is they don't have as many offensive weapons because A.J. Brown's going to be out. And that defense... Well,
those things kind of cancel each other out because the Giants got some misses on defense, too. Y'all do have a couple of misses with that. Like, I think the couple guys, I'm not sure if Holland is going to play, and there's that other kid that they had to take out the game last week, and also... Adebo. I don't know what the status is on him. So
let me check on that because I thought they were good. Let me check
that. I don't know. I haven't heard any read on them either today or yesterday. But I think the kid is again, it's just lumps. You know what I'm saying? The question is like what you see from it. How does he handle the test? I think he'll be up for it. I think he'll be up for the challenge.
All right, you're right. Hold on real quick because I just want to update it. I have the injury report right here. So Adebo is out, which is not good. So he's going to be out for the game. That is a problem. And Holland is doubtful. So he hasn't practiced all week. So that's going to be they both had knee injuries. I thought when I saw Holland on Sunday after the game, he seemed like he was going to be okay. But that's going to be an issue because the biggest thing is Deontay Banks has been pretty bad. And there's no sugarcoating it. He's been a reason. He's part of the reason why they collapsed so bad in Denver.
But to get to my Jets now, and I said this to Brother Mac a couple of weeks ago. I've been seeing this thing since October started, bro. And this is how paranoid I am as a Jets fan. Okay, I take it as a Sicilian message. There's a house that I pass every single morning on my way home from work on 74th Street. Right, the guy had from the beginning of October, he had his Halloween, decorations and stuff out. He's got a skeleton dressed in like the skeleton is sitting on the stoop in front of the bottom of the staircase, and he has on a Jets jersey. And so I read that as like, we are dead men walking. You know what I mean? I try to leave it alone, but I see it every single morning. I can't help but being paranoid. I'm sure other people see it, and not being a Jets fan, they probably don't even read anything into it. I see it, and that's the first thing that comes to my mind. I don't even know how to feel now because on the one hand, and I was spoken to Fierce, I think it might have been last week, and I thrown out some advice for Glenn, and I'm not because I kind of disagree a little bit with you but then at the same time, I kind of agree with you because like I wanted him to like start. You got 10 more games now left for you to start like acting like you are actually growing into the job. If it is that we just cancel out and throw out the first 7 weeks and say, that's not good. But he's not even at that say less mode yet. He's still chirping stuff. A couple of weeks ago he said something that felt like not a couple of weeks ago. Earlier this week he seemed like he had kind of toned down a little bit, and then all of a sudden just the last sound I heard from him talk when somebody was asking who the QB is going to be this weekend, he got right back up into that stuff. Yeah. I want him to kind of grow into that job and realize that it's not just the players, but everything that around you that you got to find some way to manage. And he doesn't seem like he's doing that well. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
And the other thing that I'd mentioned to you before about that QB that's coming, one thing I'll say about that, I even mentioned it to Fizz. I would have loved to know that he's bringing some kind of experienced dude. And it's funny, I was listening to him today. He mentioned Vinny Testaverde. I didn't even think of it, but that kind of prototype or some older head that's like either was a QB or is like one of these QB gurus who knows what to look for in that kid, whether it's to help you make that decision as far as who to pick, right, or even how to nurture that kid when he comes in. And I'm not hearing those things yet. The flip side of that is the more that you lose, because as much as people keep talking about that job being an unattractive job, there's something about that number one pick or that number two pick in the draft that helps to make jobs like that attractive, especially if you're somebody who's like a OC coordinator, a young kid who's trying to prove yourself, and you know that you got a chance to pick your guy from Jump Street. That is going to work against him. Woody can tell you all that he wants about, I hug him every day and stuff like that. Woody is also a person who comes from that corporate side where they actually answer to things that go on based on public sentiment. And as much as he's feeling it now, that talk and it gets louder and louder. And I said it to you before, and you heard how that sentiment keeps growing. Now everybody's wondering if he has the wherewithal to be able to pick that guy and nurture that kid, or is he going to kill that kid? If that starts to grow, it starts to grow. As much as Woody wants to hug it, it might actually help to kind of change Woody's mind a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do, Val. It's good conversation, good call, man. I got to take a break here. But thanks.
All right, I got one last thing if I could just leave it with you. Just one last thing.
All right, real quick.
Yo, the World Series, man, I'm saying this now. This is me being to a fault, selfish and optimistic. I actually want the Dodgers to win because you know me, how I feel about my Yankees. I want to be the one that takes them out of that slot. I want to be the one that knocks them down. So, it hurt me that Toronto won that game. And it's not that I got love for either one of them, but I want LA. I want to be the one next year when we show up. I want to be the one to knock them out of this. Have a great morning, Captain. I know you're going to tell me I'm crazy because that might not even happen. But it is that it's in the stars. I want to be the one to knock them out of that slot.
Val,
have a good morning, Captain Hoff.
You too. I appreciate it, Val. All I'm going to say is you said it for me. I'm not going to repeat it. Val, you said it for me. You're crazy. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we'll get back to more Giants, more Jets. The reasons why Aaron Glenn needs to keep on losing and just be gone from this year. Listen, there is success after one and done teams. I will tell you that. I mean, there's actually one team right now that's doing it, pulling it off. So it doesn't just have to be about Aaron Glenn and how he's going to fix this team. 888-808-1019. Whatever you want to talk about, Knicks, Jets, Giants, week 8 against the Eagles. Huge game for the Giants. If you want to talk Yankees and Mets, we'll do that too. Whatever you want to do. If you want to talk about Rangers and some hockey, I really don't want to because the Rangers suck right now, but I'll talk about it too. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the fan at Hoff WFAN on social media. If you've been looking for that perfect lightweight jacket for fall, Flag and Anthem's Chapin Quilted Jacket checks every box. Throw it on in the morning when it's chilly out, grabbing coffee, heading to the office, or walking the dog, because that's usually what I do when I walk the dog. Is I need to find something that's because now it's a little brisk in the morning, it's a little chilly, it's a little cold. I don't want anything that's too heavy. I want something that's just going to be comfortable. And that's what I do. And you end up wearing it all day because it looks that good. And it's true. Lightweight, but still warm, so you'll never be too hot. Every single year, this jacket sells out, no joke. So don't wait. Check out the Chapin Quilted Jacket at flagandanthem.com and use code WFAN for 25% off your order. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
They've taken a lot of concepts from Ole Miss and implemented them into this offense. Hell, you got to give Jackson Dart even more credit because he's doing it without Malik Neighbors, their number one offensive weapon.
Stream Keith McPherson live or on demand with the Odyssey app and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to look out for pedestrians. Safety is a shared responsibility.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors. Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you. They learn what is okay from the adults they see. Mommy, are you on your phone? If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Connor Green, and this report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Knicks beat the Celtics in last year's Eastern Conference semifinals, and things were no different last night with new head coach Mike Brown at the helm.
White defending Brunson, screen from Towns. Knicks using clock, 9 to shoot. Into the trusted hands of Brunson. Switch over Hauser. He's got it.
Iron Eagle on the call on Amazon Prime. The Knicks topped the Celtics 105-95 at the Garden. Jalen Brunson led all scorers with 31 points. Great night from Karl Anthony Towns as well. He had a double-double with 26 points and 13 rebounds. The Knicks now off to a 2-0 start to the year. Next up, a meeting with the Heat on Sunday. Over to the World Series, the Dodgers took an early 2-0 lead. The Blue Jays tied it on a 2-run homer from Dalton Varsho. And then Addison Barger broke it open and made history in the process.
Swing and a high fly ball, right center field. Hernandez back on the track. Gone! Grand slam! Addison Barger!
Audio courtesy of the Blue Jays Radio Network. Addison Barger with the first pinch hit grand slam in World Series history as the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers 11-4 in Game 1. So football, Jets head coach Aaron Glenn still is not named a starting quarterback for Sunday's game as they try for their first win against the Bengals. And Giants head coach Brian Dable was fined $100,000 after violating concussion protocol 2 weeks ago against the Eagles. Running back Cam Scatterbo was also fined $15,000 after entering the medical tent while Jackson Dart was being evaluated. In Brooklyn, the Nets fell to the Cavs 131-124. And on the ice, the Devils topped the Sharks 3-1. They're now 7-1 on the year. It's 47 degrees with clear skies in Central Park. I'm Connor Green.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Eight 1019. It's Pete Hoff with you on the fan for another hour until Joe Beningo comes on, and I'm sure that he's going to be in a great mood. Like, when does Joe Beningo not join at 5 a.m. and be in a great mood? I mean, there's always something good to talk about. Usually it's about the Mets losing. It's either the, Jets losing. It's either the Rangers losing. But no, he gets to talk about the Knicks now. The Knicks are playing good basketball. So that is a good thing. He's got something to actually look forward to. I don't know if he's going to lead with that. He might talk about the Jets again with his quarterback situation. And that still is a problem. As the fact that Glenn really is putting himself in a bad spot. And someone asked me earlier, Nico, I remember now what I wanted to say. I asked Nico during the intro to the song at 4 o'clock going, what the hell did I want to talk about? My brain doesn't work very well anymore, and it's 4 in. So now is maybe a good time for it not to work. I don't know. But I did remember what I wanted to talk about. So one of the last callers said we were having a conversation about a one-and-done coach and why that doesn't work. When is the last team that got rid of a coach after 1 year had success the next year? I mean, it's happening right now as we talk about it. I mean, Hello, New England Patriots. They got rid of Mayo last year, and I'm not saying whether it was the right or wrong thing to do after 1 year. I wasn't really paying attention to the Patriots, but Mike Vrabel became available. And you look now to the AFC East standings. The Jets are 0-7. The Dolphins are 1-6. The Bills, who a lot of people picked to win the Super Bowl or get to it, are 4-2. And the Patriots sit there 5-2. I mean, I would think that is considered working. You know, you had a head coach that was supposed to be the guy in Mayo. It didn't work out, and he's gone. And just like that, now listen, not everybody's going to have a coach available like Mike Vrabel. Like, that doesn't always just happen. But in this case, he was. So you got to do the smart thing. If there's somebody, and this isn't a slight to Mayo, but if you know that there's somebody available for a job and it's not going to last very long, you go out and get him. Like, John Gruden is sitting out there right now, and I know that there's a lot of baggage. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting there saying there's no baggage. There's a lot of baggage there. But if you don't think that bringing in John Gruden would benefit the Jets, even if it's not a head coach, whatever capacity you want to bring John Gruden in, if you don't think it's going to help the Jets, yeah, there's going to be backlash for sure. I get it. But that's something you really have to think about, because he can change your franchise for the good. Pete Carroll, was available. I'm not saying that you had to go run out and get him, because I think that he was a little too old. They're not doing great in Vegas. But you have to consider, like, when certain people are available, they're not available long. And this is what I was talking about with Belichick. And I understand the relationship with Woody and Belichick. It doesn't work out. But at some point in time, you have to realize you've made all these wrong decisions. Make one that is right. Don't just be like, well, I can't get this guy because I don't like him or I have a bad relationship with him. Yeah, I totally get it. Belichick turned his back on you and he stung you two different ways. He left you hanging high and dry, and he went to a division rival and basically said, up yours. And he took it to you for 20 years. But that being said, though, nobody else in the NFL wants Belichick. Now is the perfect time to say, you're not lasting in UNC very long. Come over here, fix us. Fix this franchise, please. I'll give it to you. You do what you want. You don't have to be the head coach. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Be the Jerry Jones of this franchise for us, please. Because the Jets are desperate. They're no closer to getting fixed. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan for another 45-ish minutes until Joe Beningo. So let's get back to these phone calls. Jarvis is in Harlem. Wants to talk about them Jets. What's up?
What's up? What's up, Pete? How are you?
I'm good, man. What's going on?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I want to talk about the Jets and, the quarterback situation and the reports that ask them, like, who's going to be QB starting the game against the Bengals. It really don't really matter. Who's going to start against the Bengals? They're still going to lose because they're the rest of the way, because, they're going to stay winless because they ain't going to be the favorites in every game, whoever the next opponent for. How many games left they have left?
They got 10 games left.
They ain't going to be the favorites in every game. They're going to be winless. It doesn't matter what happens next year.
They're not going to be the favorites in any game. Not every game. Any game. They're going to be. They are not even close to being favorites in anything. They have 2 games that are quote-unquote winnable. One is versus I went through the schedule before. One is versus the Browns, I think. But you can't even say that that's a winnable game because the Browns' defense is really freaking good. And I just don't, with this offense being as bad as it is.
Thursday at the Patriots.
Yeah, no, not at the Patriots. What was the other game? Not the Dolphins either. There was one more. Oh, the Saints. The Saints were the team. Because I think the Dolphins, even though they are bad right now and they lost Tyreek Hill, I still think that they are offensively better, defensively better than the Jets. I think that's easy wins for the Dolphins. I think the other game that they may be possibly up there for a potential, like, hey, we're favored to win, is against the Saints. But even that, I think, is a huge question mark, especially because I think it's in New Orleans. So.
Right. I mean, I don't know whether Alan Glenn is like he's gonna think he's gonna like survive like after 1 year. I remember last year when Robert Saleh was the coach there, they fired him in week 5. Well, the game against the Vikings was they lost by 2, and then Jeff Aldridge took over as a tournament head coach and and the Jets won 5 games, we don't know what's going to happen this year because you're not going to find him after 1 season. But I don't know he might survive next year because if they have another stinker, he might get fired. And then what coach and candidates want to take the Jet job and want to work with Woody Johnson?
Well, hold on. Now, Jarvis, this is the point that I'm kind of trying to make with the whole get rid of Aaron Glenn after 1 year. Get rid of Darren Muji after 1 year because you just nailed it. So, if you said, oh, well, they can't get rid of Glenn and Muji after 1 year, that's outrageous. You can't do that. So you let Glenn and Muji go through a draft. They have a shot at the first overall pick. Who's going to be there? Who's available number 1 overall? We don't really know yet. We don't know the top quarterback, if there's even a top quarterback, but whatever, mind you. You're going to then let those 2 guys draft this year, make things worse, and then hand it off to somebody else.
And then ruin them.
Why not?
Because that's what they do.
And you're gonna remember, like, look at what John Mara did with Dable and Shane. Now, whether you say it's right or wrong, Mara basically forced Dable and Shane to take Daniel Jones. So they did that. They experimented with Daniel Jones. They went to the playoffs once. It didn't work the next few years. They've moved on. They got the opportunity to draft their quarterback. They finally got an opportunity. Like, think about this. People were telling us like, hey, you should have fired him, Dable and Shane last year, or at least Dable last year. You can't fire somebody who takes you to the playoffs with Daniel Jones, forcing Daniel Jones down your throat. You can't fire the guy and be like, hey, by the way, we never even gave you an opportunity to draft the quarterback that you wanted. So he got the opportunity, and you could see already it's kind of working. Like, it's not there yet, but it's kind of working that Dart and Dable are kind of going together well, and it's kind of working with the Giants. You can't then, with the Jets, say, give Glenn an opportunity to draft his guy. They draft the guy they want. We realize Glenn really isn't the coach that they need right now, so they fire him, and then you force a new coach with
microwave a new coach and bring in another voice. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So why not just start fresh? Why not just do the right thing and just completely start fresh? Yeah. I hate to say it, but that's kind of the best way to go about it.
Jeff fans not going to like it, but, they want to be patient,
But Jarvis, but my question to you, Jarvis, is do you think that next year's going to be any better?
No.
Okay, so either way, it's not a good situation. Either way, Jets fans are going to be pissed. So why not just, snip off this bad path that they're about to go on for 5 years? Because that's the thing. You think that this is going to be a 1 or 2 year venture with Aaron Glenn. I'm sorry, but I feel like you're going to keep on throwing out more years because, we got to give Glenn the opportunity. We got to give Muji the opportunity. We got to let them. No. There needs to be, and I'm not telling you now to fire Aaron Glenn to go bring in the next young head coach. No, I'm telling you, bring in somebody of significance that actually is a veteran, understands what he's doing, knows how to build a team, and can bring the Jets back to life.
Right. I mean, and then Woody Johnson never done that. He doesn't want to hire an experienced head coach that have a winning record that make the plays every single day. Woody Johnson don't want to do that. He just want to hire a first timer. I mean, so.
Well, and Jarvis said, thanks so much for the phone call. He hired the guy that wanted the job. Think about that. There was no one else that really wanted the job. Aaron Glenn was the only one that went and said, I want this job. I want to bring the Jets back to relevance. He's the only one that wanted it. Well, guess what? I want to bring the Jets back to relevance too. Why don't you just hire me? I'll make moves. Whatever. I'll be a GM. I'll be a head coach. I'll just do whatever. I'll start Breece Hall at quarterback. 888-808-1019. Mike is driving to Florida. Mike, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right, man. Where are you driving from?
Out of Long Island.
Nice. What is it, 20 hours? How long? What part of Florida?
Well, I'm gonna stop. I gotta stop at South Carolina first, so I got about a 12-hour ride. Not that big.
So you stop in South Carolina for what, like a day? You sleep in there and then heading.
Yeah, I gotta visit some family and then play golf with a friend and then mosey my way down to Florida.
Nice. I know it's tough to stop in South Carolina and just hang out and relax there for a little bit. It's very tough.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, but hey, listen, get out of New York. You got to limit your disappointments with New York teams.
I understand, man.
So what I wanted to say is, I played basketball for nearly 40 years, and only because I love the game. I'm 65 now, and I don't know how old you are, but I'm sure I'm considerably older.
I'm 43, but yes, I'm not 65, but I'm 43. I still feel old.
Yeah, well. So I have this discussion with my son all the time, and, he was 2 years old dribbling a basketball, so he knows the game. But it's like, I just got back into watching the Knicks maybe 2 years ago, as much as I can. I'm not paying all that money just to see them down in Florida. But when I'm up in New York, I try to watch them. I did miss last night's game because of the World Series.
Right.
But the other night, the opening night, I didn't see too much of a difference with the Knicks other than I've been yelling at them to use more of the bench. Now they're going that route. I never liked the run and gun game. But it seems like the Knicks for the last 2 years, they play the best when they run and gun. I've seen them in the last 2 years that I started watching them. If they're running, and Jalen Brunson, as great as he is, whether he was told to slow the game down or not, I don't know what, but I'm like, he's just holding them back. Anyway, so that, it seems like they got that part of the equation. It's only 2 games.
Right.
But you know what I mean? However, in the first game, 45 to the Cavs, was his name Mitchell or what was his name?
What, Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah. He was lighting up the Knicks, and I just don't understand why the Knicks don't understand defense. The guy, nobody in the NBA plays defense, and that's what I use. I love defense, and that's what I love to get with Pitt. However, nobody could figure out that this guy can only go with his right hand. Every shot was right. Why can't someone force him to his weak side?
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing this on TV? And my son goes, Dad, that's not the way the game is played anymore. You're from the Stone Age, and blah, 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 blah.
Well, there's you're not allowed of physicality. There's not, even though I saw some, I watched a little bit of the Lakers Timberwolves game, and what bothered me was, and it's to your point about how the physicality has changed, the defense has changed. There was a play where I forgot who was going up for a basket, and I forget his name, Bez, I believe it was, or Nez on the Timberwolves, had a little bit of a physical foul. Basically didn't want to let the shot off. That was the whole point. Is he made sure the shot didn't get off because he didn't want a situation where guy gets a bucket and a free throw. Doesn't want that. So I'll let him go to the line. He's going to have to work for both free throws. And they went back and changed it to a flagrant one. They go, oh, it was too physical. It was he whipped his arms around and made contact with intent to injure. I'm like, you're kidding me. I couldn't believe it. And Dwayne Wade was on the call going, yeah, that just looks like a good foul. And then they changed it to the flagrant. He goes, yeah, I guess good call by the refs. Like he's going with the wind right there. But to me, I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like that was a good hard foul. Was it intent to injure? No, it was intent to not allow somebody to score an easy bucket.
Yeah, well, you can't even let me go down that road because that I didn't grow up watching flops and I didn't grow up watching stuff like that. You came down the lane, you paid for coming down the lane.
Yeah,
like if you're not MJ or Bird, like forget it. But I'm not even talking about that. When you play defense and you can easily see that this guy is limited and he just loves going to the right. Now, I'm not saying he can't make a move, because with walks and everything today, that's another thing my son gets. Dad, they don't call walks anymore. But so what? What game am I watching? However, when you play defense, you could almost direct somebody. Like you have to, he's going right. Like you could jet out a little bit just to force him to go left. He doesn't know what you're going to. Offensive players never expect a defenseman to make like you're going to go after something to his strong hand. It's just a react. He's going to react. And it's like, yes, have I ever played at the professional level? No. Have I played against college level people? I used to speak at the St. John's and, I played against Mark Jackson and blah, blah, blah all the time. And it's like, as great as he was, you could still force somebody if they don't expect it because nobody expects anybody to play defense anymore.
Right.
It just drives me absolutely
Well, it's funny, though, Mike, because, there used to be a guy named R.J. Barrett who was very strong with the left hand. And all it took for him to be stopped was force him to the right. Make him dribble with his right. And then R.J. Barrett was basically limited. He couldn't do anything. It's simple stuff like that at times. You're right. You're not wrong.
But do they teach this? I mean, do they? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where the heads are, the professional players are anymore. I mean, I know, it starts off in high school and then college. But does anybody really teach anyone how to play defense anymore?
I think they. And Mike, I gotta and listen. And I'm not gonna sit there saying that I know exactly what they do, but I'm assuming that nowadays with analytics, with everything, that they're dissecting every aspect of the game. And I would think that because to watch baseball, to watch football, to see how they dissect every little thing, it'd be ignorant to say that the NBA hasn't gotten to that level where they're like, hey, this is this guy's attributes, and he is extremely strong with his right, but he can't dribble for crap with his left. Force him to the left, and this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to approach it. Like they should be able to figure that out. Obviously, there's certain players that are better at that than others. I mean, again, you're talking about a game where Josh Hart wasn't on the court. Maybe he would have made more of a difference on that defensive side of things. Miguel Bridges, though, is a really good defender. You maybe again. The aspect of the fact that Mike Brown now isn't utilizing his best players as much, that might be part of it too, because maybe there's certain moments where they just weren't on the court to defend him the way that you wanted to.
But I mean, when you were watching the game, it's like timeout. Coach should have called a timeout and say, listen, this guy's lighting us up, and as everything is to the right. Like, he brought the game back close. He was lighting up the Knicks. You can't afford that.
But they did adjust, though, because they did end up – I mean, that was the third quarter, if I'm correct, where he really made a comeback.
Correct.
But they were able to figure it out, and they did create a distance. And I know maybe the final score, 119 to 111, seemed closer than it was, but I feel like they never really were threatened except for that third quarter.
The Cavs were up 1 point.
Yeah. But again, I think, and Mike, thanks so much for the phone call. I do think that like there were adjustments, maybe not as strong as you wanted, maybe it wasn't as perfect as you wanted, but they ended up, the third quarter was a rough one for the Knicks, but they figured it out, and it wasn't as close in the fourth quarter as a deficit was cut in half or whatever it was, or turned into a deficit for the Knicks. But they were able to come back, and they rebounded in the fourth quarter and made it pretty simple, to be fair. 888-808-1019. We'll take one more break here, and then we'll finish up on the phone calls. We'll get to everything and more that you want to get to, whatever you want, whether it's the Jets, the Giants. And I do have a question, and I'm going to need your help on this too. Everybody, Nico, I need help from everybody. I'll tell you coming up after the break, but I do need interaction here because I have an opportunity to get my two hosts in a bit of a predicament, and I want to see which route we should go. So we'll do that next. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. You can always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you about one of the best experiences of my life, too. We'll do that coming up next on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
I've been looking for that perfect lightweight jacket for fall, and Flag and Anthem's Chapin Quilted Jacket checks every box. Throw it on in the morning when it's chilly out, and you end up wearing it all day. FlagandAnthem.com, code WFAN for 25% off your order. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York park, and civilian motorists. Station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Well, think again. Bring in your AT&T and T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where everybody in the family can choose their own plan and save. So, bring your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Come on. 888-808-1019. So I got to be honest with you. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe B takes over. I never thought that I'd have this experience ever in my life. I always wanted to have it, but I just never thought there'd be a day that it would happen. I know that there's some places you can pay for it, and I don't know. I never really came to me like, all right, maybe we could do it here. I got Evan Roberts was very nice and very graceful. He's trying to get back because he feels bad that I'm not in his book because he never thanked me because I worked my tail off for him and do the Rico Bronya with him basically every day of my life. I gave him more time than I gave my wife, all for the greater good. And I'm just busting his chops. I have no problem. I love doing it. But that being said, he has been doing very nice things for me. I appreciate that. He comes up to me the other day. He goes, listen, I got something for you. But you need to take off on Tuesday. Is that possible? It's at 10 a.m. And I'm like, I usually work at that time. So, I guess I'm like thinking about it back in my head. I'm not going to say no because I don't want to blow it off just yet. But it's got to be something that's going to intrigue me. But sure. I guess I could always take the day off. Okay, what is it? As a season ticket holder for the Mets, he was offered to go to the field on Tuesday, take batting practice. Do you want to go with me, and do you want to take batting practice? Yes, of course. Of course I'll skip work. Of course. That sounds like a fantastic idea. So I did, and I didn't tell the boys because BT and Sal, because why would I? It's a personal day. And remember BT off there goes, what are you doing? Is everything all right? I'm like, yeah, no, good, just a personal day. And it was awesome. It was a great experience to, be on the field. I think I've been on Citi Fields, on the field itself at least once. I've been on Yankee Stadium field a couple times. But I've never been in the outfield the way I was. taking fly balls. I didn't catch any fly balls. It just wasn't positioned properly. No one was really hitting too crazy. But they got a couple ground balls, whatever the case is. It was a good experience. And then I got up to bat. And they did a great job. They introed me. I felt good. And Evan asked me beforehand saying, like, I don't think you're going to get it out of the infield. I'm like, are you serious, dude? He's like, yeah. And now I started to feel a little pressure, like, oh my God, maybe I'm not going to be able to do it. I haven't been in batting practice in a long time, like a legitimate batting practice. I know, like, I hit balls for kids for practice and whatnot, but that's different. Like, soft tossing to myself and hitting balls, whatever. It's different. And I kind of felt a little pressure. I had the wood bat, obviously, which is what I was going to go with. I was never going to go with anything else. Even when I played in Little League, I played with a wood bat. But that being said, I hit 3 balls to the outfield, and I felt very good about it. The first one was like beginner's luck because that went center field, not too far, maybe like 250, 260, 270, whatever. And I'm like, oh, I could do this. That was nothing. That was a first pitch swing. I wasn't trying, and that went center field, decent distance. I think I can get one out of here. And then I started trying too hard and pressed and started rolling over balls and then getting under balls. So I only got 3 really good shots, one of which I pulled to the left field. I don't know how far it went. I don't think it missed warning track by a few feet. Okay, that's fine. But that was good. I say I was the best hitter of the day. I probably wasn't. But I say I felt very good. And then the final pitch that I got, I just barely missed hitting Evan, and I felt really good about that. So overall, great day, great experience, and I did thank Evan Roberts for that because never did I ever, in my wildest dreams, think that would be a possibility. But I definitely felt like that was something that if you have an opportunity to do that, I would have paid money to do it. Let me put it that way. That's how awesome it was. I don't know how often they allow that. I know one of my buddies from my town hits me up all the time and says, dude, they have this in Boston. You could do it. So, I mean, if they offer that at Citi Field, I would do it again. No doubt about it. 888-808-1019. I do want to get to these phone calls in a second, but I have one more thing that I do need help with. And, Nico, I need your help with this too. So, I don't normally do I really don't like to put out picks for football. I'm not into it. I don't think I'm good at it. Even though this year I'm doing okay. I'm like 14 out of 12, 14 and 12 so far is my record. But we do it for a bit that we do every week. It's the perfect parlay with BT and Sal. And I'm involved. I said, sure, I'll do it. And basically the winner gets to pick what the losers, there's only 3 of us, me, BT, and Sal. The losers have to wear the Friday before the Super Bowl. And they have to be dressed in a wrestling outfit. So the first year I actually won, surprisingly. And BT was dressed up as Goldust, and Sal was dressed up as Doink the Clown. Last year, Sal won. BT was dressed up as, I'm blanking on the guy's name now. He was the red-faced guy that was just like a very, not Dude Love. I'm blanking on his name right now. I'll get into a second. And I was Papa Shango. So this year, I'm a little nervous because I'm going, BT's probably going to win, right? It's going to be him. And I don't usually know what I'm doing. So I usually just kind of guess. And I always go for four-teamer every single week. Well, I did that last week. And I hit. And for a 4-teamer, you get 100 points. So now I have a nice lead. I'm 150. Sal's at 85 points. And BT, I believe, is at 35 points or 40 points, something like that. So I have a huge lead over BT. Sal, could make that up. I mean, if he goes for a 4-teamer, which I don't think he did. I think he went for a 2-teamer. He's trying strategy to catch up to me. But I have a very nice lead right now. I do need to keep on hitting. And we do get 5 points per for money line on the Jets and Giants, and I always go against the Jets. So far, I've been flawless with the Jets. I've gotten 35 points off of them. Hope to get another 5 as I picked the Bengals to win this week. Now, my question is, Nico, last time I had them, Doink the Clown and Gold Dust. What should I do right now? I'm plotting already what I should do when I win this year. Who should I have them dressed as?
I'm not going to lie to you. This is a risky conversation to have.
No, Nico, this is not risky. This is life. I'm in the lead. I'm going to win. It's happened. I just won.
I feel wrong having this conversation because I feel like it's just going to end in heartbreak.
No, Nico. See, when it comes down to this stuff that I don't care about, I always win. That's the thing. When I don't care about something, I come out on top. When I do care about something, I get punched in the guts.
Well, the real question is, when you did this 4-leg parlay, did you actually bet it as well?
No, I don't bet. I don't gamble. So I don't. I should have. I wish I did.
Right.
Again, I'm not telling you that I'm sitting here being a genius. I've been 14-12 on the year, so I'm over 500. That's okay. But that's good in betting terms, I guess. So, and I usually go 4 legs every time. So I did not. And all I needed to, by the way, I'm in Denver watching the Giants blow the game and going, all I need them to do is cover this. They can't. They could lose the game. They just can't lose by 6.5? I think it was. And thankfully they didn't. But I was getting nervous. I was getting nervous for that. That being said, Nico, don't worry about me. I got this locked up already. Okay, it's already locked up. Life happens. It's already locked up. Everything is already happening, and we just got to move on with it. Okay, so I've locked it up. What do I dress them up as? What do you want to see Sal Licata and Brandon Tierney dressed up as? That's the question.
It's a loaded question because there's so many options.
Well, yeah. I could do the easy one and go, you know what? He just died. He just passed away, and everyone loved him, or most people loved him. I'll let one of you guys be Hulk Hogan. The other guy be Macho Man. That'd be easy. But I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I feel like we got to get more creative.
I don't want to be easy. Oh, by the way, Brother Love was the other guy that BT was. So right now, BT has been both Gold Dust and Brother Love. Sal was Doink the Clown, and I was Papa Shango, which, by the way, I looked badass. So I was very happy with that. I was very happy with Papa Shango. That being said, though, I need to figure out what I'm going to do. So I don't want to take the easy route. I don't want to make it Macho and Hulk. I could do that. But we could also go Demolition Men. We can go. Should we do Legions of Doom?
Ooh, I like that. Yeah.
It's not bad. Now, there was an agreement prior that we can't show a lot of skin, which is fine. I had the straps, so you didn't really see my chest and hanging out, which is good because nobody wants to see that. I did walk around the street though, by the way. I got a lot of when I did dress up in my outfit, I did get a lot of honks from was it FedEx or DHL? A lot of people were honking at me, and I'm I'm not really sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing on the streets of New York, but whatever. I'll take it.
I would have taken it as a compliment.
There was one guy that was giving me a thumbs up, yeah. So I'm maybe you're listening to the show. That's good. Or just maybe hey, I because I had a skeleton in my hand or a skull, and maybe he just into voodoo. Who knows? You never know. But I need to know, Nico. You need to think about this long and hard, and I need you to call 888-808-1019. I need to know what I should do because I've won. It's already happened. I've won. This is a thing. I've won. Now, what type of punishment do I put them through? That's the question. And I think I have some good ideas, but I want to hear from you because I need better. 888-808-1019. That's the question. All right, let's get back to these phone calls. Sal is in the East Islip. What's going on, Sal?
Hey, how you doing? I just heard about these Halloween costumes.
It's not a Halloween costume. No, it's a bet, and they won't be dressing up until the Friday before Super Bowl.
Well, what's the bet? I missed the beginning. Like, what was the bet?
So basically, what it is we do perfect parlay. We do picks every week, and at the end we have like a point system, and I'm in first place. I hit a four.
Did you bet on the? You didn't bet on the Chargers. I know the two bottom guys that haven't been betting getting to. I was listening to Evan and Tiki today, and two of the bottom pickers picked the Chargers today. Two of the top pickers picked the Rams.
Yeah, well, I for last week, I'm trying to remember who I picked. It was I went against the Jets. I went, of course, for the Giants. I think I picked Tampa Bay last week, and then I forget who else I picked. But three of my legs had hit in the first, I think I picked New England. I think I did.
It's a safe bet. I mean, the Bucks and New England are good bets. I mean, I've been off gambling for a while, but I really wanted Toronto to win tonight. I didn't think they would, and I was about to relapse and put some money on the Blue Jays, but I really thought the Dodgers were going to pull through.
Well, Sal, let me tell you something. First of all, on a serious note, I'm proud of you that you did not relapse. If it's a serious issue with you, I appreciate that. I am very proud of you because
it was.
I am somebody who, I respect and understand why people gamble and why there's fun. I don't do it because I don't have fun because I'm losing money. Right. I don't like to lose money.
Well, now I got to the point where I'm actually. I've been in therapy for just like depression and stuff, but I'm able to actually watch sports now and enjoy them and not even think about betting. But, I think about it and it's fun. I'm a big UFC fan too. So, that stuff's fun. But, oh man, I feel like if I started betting, everything would, but I'm glad Toronto won, man. I'm actually pretty happy about that.
Well, I am too, because I don't want to see the Dodgers. I think they're cheaters, and I think people mostly know my feelings on that, why they're cheaters. I think they're cheaters because when you have the best player in baseball, the best player in sports, that can only there's only one Shohei Ohtani, right? There's only one of them.
I mean, he's unbelievable. I love him, yeah.
Right, and he was always going to the Dodgers. There was no other team he was going to go to. No, I don't care what the money was going to look like. He was only going to go to the Dodgers, and they were able to manipulate and say, you know what? We will give you $700 million, the first time ever in baseball history, that big of a deal. And then they go on top of that, we're going to defer like 98% of the contract, which is a crock of you-know-what. That is a full-on manipulation of the rules. And no other team is going to get the best player in baseball who can only do what he does. No one else is going to be able to get him to then, on top of being on their team, say, hey, by the way, can you just defer 98% of that money? You're going to get it, just not right now. Because
like after he plays?
Yeah,
like after he retires?
Yeah, he's making $2 million a year for up until he retires. And then then the money kicks in.
Wow. I don't really know how his contract was, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, and then that's the manipulation part of it. That's why it's so frustrating, because on top of, so once you do that, then you're able to get guys like Blake Snell. Then you're able to get guys like Tyler Glasnow. You're able to get guys like Yamamoto and Sasaki, and you're able to get guys like Mookie Betts and keep guys like Freddie Freeman and go down the laundry list.
Man.
Yeah, you get everybody, because $70 million that you're supposed to be paying towards one guy, he said, nah, I don't want it right now. Give it to me in 10 plus years. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, my thing is with Toronto, you know how they don't pronounce the O, apparently. I just learned this today.
Oh.
With those Toronto or something, where they say it really weird. I don't really know. I just say Toronto.
They're Canadian, so they're very weird regardless.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. But, no, I like, because you know what? I'm an Islanders fan, and, Florida's been winning all these Stanley Cups. I think Canada winning a World Series, they would be like, all right, you guys got hockey down, but we also got baseball down. And also the Vladdy and his dad with the Montreal Expos. Dude, I saw Vladdy Sr. play for the Ducks. That was the highlight of my life.
I mean, Vladimir Guerrero and Sal, thanks so much for the phone call. I gotta, we're about to end the show, so I apologize to break this up. But Vlad Guerrero is one of my favorite players of all time. I was so upset that he wasn't a Met. He should have been a Met. I know the reason why they didn't sign him, and I know that afterwards he still played amazing baseball and became a Hall of Famer. That, to me, was just very frustrating. So I love seeing what Vlad Guerrero Jr. is doing, what Bichette's doing, what all those guys. I like Alejandro Kirk. He looks like Jose Altuve should in about 20 years from now, but I love it. That being said, yes, let's go Toronto Blue Jays. Thank you to everyone who called. Thank you to Nico across the way. Thank you to Connor Green on the updates. How about that? There will be a Rico Brogna. There's a Rico Brogna out now. There'll be a Rico Brogna out tomorrow. WFAN Daily will be a new one tomorrow after the Giants game, after I get home from Philly. And then I'll be back with BT and Sal on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Always follow me at Hoff, WFAN on all social media. But right now, the one and only Joe Paningo next on The Fan.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Don't go for two until you have to. That's just a simple rule that I've always, as a broadcaster, I always thought that way. As a former player, I've always thought that way. And as a fan, I always think that way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. Accident victims, I understand how an accident can turn your world upside down. You're in pain. You need medical care. You can't work. You're struggling to pay your bills, and you don't have a clue what your rights are. So what do? Call the first law firm that pops up on the internet? Look for the best website? Or say, hey, find me a lawyer. The options are endless, but the answers are simple. Ask around, read reviews, and go with your gut. Great law firms build great reputations. I built D'Agostino & Associates one client at a time by doing the right thing for accident victims just like you. Our clients know my team cares, and we're going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. So call me today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared.